Give me a minute. Okay, can everybody hear me now? Looks like you can. Yeah, it's showing up on here. Give me a minute. Okay, yep, there we go. Cool. All right, so what's up, everybody? No, I'm not listening to Sargon. I just got out of a Whiskey Grenade stream, and I have not heard anything from Sargon at all. I heard it was a total shit show, so I'm kind of glad that I wasn't in there to watch the massacre. I'm so sorry to Sargon. My God, I can't imagine. Anyway, so what I was saying while you couldn't hear me, actually, I was talking, by the way. I didn't realize you couldn't hear me at all. So thanks for the heads up about the mic. I'm making some food. I haven't had anything to eat all damn day. I just got out of Whiskey Grenade stream, which was awesome. Go check him out if you get the chance on Twitter at Whiskey Grenade. And I'm going to make some food and answer some questions in the chat, and also make a drink. Make my Proto Man, what I call it. It's a half of Wild Turkey 101 and half Cheerwine with some moonshine cherries for garnish, because why the hell not? And whatever the hell is in my fridge, I'll be making to eat, because I am fucking hungry. And you should not drink alcohol without some food in you. So, anyway, I'll be sort of in and out. Sorry for all the noises and shit, because you're going to be hearing those. And apologies for not using my good mic on my internal mic right now. So, yeah, questions. I'll take questions while I make shit. If there's anything in my fridge, yeah, there's a couple things. Well, there's a couple things. And ice. I should get ice for the drink, of course. There we go. So yeah, King of Poles apparently saving Sargon's stream. I wouldn't know. He does a good job of yelling at things. Actually, I think everyone does a good job of yelling at things. I like King of Pole though, so. Wild turkey. Oh, that's a little more than half. I don't give a shit. Let me make sure that my stream is all refreshed up. I gotta make sure the chat's coming in right. There you go. Okay. Are you taking people in for the stream? Yes. So the format of this stream is going to be a call-in format, is what I like to call it. Basically, you send me a message on Twitter. Whoops. You send me a message on Twitter asking to jump in. I'll let you in. We can talk for about fucking what, 10 minutes or so, maybe a little less. And then we'll go from there. I'll kick you out when your time is up. Have new people in, and we'll do something like that. One guy actually did want to talk about some things, so we'll find a time to fit him in a little bit later. I know Whiskey Grenade wanted to jump on in. Him and Percy wanted to dick around for about 15 minutes or so, maybe 30, who knows. And we'll do that. So let's see. Loud noises? Yes, lots of loud noises. Lots of them. Apologies for that. Do a shot of Jaeger for me. A shot of Jaeger? Hell yeah. All right, I'll do that real fast. Where's my Jaeger? All right. Actually, I might do this on stream. I might show you my face and shit. There it is. All right. All right, Jaeger. Why the hell not? SJW. How great was that night? SJW was great, dude. America. All right, come on, Jaeger. I would do a Jaeger bomb, but I don't have any fucking goddamn what you call it. Oh shit, I'm almost out. I don't have any Red Bull. All out of it. All right. Okay, so let me turn my camera on actually, so you'll be able to see my fucking face. Yep, there I am. How's it going? Who asked me to do the Jaeger bomb? I'm gonna dedicate it to them. Let's see. Jaeger. Okay, Rotten Rye. Rotten Rye, this is for you, buddy. Awesome. All right, cutting the camera now. Hope you enjoyed that. All right. So, God damn, I love Jaeger. Licorice. All righty. Let me throw some in the fucking microwave so I can eat. There. All righty. Get my drink over here. Actually, I should grab some more water too, actually. I said actually twice. Oh, damn, I'm going to need a whole new pallet of water by the time this is over. Oh, why not? Lots of loud noises. So who is the guy speaking? That'd be me. I am Hatman. Or as it's showing up on YouTube, HatDew. I am the Hat2 on Twitter, on Reddit, on Tumblr, on wherever the hell. So, what's he speaking? English? Yes, I'm speaking English. You can do a Jaeger bomb with root beer? Okay, I don't have any fucking root beer, man. I wish I did. I wish I had some root beer. I fucking love it, man. I love root beer. All right, let me grab these waters here. All right, gotta have some. Pro tip for people who don't know. If you drink a shit ton of water after having multiple drinks or whatever, I think it's like a 16-ounce glass of water after every drink, you will not have a hangover the next day. You will get drunk, but you'll be fine. I don't know for serious, but whatever. It's helped me. I just drink a ton of water. So that's what I'm doing. And it also keeps my vocal cords moist. Fuck, I can't even speak today. Okay, so Sargon is bad at debating. I wouldn't know. I have not been in a debate with Sargon, so I can't say one way or another. So anyway, watch King of Pole completely. Blow the fuck out Sargon stream. King of Pole tends to do stuff like that. Why you know root beer? Because I just don't have any on hand. Usually I get some, but not this time. My fridge is stocked with mango lemonade, booze, and I don't have water in my fridge. I don't have cheerwine in my fridge. I got cheerwine in my storage room, and I've got water in the storage room too. So yeah, those are basically all the drinks that I've got. Vocal cords. You Jew. Oh, goyim. No, I'm not Jewish, by the way. I'm seriously not Jewish. Holy shit. A white cis male. Yes, I am a white cis male. Deal with it. Oh, where's Sargon streams? On the Sargon of Akkad channel, or Akkad, or however the fuck you want to pronounce it. I don't know. I say Sargon of Akkad because I don't give a fuck. Fuck, man. Drop the mic on the chick that kept derailing the discussion. Okay, so, oh, mango lemonade? Okay, mango lemonade is basically like lemonade and mango juice mixed together, and it's really sweet, and it's hilarious. Cheerwine? Cheerwine is Okay, Cheerwine is a soda that is pretty much limited to North Carolina, which is where I'm at right now, and it's fucking good. it's like a cherry. But yeah, basically it's like a cherry soda. Oh yeah, see in the chat they're already doing it. Okay, so yeah, Cheerwine is amazing. If you want the closest thing to it, I would say mix some Cherry Crush with Cherry Dr Pepper. That's about the closest thing that you can get to Cheerwine. It's amazing. Link to Sargon stream. Somebody link him to Sargon stream if you hear this. In Raleigh, fuck yeah, man. What, you go to state? Raleigh. I got a couple friends in Raleigh actually. One in Cary actually, but that's close enough. Cheerwine down here in Mississippi. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, Cheerwine and JD. Oh fuck yeah, man. That's what I'm mixing. Right. It's not Jack Daniels. It's Wild Turkey, but Cheerwine and Wild Turkey is fucking good, man. Yeah, it's good shit. Love it. Sorry about the tissues and shit, but holy fuck, I still got sniffles. Bit of a leftover from my allergies, but at least my fucking voice is back, eh? So, Roy Rogers. Oh, Gord. Oh, God. Anytime after half past. All right, so Whiskey Grenade's going to get in here about 8 minutes, roughly. Roy Rogers. Fuck your Roy Rogers. I'm sorry, I can't help but think of goddamn American Dad whenever I hear Roy Rogers. Or grenadine in general now. Is your cake moist? Delicious and moist? No one in Gamergate has any friends. Oh, you dick. Oh, that's David. David, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? David, okay. Believe it or not, I actually have you tagged on RES as kind of a dick. I don't know where that came from, but I haven't had the heart to change it. I don't know why. So apologies or not apologies. I'm not sure which to give you. Next fall I will between high school and college, but I'm out of the country later this year. Hey, dude, State's a good school. State's really good. A couple friends there, they love it. So hell yeah. Ooh, Action Points wants in. Well, we'll get him in later. Call in. Good headset. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry your mic sucks. That happens, man. I'll be your friend, Hat. Hey, Synth, you can be my friend anytime. You can be my wingman anytime. 2 friends. 2 friends? Check my Twitter. Who wants to? Oh yeah, I see. Yeah. I love how I was just talking about NC State a second ago, and I see on my Twitter NC State shit come up. Synth at the cost of 1 Jaeger bomb. All right, come on down, dude. Oh yeah, let me tweet this real fast. All right, I think I got shit finished in the microwave. I made stir fry. I have leftover stir fry, so that's what I'm gonna have. I finished on beef stew. Thursday, I believe. Yeah, I think I finished it Thursday. That was good. I made that with fucking Guinness. Did TV Tokyo get back to you, dude? Yes. TV Tokyo will. He should be coming on. So that'll. We'll get him in to talk a little bit. Actually, hang on. Let me. Reading real fast. Blake Fox, no, you're not jumping the gun. I'll get you on the list. All right. Tropico. I have not played Tropico yet. I remember when Tropico 4 came out and people were raising some hell about that for whatever the hell reason. I don't know. People are weird, man. Just how it goes. All right. Whoa, I can feel the alcohol hitting me now. Holy shit. Fucking up my motor skills. What is this shit? Oh, well, that happens. I need some food in me, that's why. Take the film off. All right, delicious stir fry. For those interested, I make my stir fry with chicken with thyme for seasoning. Oh, I don't have a fork. That's wonderful. Chicken with thyme seasoning, baby corn. Let's see, water chestnuts, delicious broccolini, bell peppers. I used red and yellow for this one. Baby bella mushrooms, and delicious soy sauce, of course. So it was good. It was good. I like it. All right, I need a fork. I need a fork really fucking badly, actually. I might have to wash one real fast. Apologies for this. I'm going to wash a fork real fast. All right, almost 8:30. Almost time to bring those drunk British Poms in. Actually, isn't Pom an Australian term? Pretty sure it is. Any Aussies in the house? Tell me if Pom or Pommy is an Australian term. I think it is, but I'm not entirely sure. What the hell's my hot water? What the fuck is this shit? There we go. All right, sorry for that. I had to wash a fork. Evidently, I haven't run my dishwasher this week. That's shitty. All right. Fart to continue is on fire. Hey, Hat, do you check your privilege today or at least 3 times a day? I take 1 a day 3 times a day. So, no, I don't check my fucking privilege. Broccolini, you're just making it worse. Okay, I shit you not, broccolini is a thing. Swear to God, it is. Oh, this, everyone's talking about Sargon. Fucking Sargon. I like Sargon, but I guess he dropped the ball on this one. I don't know. I haven't heard it yet, but from what everyone's telling me, spaghetti everywhere. Fucking mom's spaghetti. Holy shit. I'm sorry, I'm sort of like stirring through my stir fry real fast. Broccolini. I swear to God, broccolini is a thing, motherfucker. All right. Pole dropped a few bombs. Yeah. Using Hun? Oh, fuck. Hat is paying homage to the water gods, was consumed, the hat one. Okay, Synth, the water gods took the original The Hat 2. The Hat 2 that I have right now is like the Hat 2 Mark 2 or something. The Hat 1 was stolen. I don't know whatever happened to that. But the original The Hat 2 was the one that that got eaten by the ocean. So, yeah. Broccolini, like broccoli florets? Flores? I don't know how to pronounce that. Let me check real fast. No, broccolini is like, hang on. Okay, just look it up on fucking Wikipedia. Broccolini is like long, thin broccoli. It's like the Slender Man of broccoli, if that makes any sense at all. Oh, God. What's your chat link, shitlord? Oh, there's whiskey. Yeah, I had to turn my shit off. Sorry about that, dude. Let me get you in, dude. All right. Got your checking IRC. Hang on. Hang on, Synth. Oh, yeah, hang on. I'll bring you in just a second, Synth. Let me get back to my headphones. I don't have headphones on right now, so I'll get back to that and I'll plug my my good mic in. So just hold up for a minute. If the whiskey guys are talking and can't hear me, that's why. So. Broccoli mixed with tortellini. Oh yeah, yeah, that's totally it. That's totally fucking it. Hang on a sec. I'll be right back. Just gotta grab my shit. Grabbing your butt? That's not very ladylike. Sorry about that. That was a terrible Bubs impression. You guys remember Bubs from Homestar Runner? Bubs is a pretty cool guy. All right. Let me. Oh fuck! I left my headphones over there too. Oh fuck! Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. All right, hang on. Ring ring. Chat link for 10 minutes. Hang on, Andrew. Ass. All right. All righty. All right. I'm all set up. Actually, no, I'm not all set up. Never mind. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Okay. Fucking. Let me get my good microphone. Okay. Good microphone in. Maybe things are a little less shitty now. Chat link for 10 minutes of bonding. Oh, we're not on yet. Hang on. Broccolini. Everyone's on about broccolini. What the hell? God damn. All right, oh, there's Synth. All right, well, there's whiskey. What the hell is everyone on about broccolini for? What the fuck?
What the fuck are you talking about? Jesus Christ.
Broccolini
the hat is
like,
making up vegetables now.
No, I shit you not. It's like really long and slender broccoli. It's like the Slender Man of broccoli.
Hey, Pixar, it didn't happen. That's all I gotta say.
Fucking go to Wikipedia and look up broccolini. I swear to God, it's real.
Right. Are we in? Are we done?
Yeah, you're in. Yeah, you're in.
We done?
Sup, brother?
What the fuck were you doing, running around going, give me a minute, give me a moment, I'll just do this. I'll just do that.
Okay, I haven't had
We
anything
were
to eat
told
all
this
fucking
was a
day.
professional stream.
Look, I haven't had anything to eat all fucking day, so I'm just trying to make some damn food and another drink. And
I'm not being funny, but
We've
you're
just done-
American.
we've just
You're
done
American,
4
right? Your
hours.
day has just fucking
Yeah,
begun.
We just did 4 hours of stuff. Why are you doing it now?
No, so you
because I
gotta-
was busy listening to you guys and doing shit. Like, what the hell's wrong with you?
So you gotta understand that Hat is like an amazing host, but he's terribly unorganized.
Basically, yes.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Okay, are our microphone levels okay this time? Because when I spoke to you yesterday, Hat, like I was using a personal microphone, which is really crap. But now
No,
we've
it's
got
really
the
good
professional
stuff.
shit.
You're
Okay,
good.
sweet.
You're good. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, and before anyone says it in the chat, yes, we know we've just been in each other's streams. We're massively.
Yeah, this is
fucking-
incestual.
We're inbred at this point.
We're crossing the.
This is collusion on a level that the
Crossing
game journalists
streams.
couldn't even imagine.
Oh, at
I'm
least we're
right
not being private about it.
Okay, man, I'm quickly going to nip out for a cigarette. Percy's going to be with you for the next 10 minutes, so good luck.
Alrighty.
A 10-minute cigarette, Jesus. Now I know why you guys call him.
It's a very big
bumming a
cigarette.
fag or whatever like that.
The
Why
longer he
smoke-
can suck a fag, the better.
Why smoke when you can have Chuli's gum? I say that all the time, but like I haven't.
Cancer
heard anyone-
merchant.
See, finally, you fucking get it. Damn, nobody got the damn Clerks reference. But they were talking about fucking Berserker in your guys' stream. What the hell is this?
Would you like some making fuck?
Did you say making fuck?
Yeah.
Even now, that line just fucking, I lose it. So sup guys, what's up?
Not much.
Eat food finally.
I can see that this has been going on for a while, obviously. Do you mind giving
Actually,
me a
pretty
little
much
bit of a
just
catch
started.
up? Oh, okay. I see 20. I'm not used to.
Oh well, yeah. Well, it was just the Hat like shooting the shit and doing shots on stream.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What are you drinking, bruv?
So, someone told me to take a shot of Jaeger, so I did that.
Oh yeah.
I actually turned my camera on for that one, and I made another one of my my drinks that I love a lot, which is some Wild Turkey. It's actually half Wild Turkey 101 and half Cheerwine, and it's fucking fantastic.
You got to explain to him what cheerwine is now, just
At
like you
this
did.
moment,
with
you're
everybody else.
just making up words
Okay.
to us, bro.
Cheerwine is a cherry soda that you can only get here in North Carolina, and it's fucking amazing. Well, I guess you can't only get it in North Carolina because someone was saying like you can get it in D.C. and you can get it in Mississippi and shit. So I guess you can only get it wherever it's sold. Of course, then
Can you
again,
guys
it's
hear me
every drink.
typing? I know when we're on Skype, you can hear me typing. I'm just gonna mash for 1 second.
There you go. Furious typing. Oh, get Becca in here. Everyone wants Becca. I don't know. Send Becca a Twitter bomb and tell her to fucking get in here. I guess I don't know.
That lass is just like.
She's amazing. I swear to God. Like,
Yeah.
bring anyone into debate, she will destroy them. She's nuclear.
She doesn't
And the
even
thing-
have to destroy them. She just has to exist.
Pretty much.
The great thing about her is that she's she's really intelligent, but she also has such a sweet voice that you don't want to, and she doesn't raise her voice, she doesn't get argumentative or assertive or anything like that. She's just like, no, you're wrong, I'm sorry.
It's the approachability as well. Like, it's very much the loudest voice doesn't win the argument. It's the sanest voice that wins the argument. And that's been lost recently, but it's coming back, She's able to, dissect an argument and say, wait, no, you're wrong. This is why you're wrong. And she doesn't have to raise that voice. She doesn't have to shout. She doesn't have to do anything more than that.
Apparently, I think everybody's like kind of bringing it up in chat. I think she's just been very busy with school stuff and things like that, so that's why she hasn't been able to be on so many streams. That she was on a couple, like when we had that first like slew of them, in like that first week there was so many of them.
Yeah, she
But
got
I
kind
think
of.
she's been big with school
So
stuff.
can someone give me a rough idea of how old Becca is? Because
20.
She's what, early 20s, I think.
I have
that's so
no idea.
depressing. I'm
I'd
like
say
Pressing.
I'm 32. I'm like a whole person
Because she's
that
more
can
intelligent than us. and
I'm
we've got
a
10
whole
years of that.
person that can smoke older than her.
Jesus.
But she's smarter than I'll ever be. You know?
I'm 22, and I think she's either a year older or a year younger than I am. So somewhere around there.
But is she a
Sorry.
year drunker than you are? That's the important thing right
You
now.
don't need to use so much volume in your voice.
Oh! Apparently I'm not allowed to speak loud
No,
anymore.
you just
So
did- no, you
I'm
just-
just going to retreat to the background,
We're
guys.
discussing. You don't need to shout.
I would actually, I would be scared of Becca when she's drunk, just because like she's so
Can you
personable
imagine?
and so approachable when she's sober. So it's like
Yeah.
I
But
wonder.
she's
It's like
al- but she's also-
what's behind the mask.
The thing that does me is
Yeah.
that she seems like such a level-headed person. She's got
Yeah.
such great arguments to provide. And that's what gets me.
Oh, there's Becca in the chat right now.
Oh, she is. Oh, get her on.
Speak of the Becca, and she shall appear.
Sorry,
Actually-
Hat. Quickly, I just want to thank you for coming on our stream.
Oh yeah, thanks for having
you're,
me.
You're a really good. You're a really good host, but we just discovered you're also a really good guest. So thanks for joining us.
Absolutely, anytime. Oh man, sorry I didn't talk a whole lot, but I usually sort of slip into the background most of the
Yeah,
time.
I know, but we had like when we had guys like Oliver and Adam and Steve Tom Sawyer, like Mercy and myself are the same. But like we're way less intelligent than those guys, so we tend to just step back and let those take the conversation the way they want to go.
Oh, I guess I got to send Becca an invite now. Well,
Don't get her involved, man.
She's gonna
well,
make us look like
actually-
fools.
No one wants her in.
yeah,
she'll
she's
make us
gonna-
look like
you're gonna outshine all of us. I don't give a shit. All right, Becca, check your Twitter.
You gotta have that female presence to get the views though, man.
Yeah, that's it. If you want someone to bring in the views, it's Becca.
And
I've
so
got
I think we're willing.
People that
we're,
don't know
okay with
me
the
are
fact that we
asking me
weaponize
about Becca.
Right, so where do we find fucking?
That's what, Becca. You have to change your Twitter name to Weaponized Becca now.
That's it, man.
That's good.
All right, and now we've got plugins asking us.
Shit, why am I still wearing my hat?
Why are you still wearing your hat?
Oh,
So is that what that
me
was?
and,
You don't
me and Ben
actually.
were wondering that earlier, bro.
Okay, so I don't usually wear my hat indoors. I put my hat on especially for the time when I was streaming, just so you guys could see it. But I don't know. I guess I just sort of left it on because
It's
it's uncomfortable.
like girls wearing makeup,
with these
man.
headphones.
It's all a play.
Oh yeah. You know, we'll get Becca in here if she wants.
The hat is a lie.
really wants to. The hat's not a lie. The hat's just sitting next to me, not on my head.
Playing us. He's playing us.
So I just got followed by Not the Real Moot. Nice try, Moot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
yeah,
sure
innit?
that's the real move.
Pretty sure it is. Oh, Moot, why have you forsaken us?
Oh dear. Yeah, we tried getting Hot Wheels into our stream, but it didn't reply.
Oh.
I'm sure that if you give him a
Emma
heads up,
on our stream, but apparently she had very little input on gaming.
Who is this?
Baby Spice.
Baby Spice.
Baby
Right.
Spice.
Yeah.
baby.
Because that would have been a
Actual
really
Baby Spice.
productive competition.
The actual Baby Spice.
I don't even know what her name is. The only one I don't know any of their actual names.
Emma Bunton.
Emma Bunton.
Emma
And I only
Bunton's
know
Emma
that
Bunton.
because I'd like to do naughty things to her face.
Yeah, back in that. When was that movie? When did Spice World come out? When was that? Like '95 or something like that. I was like
I
10
think
years
so.
old. I was like 10 years
Yeah.
old, and I was like, these girls are so hot.
And now you look at me like, ah, that's so disappointing.
Yeah.
It's
The
No,
thing-
Becca's
one of those
not going to
things.
be able to come in.
It's one of those things when you get older, you realize that other people get older too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how I feel
Yeah.
about Obama.
Oh God, that's so bad. Like you saw, like I'm sure that you've seen some of the pictures that compare him when he started as president to like now. I mean, granted, yes, he's older, and it's been like almost 8 years, but still, man, the change, especially his hair, how much gray he has. Holy
Oh
shit!
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Becca said she won't be able to join us. She's working on stuff and is busy because school and whatever the fuck that is. So if she's done with that, she'll join in. If not, whatever. So that means
If it
stay
helps.
tuned, everybody.
Becca,
Yeah.
I didn't go to school, and look at me. I'm a 32-year-old. I'm drinking whiskey, and it's like 3 a.m.
It's cool.
Hey, it's Saturday night, man. It's okay.
People. Yeah, it's cool.
You don't have to apologize. It's Saturday night.
Sorry, just swings back. Hatman, have you got a topic for tonight? Have you got something you want to debate?
Nope. Basically, it's going to be call in. Whoever wants to jump in and talk, and let me know on Twitter. I'm at @thehat2 with the number 2, and we'll be taking calls in about 15 minutes. So at the top of the hour, and we'll bring people in for maybe like 10 minutes or so, talk about whatever the hell they want to talk about, and that'll be it.
Okay, man. Cool.
Good. If you don't mind to start this off, I actually like what I was. I don't know who runs the Skype of YouTube.
The Skype of YouTube?
What? No, the whiskey grenade guys.
Oh, that's me.
I only know Percy. What's your name? The other guy.
How do you feel about that, man?
Yeah, that's all everyone talks about.
I'm like the silent.
People have been tweeting me all week saying, "What's Percy's contact details? How can we get in touch with Percy?" I get fucking nothing. I do the Twitter, I do the Skype, I do everything, and I don't get anything.
Because you never say your name.
I basically turn up and say like offensive, racist things, and people seem to love me for it.
Yeah, my name is for Lanky. That's my nickname within my socials. Within my social circle, that's what people call me. Because I'm 6'3" and I'm really skinny.
Social circle of 2.
Meaning yourself and him.
Yeah, so it's Percy and Lanky are the 2 people who do whiskey grenade. So.
All right, fair enough, Lanky.
He's binary kin, so there's 2 of him. So
get Jesus on, get King of Pole on, get Ebola-chan on, get Vivian on. My God.
I'm down to get Ebola-chan on. I'd take Ebola-chan on.
King of Polar Riot. Fucking tweet at King of Pole and tell him to get in here. I don't give a shit.
Isn't King of Pole on the Sargon stream?
I think it's
the Sargon
over.
stream is still going. I don't know.
Is it over?
It's still going.
No, it's over now, I think.
Yeah,
I think it actually ended like maybe quarter past the hour.
Yeah, we need some sort of schedule to get all these fucking streams in order.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I mean,
maybe some kind of mass chat. Although that'd be like inherently crazy to modulate.
Although someone said to us like while we were doing our stream, someone said get King of Pole on. And the issue is that since our last stream on Tuesday and our stream today, I've listened to 5 streams, and King of Pole's been on every single one. So it was like, let's give other people a chance to speak for a moment.
I still don't know what a stream is.
That's his job. His job is to come on streams and talk.
Yeah, right. But if you guys wanted to kick off a topic of conversation, the same thing that I was talking to Lanky about on Skype, if you wanted to go there.
Yeah. Feel free to call me Whiskey, because then I feel important.
Whiskey? Okay, well, all right. So Whiskey and Percy.
Whiskey, where are you in my drink?
Who's in charge now, motherfucker? Yeah, go ahead, Synth. Sorry.
All right, but yeah, the only thing was like, it was brought up, especially what his name was. I hate C++, and I had a really good conversation with him. I think it was earlier today. If not, it was late last night, but it was within the past day about like the direction and goals and stuff. And one of the main topics that you guys were talking about in your stream was, is Gamergate sort of overreaching its limits? Is it getting too separated, too divided? Are we attacking too many things and stuff like that? And I think that, I would like to present, I guess, like a message or an idea to, the Gamergaters that are not too interested in the political side of it, but at the same time, how to pay proper respect to the people who are doing that kind of research, and to also consider it that it's very important, but ultimately for the casual person, the person who is following Gamergate because they're tired of the, journalists basically slandering us, telling us that we're dead and misrepresenting their audience and stuff like that. But that's sort of like what I wanted to go into, and that's why I was talking to you guys. I was like, I'd like to just chime in for a couple minutes here. But I guess to summarize, to make this quick, is that a lot of the casual Gamergaters out there, you guys don't have to be concerned with all the Digger stuff, all the Silver String stuff, and all the drama that's going on that side. What you want to do is educate yourself. But when it comes to having conversations with anti-Gamergaters, what you need to continue to focus on is the journalistic aspect of it, and also the things that you can actively do, and this is something else that was brought up by I Hate C++, is turn your attention to the places that are creating the news that you want to read, the places that you like, Tech Raptor, Niche Gamer, Nosh Games, and so many other sites. There's whitelists out there and everything like that. Turn your attention to those guys. Turn your attention to the YouTubers, guys like Hat right here, who's doing his streams. Oliver Campbell, he goes on Twitch and he does his streams. Turn your attention to those guys and tell your friends. Be like, hey, these guys represent us. These are the opinions that we want to hear. They want to talk about games. They don't want to talk about all the other bullshit with games. So that's what you want to focus on, and that's what you want to convince your friends who maybe they don't pay attention to this site or to the news and everything like that, but get them involved, because maybe your friends, maybe they are interested, but they go to Kotaku and Polygon and they see the fucking articles in, or like, they're not even fucking talking about games. Why do I want to go to those places, right? So bring them in and show them that there's people out there that represent us properly, that want to talk about the things that we want to talk about, and those are the people to focus upon. But when it comes to the other stuff, the political stuff, where a lot of people are having issues, you have to realize that there is a separation, and there's at least two different types of people and the way that they approach the entire Gamergate thing. There are people who are looking at the bigger picture, which actually goes way beyond Gamergate, and that's the stuff with Digra and Silverstring, and like I said, it even goes way beyond Gamergate. I'm trying to avoid spaghetti spillage here. And it could have much larger implications, only because if you follow Christina Summers, if you follow Richard Dawkins, these are respected individuals in academia who have said, pointing out to, they have, a million, hundreds of thousands or even 1 million followers or something, I don't know the exact numbers, but they point to us and say, hey guys, look at this, the gamers are fighting. So we have those kinds of people who are on our side pointing to us. We have the potential to be the catalyst for something where we approach this topic on a much larger level. But that's not your responsibility as a gamer. What your responsibility as a gamer is to just bring attention to the pro gamer sites and the pro gamer media and stuff like that. Let the people who are doing that sort of research and talking about those topics, let them talk about it. And if that's not your interest, don't get involved on those discussions on Twitter and on YouTube comments and on Facebook or whatever other social media platforms that you use. Don't worry about getting involved in that shit, because you might not have the proper information to be equipped to get into those conversations, and there's nothing wrong with that, because that's not what you're interested in. So focus your energy on being, on the pro gamer stuff. And I'm kind of losing myself here. I'm reiterating a couple things, but don't worry about all that much bigger stuff. It's important to keep yourself knowledge, to keep yourself educated on what's going on, because that should be something that we as people, as humans, do. You just want to be aware of things, but you don't have to get involved in those discussions, in those conversations. And if somebody tries to approach you, go back to what you know. Go back to what this started out as, or at least what we say it started out as, even though it transformed a little bit from literally who, and everything that happened with that. Things transform over time. Movements transform over time. I'm not an educated person, so I can't make the correct cultural references. Yeah.
Back to our roots.
I'm sorry.
Do you think it's important to go back to the roots of Gamergate?
I think
from an outsider, I mean, I know, Whiskey Grenade, there's two of us. There's one of us that's like, involved and understands what's going on, and there's me who, I try and stay detached. And from my point of view, as someone who's detached from the situation, my understanding is, eventually, you just want a fair journalistic approach to everything. Yeah. And that's what it started out as, but it's grown into something much more.
And just to come back to Sent's point is that like we actually had I Hate CPP on our stream. He was on there for 30 minutes giving.
Yeah, exactly. I had a conversation with him, like I said, but yeah, go.
Yeah, he seems like a really nice guy and really clued up, and he came on the stream and said some very sensible things, which Alan and Oliver responded to. And I think that's one thing that gets lost in the noise, and this is one of the things that I've said on Twitter repeatedly, is about getting lost in the noise. Is at the end of the day, gamer isn't a political stance. Gamer isn't left or right. Gamer is about people passionate about games. People come onto this onto this message and onto this discussion because the criticism is against something they love, an industry that they love and they want to participate in. And I mean that's where the message is lost, is that if you criticize a group of people who are passionate gamers, if you were to say the same thing about movie buffs, if you were to say something about music fanatics, the same response would be there, is that we're not doing it to put across a political agenda. We're not doing it to fight against feminism or racism or anything else. We're doing it because we love games and we want to talk about the narrative surrounding games.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what gamers, the casual gamers who are involved in Gamergate, that's what they need to focus on, because that's where you can actually have an impact. When you get on Twitter and you start throwing around these things, you know, like there's been a lot of things going around Twitter recently which has caused a lot of a ruckus, where things are getting leaked out like a little bit prematurely, because like I said, there's people who are digging into stuff and pulling out information and everything like that. But all these things kind of slowly leak out, and people latch onto it, especially, you know, Gamergaters latch onto it because we want, you know, or they want, you know, the group as a whole wants to see milestones, I guess you could call them, where you see a progression and things like that. But the problem is, and this is a problem that I personally have with a lot of this information leakage, is that as a casual, well, not as a casual person, as a regular person, an everyday person, a lay person, you cannot directly impact the things that are being brought up. You have no input on those things and you can't control them. What you can control and what you can do is where you direct your eyes. And that just, you know, that goes back to what this originally started out as, the journalism stuff. And what you do is just, you know, turn your attention away from those big sites, tell your friends to turn their attention away from those big sites and focus on the guys that represent you properly. And the only thing that I would say, like, to Oliver Campbell, it's like, I think he has very altruistic opinions and views and stuff like that. But ultimately, I think that what he desires as far as a reformation of journalistic integrity in, you know, in regard to these larger sites and stuff like that, is that ultimately they do not have to change. There's nothing illegal about what's going on. They're not going to change, because if they start to change, they're basically admitting that they were wrong. And if they do that, that's going to bring down the hammer even harder. So they're not going to do it. So you can't reach a finite, you know, victory state when it comes to things like that. The best thing you can do is get everybody who's going there, tell your friends, tell your family, tell your, you know, state representatives, and just be like, do not go to these sites, do not let them survive, because they survive off of your revenue. You have to bleed them dry. It's going to be slow. It's going to take a long time. This is a marathon, not a race. The best way to be successful and to get, if you do not like those opinions, it's easier to just slowly bleed revenue away from them by not giving them attention, not giving them ad clicks, than trying to attack them, because ultimately they're not doing anything illegal. They're doing things that are unethical. They are not obligated to change those things. But you as a customer are free to direct your attention and your money to those sites which represent you properly. And that is the only thing that is in your control. And that's what you have to do. And that's what Gamergaters, those who are not interested in the political side of it, need to get together and do. So what I would suggest, and I know I'm rambling right now, but what I would suggest is get in contact with those sites that represent you well and say, hey, I like this article. Would you mind if I tweet this out with Gamergate, with the hashtag? Yeah. And I doubt that they would say no. Because, one, you're going to be giving them more visibility, which is going to result in more revenue for them. And two, they are pro Gamergate, so I don't think they're going to have any problem with that. You know, they would love to be associated with the hashtag. They want to represent you. And you keep the hashtag alive. And you put the hashtag in a positive light. So I think if we approach it that way, as a community, with how many people are involved in this, then we can keep the tag alive. We can get visibility to these smaller sites. We're keeping it positive. We're not attacking people. We're not throwing around shit that we are not educated fully about. And Gamergate is going back to the journalistic side of it, which is where this all originated from. So that's sort of my message out to Gamergate and what I think you guys should do. And I think that is how, as a common person, you can direct your focus and really make this more of a success without it, you know, falling to the wayside. And I guess, you know, with that, I'm going to stop talking, and that's pretty much what I wanted to say. So,
can I just quickly say that I need to wipe a tear from my eye, because that was such a beautiful speech. Like, I absolutely agree with everything you said in that one.
Well, Synth is great.
Our last stream covered actually the gamer tag is losing momentum, right?
It's not losing momentum. It's the question we asked was whether or not
the problem.
The question that we asked mainly in our stream to all our guests was that whether or not the Gamergate tag was moving away from its original message of gaming journalism, ethics, and transparency, and moving on to a broader political argument.
I would say yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and also hi everyone.
How you doing, Matt?
Hello.
This is the first time we've spoken with Matt. How you doing,
Hey,
buddy?
what's up, Matt?
What's going on? Yeah, I'm
Did you hear my spiel or no? I just wanted.
I came in. That's why I didn't say nothing. I figured you were on a roll. Like I'm gonna let the dude speak. It's all good. Plus I'm coming
I
down.
didn't know how long you were in here.
I'm a little frustrated right now at what I heard on another stream.
Oh,
So-
on Sargon's stream.
Oh
Yeah.
my God, yeah.
What
By
happened with that?
all
I
means,
needed
by
to
all means,
do that.
elaborate, man. Fuck.
All
Yeah,
right,
we
so
haven't heard
here's the
about
way-
that, but you know, our chat room was it wasn't
Yeah,
positive news.
we're sorry. There's two people here. We both Whiskey Grenade. We were doing a stream at the same time as Sargot, and we were getting a lot of people in our chat, like kind of commentating on what was happening in that stream. So could you kind of elaborate on what was happening?
I only came in for about probably 20 minutes because I was playing video games, you know,
Wait,
and I kind of forgot that it was
As
on.
you should
And
be.
As I should, yes. I was grinding Destiny, having fun, and I came on in right when King of Pole came on, because I was being told through Twitter that it was a fucking disaster, and so I was like, all right, well I'll go check it out. So I log in and I start listening and everything, and I can tell that she's baiting Sargon and Cerberus, who were both there, and then Pole came on, and I'm like, fuck, you know, like I know what's gonna happen because. The thing is, and I had a heated discussion with Pole after, probably why I'm still fucking angry. I'm not mad. I should say this is a political war. This needs to be handled politically. The way that I see Gamergate right now is that in essence it's fractured at best, but that's not a bad thing. It's a lot of people are having a lot of discussions, and that's good. However, a lot of people have been, in my opinion, kind of pushing the wrong agenda, if you will. And I only say that because some people tend to put their ego above the movement. And when you go into a live stream with somebody who is not properly vetted or is not properly that you're not prepared for, or they're not prepared for you, it can get a little out of hand. But you have to let your emotions not rule the day. And that is precisely what happened, was emotions ran hot, and some people said some things that, in my opinion, should not have been said, because it diminishes any argument that they might have had, regardless of the fact that they were right. And that's why I'm frustrated, is because we've spent 7 weeks as of today since the Zoe post went live. 7 fucking weeks. This thing's been going on. It has taken multiple forms and gone in multiple directions. But one thing has stayed true. It's about ethics and games journalism. The Digra stuff is still pushing an ethical aspect simply because it has to do with the co-opting of ideology in that particular movement and how it's kind of moved itself over to games journalism. We've seen this. Allowing your emotions to run hot and do certain things is only damaging, because it shows the opposition that you can't handle your shit. It gives the opposition ammo to use against you. And when we're at a point in this particular debate where, as I said, and I will continue to say this, our goal is to work with those who speak, as Synth was saying, which I completely champion that, by the way. We have to remember that we're also attempting to work with the fence sitters. And we just saw this the last couple days, where Peter sites were giving more coverage that weren't necessarily going to talk about us in a positive light. We're talking about us in a way that wasn't negative, wasn't necessarily positive, but it was coming at it from more neutral approaches. And then to have people who are, in essence, some of the more vocal members of the movement almost destroy that in about a 10-minute period is angering, because everything that we've pushed for, that we've worked for, can easily be destroyed. And people don't seem to realize that, because people are running under the ideology that this is not a political battle, that we have to take it to them, we have to take it to their fucking houses, we need to burn it to the ground. That's not going to happen. This is fucking digital. This is the internet. We don't operate like that. We do what Synth says. You take away their traffic. You siphon away their business. That's how you win. And it takes time, and it takes people, it takes numbers. And the thing with that is that people will in fact need to work on their own actions and their own rhetoric so they don't fucking scare away fence sitters. You have to be better than the opposition, hands fucking down. And I'm not seeing that a lot lately, and that's bugging me because people are letting, and I'm getting angry right now too. So I will admit that, you know, it's not hard to let your emotions get the best of you. But unlike a lot of some of these other people, I've been here since day one, literally since day one, and I've seen this thing from both the inside, the outside, and in between. And I honestly don't like where a lot of it's going because it's not organized enough. And every time there's some semblance of organization, people who don't want to lead step aside, and those who have strong opinions and are able to convey those in a way that attract attention find themselves in positions of popularity and, in essence, authority because their voice matters. And if they start messing around with that, then they're going to kill the support that they have, and they're going to fracture things a lot worse. Which is why I keep saying that we need to sit down, not have a leader, but maybe like a council who discusses these issues, and of different people, different opinions, different mindsets, and come to a forward-thinking decision, because that's how this thing is going to go. Because the further we keep splintering out, like how many live streams are going on right now? 4 or 5? I know there's at least 3.
Yeah, something like that.
That's going on right now. Okay, and like the thing is, that's not bad, but it's like these should be like, why aren't you communicating with other people to schedule them out? You know,
so who are the key players of these live streams?
The key players of these live streams they're out there, they're vocal. You know who they are.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And everything.
Why aren't they talking to? You know, you say that these people need to be focused. They need to be kind of talking to each other. Why aren't they? What is it that's keeping these people apart?
The thing, Matt, 1 second. I don't want to interrupt you, but I just want to say I want to piggyback after you're done.
No, sure. I don't have a great deal of time. I have a thing tonight that I have to get ready for here pretty soon. But the point is that it's like, you know, like the thing is like I know Hat is on Twitter, talks to a lot of some people on Twitter. I'm not trying to call you out, Hat, or nothing like that. I'm just using you as an example. You know, a lot of us are on Twitter, and we talk to each other. So we know when a lot of these things are going to be taking place. But you have, you know, some people just will I mean, like, and I'm like that too. I'll throw up impromptu live streams, you know, just because like I'm bored or something. But it's like, but they're not Gamergate related, you know. Like I'm not doing that anymore. I'll do other things. But the idea is, it's like, you know, if people are going to be doing these things, they should go, you know, at least communicate. Go, well, what time are you going to do this? How long do you think this is going to run? Can you possibly make it run maybe like, you know, can we maybe find a way to like kind of stack them, you know, like schedule them to where they're stacked, so then people can listen to one and then immediately jump over to the next one and then jump over to the next one or whatever. And then people have the opportunity of knowing when these discussions are taking place, so they get the most information that they can, and their attentions aren't divided. Because like you were saying, is you guys are doing your stream, Sargon was doing his stream, and people were kind of filling you in with what was going on and everything. And so you get this kind of like secondhand, you know, information thing going, when it's like, had there been a little discussion, again, not criticizing, just pointing out an example, that you could have stacked the streams.
Yeah, definitely. Oh,
Did we lose him?
I think we lost someone. Whiskey Grenade reporting in.
Hatman standing by. Uh-oh. Did we lose Matt? Oh, damn. I think we did. No.
Mid-rant as well. That's like the worst case to lose someone in as well.
Hey, Synth, is your shit back together? Oh God, I think Synth is gone too. Jesus.
See, now this is where the tinfoil hats go right on.
Oh God. This is no good.
Google's after us.
Hang on. Oh, Jesus. Well, you guys are here, so I know it's not just me.
Yeah.
This isn't good.
And we're all using different ISPs, so it's not like
Yeah. Ah, shit.
You know.
That sucks. Great. Well, that's not fun. Matt was right in the middle of a point, too.
Yeah.
Alright, Synth,
to the point where it was getting to the point as well, like it built up to it and we were all waiting for this.
No. Ugh, terrible. Synth, go ahead and talk. See if your microphone is working. Okay, evidently not.
So who is in this?
It's just me and you guys, I suppose.
Did Matt burn out?
Something's going on. I don't know.
There was some
Okay,
kind
there's
of chat.
Synth.
There we go.
Okay, Synth is
Oh,
back.
you
We
know
got
what?
Matt.
Yeah. Where did Matt?
The only person we lost was Matt because I fucking had my mic muted and I didn't realize I hit the button.
Oh, damn. No.
I feel like the thing is I have it tilted in such a way that I can't see the fucking the blinking light that tells me that it's on, and I forgot that I put it on so I could type so that you guys wouldn't hear the thing from me typing.
So have we lost Matt?
Damn.
Yeah, I think Matt dropped out.
Damn, that sucks. Well, Matt, if you're hearing this at all, really sorry, but I guess we're just gonna have to move on. If you want to stick around for as long as you can, go right ahead. If you want to like send a Twitter explaining what the hell happened, you can do that too, and we'll relay the message to everybody. But sorry, dude. It was good. It was good to hear all your points and shit, man. Like you offer a lot of clarity to shit. Yeah, there he goes.
Okay, so do we know if there's any other streams going on right now?
I know. Okay, there's.
I think Oliver Campbell's on.
I think Campbell's on. There's let's see. Rafe Coster is on a stream. I retweeted that one. He was the guy who did the game dev AMA in KotakuInAction, if you're aware of that. He's on a stream. He's more of like a neutral ground voice. So
I disagree with that entirely.
Well, that's how he explains himself. So
I don't care how he explains himself.
Because I mean, what Percy and myself
Google
did
message,
at the end of our stream, what we asked the people listening, and by the time that we hang the call with yourself and Oliver and everyone else, is we kind of said to the stream, like, do you want us to keep doing streams? And that wasn't to get like an ego boost or to people to spam the chat going, oh yeah, you guys are great. It was more the fact that when we started, we had 2 streams going on, and when we finished, we had the Sargon stream going on, and now there's your stream here, and there's Oliver's stream. So we wanted to just make sure that there wasn't too much noise and too many streams for people to follow, because I think it's a much better narrative if there's a more condensed focus and talk rather than 100 people doing streams at the same time.
Absolutely. The thing is, I'll say to your guys' credit, I think you guys are an amazing, at least semi-neutral voice, at least from, Percy being who he is. I mean, I know that you're a little bit more invested, but you guys are an amazing neutral voice, and you ask questions, you ask the right kinds of questions.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily play devil's advocate, but you at least require people to have some backing to their opinions, I guess you could say.
And I mean, that's what we're trying to do. Is I mean, like myself, I do the Twitter, I do the Facebook page, I upload the videos and edit them.
Yeah.
But so I'm involved in this. I'm a really massive supporter of Gamergate and the message that we're trying to put across. But Percy himself, he's a gamer. He's been a gamer all his life, and he's one of our best friends. But he does hold himself back from the articles and from the Twitter feeds and everything else, so that he's the guy who can step forward and go, okay, well, I don't fully understand this point. So
I want to hear what
question.
you have to say.
Yeah, exactly. So when we said it in the stream, like, do you want us to keep doing it? Like I say, it was more to the point to make sure that there's a focused narrative for the Gamergate community as a whole, as opposed to us trying to get some sort of internet fame, which isn't what we're trying to do at all.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, and that actually leads into something that I wanted to talk about, piggybacking on top of Matt and stuff. And excuse me. And I've had my first drink, but I have to catch up to you guys by far. But basically, like, in one of my biggest issues with this, and I've brought this up multiple times, on multiple streams, and it's something that I hold to heart very dearly, is that when you get to this point where, if you look at Internet Aristocrat, and I have nothing against these guys. I mean, I have a little bit against them all personally for my own reasons and stuff like that, but I have nothing against them as people in the way that they approach the topic, the content of their streams and stuff like that, and what they what they want to do, because it's their right, and people are going to flock and turn their attention towards the things that they find most attractive, and you cannot fault a person for that. So. But the problem is, like, as a gamer, and like I agree with Matt where he said, we don't want to have a leader because that means that you have somebody that you can take down. And even doing all the research and everything and looking at everything that's been brought up, the other side really doesn't have a leader either. So it's, there's nothing wrong with us not having a leader. But what we have to do is make sure that we caution ourselves. And this goes out to all the casual gamers who are not interested in the political side of it, in that you have to realize that the people right now who have the voice are much more interested in the political side of things. And there's nothing wrong with that, because those are things that need to be talked about. Those are things that need to be addressed. But those are things that the casual Gamergate supporter are not interested in. They're not equipped to talk about. They don't have the information. They don't have the knowledge. They don't know how to deal with the spinning of narrative that the opposition does on a very regular basis, because they simply, and I don't mean this to demean anybody out there who's listening and stuff like that, but it's something that you have to become accustomed to. And I'm an uneducated person, and I'm speaking about this from a learning experience. It's something personally that I had to learn over right now we're at 5-6 weeks or something like that, however long this has been going on, of digging through information and talking to people, and even just looking at like certain articles and papers that are published by the opposition. And I don't want to bring up Digger, but a lot of the conversation that happens at these Digger conferences and stuff like that, you understand their mentality. And I realize that a lot of the people out there who are pro Gamergate, but they don't necessarily care about those things, they haven't read through all of that as much as I have, as much as the people who are doing the research have. So they're not prepared to deal with that type of mindset. And there's nothing wrong with that, because they simply don't care. And if you don't care about something, then don't fucking care about it. Go about and do your own thing. But I think it becomes a problem, or it becomes something that you should be concerned about, when you have the only people representing us, the largest voices, are all concerned about the exact same aspect of what this is, or what it can be, or what it represents. So we need to diversify at least a little bit in that regard. We don't have to split. You still would, you still should pay attention to what Sargon is saying. You should still pay attention to what King of Pole is saying. You should still pay attention to what Internet Aristocrat is saying. You should look into the things that they bring to the table. You should do a little bit of research, and you should educate yourself. And again, this is coming from an uneducated person. And the definition of an uneducated person is just somebody who does not have a college degree. It's not a demeaning thing. It's just a definition and a way to, separate who somebody. It doesn't mean you're stupid. It just means that you do not have a college degree. And there are certain things in the college curriculum that get you educated in certain regards and stuff like that. But you are not prepared to deal with those things if you are an uneducated person. So you have to stay away from those things, stay on your ground, because you're not ready to defend yourself against the things that they're going to fucking throw at you. And there's nothing wrong with that, but you still want to pay attention, because it is important. But you just have to focus on what you can, and we have to create another voice that is talking about the things where, Matt said to me about the things that I was talking about. He said, I fully vouch for that, or whatever like that. I'm sure he has his own opinions, if you go into nuance, and that's fine. But it's something that we can, as a community, focus upon, and we need those voices to be prominent, because we need that other side that we can all approach and that we can all deal with and stuff like that. You can let the people dealing. I'll finish real quick.
Go for it.
You can let those people have their stands, but we need to push up those other people who are dealing with the much more layperson issues that go on with this, which is just games journalism, which we all understand. And that's something we can talk about. That's something we can have an issue with, an opinion with, and we can be knowledged on. And that's what the casual, Gamergate supporter needs to focus on, in my opinion. Yeah. So, what you were going to say?
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And one of the things that Percy and myself learned from doing these streams is that when we did the first stream, we had the second Andrew, who came on and brought the image of the Silverstring Media claim that Silverstring Media were data mining pro Gamergate Twitter accounts. And I mean that was a really interesting revelation. And the advice that we said to him was go to Milo, provide the full email where we can get the IP address and the email address used to make sure we can verify this information. But as soon as we put it into our stream, like at that point we had about like 800 people listening to us, and the chat just fucking exploded with people going, oh my god, like this revelation, like this bombshell, like how dare they, and ourselves and Oliver, the first thing we said was, look, this is a really juicy tidbit, it's a really juicy piece of information, but you need to verify it first. Things like this are no use unless you can assure that they're coming from a qualified source. And I think that's one of the things, if we're going to make any movement as a community, it's one of the things we need to do is make sure that we are on the same page. We're not just pulling at straws, and we're making sure that any information that we provide to the debate is verified, sourced, and reliable.
Absolutely, and on top of that, what a lot of people need to recognize is, like, I know that King of Pole, he gets a lot of viewers because I said this to him to his, well, not to his face, to his mouth, I guess you could say, no homo, but on a Skype chat about this, and I was like, you're the fucking Howard Stern of this whole thing, because he's a shit stirrer, and he is. But at the same time, he understands the points that he's arguing, which are those points that you're talking about. But at the same time, he leaks things out that aren't necessarily 100% confirmed and stuff like that. So it's up to the audience, again, to go back to the education standpoint. You have to educate yourself and understand what these people, what their agenda is. And I hate to say these people, that's, very bad language to use. But you have to understand these major voices, what their perspective on this whole thing is, what their ultimate goal is, what they're concerned with and stuff like that. And there's nothing wrong with them having a different concern to you. And again, it is relevant and it's important, but you have to realize that they're approaching this from a different standpoint than the casual person involved with Gamergate. And even though it's exciting, to listen to talk about and stuff like that, because it is dramatic, and as many people have said, this entire Gamergate thing is like a WWE, soap opera script, because that's kind of what it is fucking evolving to, what it already has been. But
can we be Dean Ambrose? Because I'm a massive Dean Ambrose fan.
I haven't watched wrestling since like 1997. So.
Oh no, I'm a horrific wrestling fan at this point.
I'm like so far out of relevance as far as that's concerned. Like I cannot even talk about that. All I know is like, yeah, The Rock is cooking and he likes D&D. Or no, that's Vin Diesel. That's not that's not Dwayne Johnson. Vin Diesel likes Dungeons and Dragons. Anyway, but yeah, it's like you have to understand, where these people are coming from and where they want to go. And there's nothing wrong with approaching those topics, but you just have to be aware of that. And it's like, you have to take that with a grain of salt. Anything that they say, you have to take their personality into consideration. You have to take the way that they approach topics into consideration. And if you go back to any other form of media, the exact same thing holds true, where eventually over the course of time, you see certain trends and you see certain patterns. And you're going to get a confirmation of what your presumption is after you have an accumulation of that data, but it takes a while to accumulate that data. So you cannot, jump to conclusions right off the bat and be like, oh, this guy supports us, he supports my message, he supports what I'm involved with, because you don't have enough of that data. And I know it's breaking it down a little bit more scientific when you're talking about a social experience, essentially, but that's how this shit works. Like, if you want to understand where somebody's coming from, you have to see what they do over a period of time. And, you have to go in knowing that and be like, this guy has a tendency to maybe say something that's not 100% confirmed before it's 100% confirmed. So now that he's saying this, I might want to hold back my opinion a little bit before I comment on it. Going back to what you said about something being confirmed, it's just like, I haven't seen proof of that yet. This guy seems like a source that I would vouch for as far as information is concerned, but it might not be 100%. But I guess, I'll end there.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't really got much criticism of that. I think what you've said is bang on the level.
It's just you have to be very cautious when you deal with this, and I hate to go deeper. And how I said, like, casual gamergaters should be concerned with the immediate as far as the exact changes that they can create, as far as diverting their attention to people who represent the community positively and in the correct fashion. I totally lost my train of thought. My mind just went blank.
I mean, that's why we discussed the idea whether or not Gamergate is becoming more political.
Yeah.
Because it's very easy for if you start tweeting about Gamergate and including that in your feed, and Gamergate at the end of the day, it comes back to Twitter. Gamergate is a hashtag, so the majority of the conversation takes place on Twitter. And I mean, like, if you're someone new to the debate, if you read through a few articles and you speak to a few friends and you say, okay, well, I'm going to join into this, and you start using the Gamergate hashtag, it's very easy for someone to pick that and make a feminist criticism.
Yeah.
Or the portrayal of women in gaming as a criticism, or to say anything else. And that's, if you're not used to the journalistic narrative, if you're not used to listening to streams, if you're not used to the whole debate surrounding it, it's very easy to get pulled into a political debate. And one of the things that were mentioned in our stream, like, a few hours ago, is that it's for the average gamer who isn't kind of an advocate for gaming in this whole controversy. If you read a regular article on Kotaku, if you read a regular article as it's spread out to Forbes or Huffington Post or anything else, you will be delivered a narrative that you may not have the intellectual awareness to kind of immediately disagree with.
Mm-hmm. And it bleeds over into other forms of media too. Like, I mean, I'm not sure how it is in the UK, but I'm sure that you have bullshit, news stations that peddle a certain narrative, and people, they consume that, and they, reiterate it as, absolute knowledge or something like that. Be like, oh, well, I heard it on the news.
Yeah.
And it's just like, but they never did their own, in depth. You don't have to go in depth, but they never looked into it even, one step deeper.
Yeah. I mean, the interesting thing about the UK media is that the only mainstream publication who really brought a voice to this was The Guardian.
Right.
And the writer who did it, Jen Frank, she provided. Sorry.
Well, I just mean
an article based on her article. I think the first article was how to attack a female developer.
Yeah, not to interrupt you, just to say I didn't mean as far as like the media presentation is concerned, I didn't mean just regarding Gamergate, but I just mean media as a whole. Like, you get a certain narrative and you don't necessarily question it.
Oh yeah, absolutely, I understand that. But in terms of like focusing back on Gamergate, like I say, the Guardian was the only mainstream newspaper who really reported on it. And so from our perspective, from the UK perspective, the majority of the information that we're getting on this issue is from American sources.
Right.
So.
And it's extremely biased. Well, at least the mainstream publications that you see, thankfully, well, I mean, you have Breitbart, and I don't know where that's founded. I'm pretty sure that's, located somewhere. Their main headquarters, something like that, is located in the UK somewhere, right?
Apologies, man. Can you repeat that?
Oh, I was saying, as far as mainstream recognition and reporting on it and stuff, isn't Breitbart, their headquarters, located somewhere in the UK?
I believe so, but I would argue that the Breitbart isn't considered UK mainstream media.
Okay.
Like the Guardian is a very popular journalism site in the UK. I would say Breitbart doesn't have their kind of reach.
Right.
Breitbart's founder, Andrew Breitbart, was American anyway, so probably not British.
All right. I just figured, I don't know, with Milo's background and everything like that, and going back to the kernel and everything, I don't know if you guys have looked into that at all.
Yeah. I just want to say that Percy is kind of curling up next to me with a cushion and a blanket,
Oh, is he? Oh, he's
He's
the
had a
first
little
one to
bit
go,
too
huh?
much whiskey, so he's just going to kind of listen to the debate and perhaps not provide much information. So,
That's right. Well, at
if,
this,
if the chat would like to say good night, Percy, I think that's where we're getting to.
It's like 3 a.m. for us over here.
Yeah, it's like 2:30 in the morning here, so.
that was a kiss, Percy.
I felt it. I felt it.
If I didn't live 3,000 miles away, well, I guess you'd call that like 1,800 kilometers. But if I didn't live that far away, I'd tuck you in.
Yeah.
I can feel it, man.
Yeah, Percy, man, if you want to go to bed, we can pull this off. Just tell me.
No, it's cool, man.
Okay.
Yeah, when you've had enough to drink, it all filters out anyway. But what I'll do is
We've only had like a litre of whiskey between us. I don't know why he's back.
Oh yeah, only.
But what I'm gonna do is actually I'm gonna go get myself another drink and hat. If you want to work on getting other people in here, then I think
Yeah. So yeah, since it's 9:30 here, and I guess midway through the hour for everybody else, wherever the hell you are, we will go ahead and take calls now. I believe Ben from Tokyo TV wanted to come on, and I promised him he would be first. So, Ben, go ahead and check your Twitter. I'm DMing you a link. By the way, for those people asking what I said Jesus Christ about in the background earlier, I broke my fucking headphones.
You mind me doing this?
I broke my damn headphones. I didn't mean to do that, and somehow they just snapped. So, guess I'm in the market for a new pair. Not good. Not good. So, we'll wait for him. Meanwhile, what the hell? I guess I can just talk about stupid shit. I am like a drink and a shot in. I guess if you count a shot as a drink, I'm 2 in now.
A drink and a shot. Are you trying to like, you know? I expect more of you, Hat.
Well, I am about halfway in on my second drink now, and that's all I can really do.
Well, let me put it this way, right? When I'm looking at the Google Plus interaction page when we're talking, I can see 2 Synths and 4 Hatlands. So.
Oh Jesus! Well.
But don't worry, we're professional drunks. I'm not going to derail this drink. Percy's officially gone to bed, so he's out.
Oh shit! Well.
Yeah, he's out.
Not Percy. Shit. All right. So Ben is going to get in here in just a little bit. He'll be our first caller. We'll give about maybe 10 minutes or so. He has to come on a later stream also to talk about stuff. So we'll probably bring him in on a future stream. For everyone listening right now, I don't know when any future streams will be. I just know that Sunday is going to be my day off. Monday probably will be too. I don't know when the streams will be for the rest of the week, so just keep in touch for that, and I will let you know through Twitter or KotakuInAction or wherever the hell that you can find me. So, yeah, that's that. Talk about video games. What about video games? What video games should we talk about? I don't know. What video games should we talk about?
What have you been playing recently?
I've been playing a little bit of Marathon. I've been catching up on that since I haven't beaten Marathon 2 yet, but I've had it installed for quite some time, so I'm finally finishing up that. Of course, I play a lot of Pokemon X because I am a nerd, a giant nerd. And shit, what else? I play Grand Theft Auto 5 as stress relief, really, but I guess you can say that since I play that too. Ben Kuchera, what? Where's Ben Kuchera?
Yeah, there's people shouting out Ben Kuchera in the chat. I don't know why, but
he's in the chat. What the hell?
So I've got a request to say a line. Do you mind?
Go right ahead.
Do you know what Nemesis means? There we go. And that's it. I understand where it's come from. It comes from Snatch. Snatch. Sorry.
No, it's a different Ben. Everyone's thinking other Ben is Ben Kuchera. No, it is not Ben Kuchera. If Ben Kuchera was coming on. Well, actually, I don't know if I'd have Ben Kuchera on because I'm really biased against him, and I don't think that'd be fair. There we go.
I would talk to Ben Kuchera.
Oh, you.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
I see people actually they're talking about in the chat. I see somebody saying Hyrule Warriors and Destiny. Like people are actually talking about video games. What the fuck is this?
They want us to talk about.
I thought this was like the drama, drama month or whatever like that. I thought we weren't supposed to talk about video games, just all the bullshit surrounding them.
Destiny. I don't have Destiny. I can't talk about Destiny. I don't play RTS games, so I can't talk about Civilization 5.
See, this is the interesting thing, right? Is that my elder brother bought Destiny on the day of release, and he's not the kind of guy who keeps up with online media. He doesn't keep up with Twitter. He doesn't really do anything. He bought Destiny entirely separated from the online criticism of it, which I think is a fair criticism on some aspects. But he's bought it just for himself, started playing it, and he's having a fantastic time.
Hey,
and there's nothing wrong with that, man.
Even if it's got bad reviews, if you have fun with the game, then it's good.
Oh, go what you were gonna say.
Oh, I was finished. That was it.
Oh, you're like, oh, it's got bad reviews. I thought I cut you off.
No. I said if a game has got bad reviews, but you still enjoy it, then hey, why the hell not play it?
Yeah, but he didn't pay any attention to any online coverage. He didn't pay attention to reviews. He just bought it, played it, and any time that I speak to him, he's just like, "Oh, you need to check out Destiny. It's really, really good." So that's been spotting it.
All right, so
and that's one of my problems. Just to interject real quick here, that's one of my problems with the way that I don't know, people still get so hyped up for games based on reviews and stuff like that, and I'm like, how long is it gonna take before? Because I mean, there's like plenty of criticisms of Destiny out there, but that's not even important in regard to the situation. But if you look back to so many other games in the history of, even if you just want to talk about the history of the internet, the recent internet, if you just go back 5 years, there's so many instances of people getting burned because they feel like the game was misrepresented by a review or something like that, and it's like there's this gigantic hype machine, and you're like, you get so excited for a game and you go play it and you're like, it's not as good as they say it was going to be. But when you're talking about your older brother or something like that, he avoided all that bullshit, and then he just bought the game and played it, and almost like purely, it's just a pure experience, and he's fucking having fun with it, and that's all that you really want,
Sorry, just jumping very quickly. Does the guy who just joined us know that he's on video cam?
I think he cut it off. So.
Yeah.
But anyway, so we got Ben Dalton here.
Oh, hey there.
Hi, how's it going?
How you doing?
Afternoon, everybody.
So you are our first caller. So I guess you get to pick the discussion point and talk about whatever the hell you want to talk about.
Excellent. Well, first of all, good evening, everybody. And second, I apologize in advance. I have kind of a funny accent. I hope that doesn't disturb anyone as I jump in and out of them every once in a while.
Nah, no worries, man.
Where are you from, out of curiosity?
Annapolis, Maryland.
Nice.
Okay. So, this is a good question. We were at when we had Matt in here. We were talking about the free market, just basically being able to work things out ultimately, and folks being able to create new magazines and things like the gaming industries, journalism, and being able to cater to obviously what is a need, for ethical journalism. I mean, I know a lot of folks have said that there's no real need. I mean, basically, there's what ultimately are these people sort of giving when it comes to their services, and some people have been saying not a lot, but I don't see any reason why reviewers can't review things. I mean, I ultimately think it's just, the free market will rule in this case. If people don't like the kinds of things that game journalists are saying about ultimately their fan base, then they're going to leave. It just makes sense.
And that's actually something I agree with you 100%. Would you say, I mean, only because you haven't said it up to this point, are you pro or anti Gamergate?
Well, I'm sorry if I sounded really ambiguous. I think I've been, purposefully trying to keep some kind of professional distance, mainly because my tag actually says TV Tokyo Ben on my Twitter account, and I'm worried that somehow it's going to come back.
Oh, okay, you're that Ben. Oh, you're that Ben. Okay.
Well, I mean, it's just a kind of thing where, I feel like somehow it's going to come back on me professionally or something like that. But to be honest, I've basically I started this from just getting into a dialogue with the story. I thought it was interesting on a personal level. I thought honestly, I hate to say it, but the drama that was sort of the match that lit the powder keg for me was just, sort of intensely interesting, on top of the fact that it caused a sensational revolt. I was able to disambiguate and not conflate the two, as some media organizations have obviously been doing. And yeah, I mean, that's another part of it for me, is that I find that intensely unethical, and I find it, almost laughable. But, I was talking about people with it, and I just thought, I was going to engage the tag. Initially, when I got on the tag, I just thought I would talk to people, and I thought I would, share with them the things that I had read, and it.
I wanna interject with an analogy or hyperbole, something like that. You thought that you were stepping into a puddle, but you didn't realize how deep the shit went, right?
Yeah, something like that. I suppose that's a good way to put it. I mean, my initial reaction was when I met this person. I had never had an experience with being baited into an argument by a troll.
Yeah. How long had you spent on Twitter prior to this? Just curious.
Well, I had every once in a while casually used it for work, and then around about the time of Cancel Colbert, the hashtag Cancel Colbert.
Right, I remember that whole thing.
That was my breaking in period for the so-called SJW. That's my first experience with actually talking to a person that I've pointed out on Twitter, incidentally, and this is, me being agnostic, but at the same time reserving the right to have an opinion, even if I work in a journalist capacity in the industry. I totally reserve the right to have an opinion. Social justice warriors annoy both liberals and conservatives in the United States. There's no reason that it should be marginalizing you as a conservative for really not being able to stand these people and their bizarro world logic. It's something I really can't sort of understand how this came about, but at the same time I could see them as literally becoming something in a couple of years. Sort of a political move.
Well, I think it's already gotten to that point.
Yeah, it very well has, and I mean, I think it's interesting to me from that standpoint.
Not to rake the muck, but especially if you look back to just recently Emma Watson's UN address. It's already an international issue. At least that's my personal feelings regarding what she said. I'm sure some people feel differently, and that's the very right. But
I mean, honestly, equality, gender equality, simple basic things like that, most people can get behind that. Most people do not necessarily. That's one of the reasons why the sort of Kafkaesque tactics of the other side are just really interesting to me. It's basically just calling the other side a misogynist, given that it's almost something that they share in common with Republicans. It's sort of, we're going to do this, but then we're ultimately we're going to accuse the other side very quickly of doing the very thing that we are doing, and their supporters are absolutely willing to look the other way. And on one level, for me, it's fascinating. But now that I'm surrounded by it, it's more like occasionally I actually have to take a stand every once in a while, and I have been goaded into arguments and things like that. And it first started from just people spitting occasional fallacies, and I just thought they were folks that didn't have their facts straight. I thought they were just like me. They had maybe stumbled into something. And then I realized that they were deliberately trying to sort of mold the narrative a certain way.
Yeah, you didn't realize that that's actually a fucking tactic that they use, right?
Well, not at first. I didn't think that they were that capable. Then I was really interested by it. It was fascinating to me to just see sort of propaganda in action. And I didn't want to say any particular professional out in California that sits there and mines a Kickstarter page for money is necessarily a culprit, but I just saw a horribly biased Twitter tweet the other day, where she was just basically saying something like, here's NPR is doing a great piece on the rampant misogyny on the Gamergate tag.
Yeah,
and
that was pretty terrible.
Yeah, I had to answer to it. I'm like, oh, okay, well, you have a vested interest in making money off of this. Obviously, you're going to point to it. I couldn't believe it. So that's why I've gotten into a little bit more of an aggressive dialogue with this, to be honest.
No,
And,
I have a question for you. Like, your Twitter tag is already in the chat, but do you mind if I refer to you by that, or at least bring it up real quick?
What do you mean? You can call me by my
your
real
Twitter
name.
your Twitter name is like in the chat, but I just want to ask a question about it and its relevance real quick.
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead.
All right. So your Twitter handle is TV Tokyo Ben.
Yes.
Do you have because the way that I first came not necessarily into contact with you, but I know that we had a very short exchange like maybe 2 weeks ago.
Sure.
You were looking for something or something like that, and it basically came through my feed or something. And I thought that you were like an American liaison to like Japanese media, based on what I inferred from. Okay,
That's
so
exactly
do you live in Japan right now?
No, I live on the East Coast. I told you that earlier.
All right. Well, I know. Well, you said you were from Maryland. I didn't know if you lived in Japan.
We're in the Washington, D.C. Bureau, so that means basically anything politics or economics related. If the Federal Reserve Bank, for example, has an event and Janet Yellen wants to come out and talk about interest rates or something like that, generally we'd cover it. If Obama's making a statement, generally we'd cover it. If something's going on Capitol Hill, generally we'd cover it. I was just at the United Nations General Assembly helping my bureau chief do a project up in New York. So that's the kind of things that we do.
All right.
Granted, on the ride up to UNGA, which I guess is what all the the kids that work in the political sector are calling the United Nations General Assembly. When I was on the ride going up there, I sort of nudged my bureau chief about this. I was basically telling him, this is profoundly interesting what's going on, just on Twitter right now. That there's this little war going on between one faction that seems to be backed by ultra-left liberals and one group that's just a bunch of guys that want to just play video games unfettered by everything filtered through the lens of how misogynist or objectifying women it is. And it was a little bit of a hard pitch to him because generally, I mean, the last major project that we just did was on the dangers of counterfeit goods. And we went to the Customs and Border Protection facility up in Newark, New York, and basically they showed us examples of things that they would generally seize that were counterfeit. And then after that, we went to Pfizer, and they were showing us examples of, things that were actually literally dangerous. Like people would put these things in their bodies, and they were manufactured in, really filthy conditions in some factory somewhere.
I want to interrupt you for a second.
No problem. I have a tendency to ramble. Sorry, guys.
That's fine. That's fine. I mean, it's interesting what you're saying. It's like when you're talking about the international relations and stuff. I felt like that was relevant, but you're going on a little bit off topic, so we're gonna reel this back.
That's fine. That's fine.
But that's fine. But anyway, regarding your involvement as far as like in Washington D.C. and like basically being a liaison to Japan and stuff like that. Are you very familiar with Japanese culture?
I'd say so. I mean, basically at work we're carrying on back and forth in Japanese all day. So.
All right. What about Japanese gamer culture?
I would say enough. I'm not. I have heard plenty of stories that were interesting from the American side about what they think of Japanese gamers. I've gone to game centers in Japan. If you're doing this as a segue to the Mighty Number 9 story, we can get to that if you want.
We might save that till next time, to be honest.
What's that?
Saying, Zach?
We might save that till next time, to be honest.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Oh, all right. Well, I was gonna lead into it only because he has, I feel, a little bit better understanding of Japanese culture, and I would like to ask a couple questions, but.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I don't see this social justice warrior thing as affecting Japan's game market in any way. That being said, I would have put money on it until Mighty Number 9 showed up. You know, and that
I think the biggest question that would answer a lot of questions for a lot of gamers, if you'd be able to, verify this or anything like that.
Sure.
Would you say that and I hate to do this, I always do this with leading questions. Thankfully, we're not in the fucking court of law. I'd be a terrible lawyer. But it seems like there's an issue from the higher ups as far as Japanese developers are concerned with their Western outlets as far as communication is concerned. Like, is it a problem where there's only one or two outlets as far as communication is concerned and translation and things of that nature?
I'd say just in general, probably a Japanese corporate culture, there's a problem with communication across the board. I don't know how it works in gaming companies because, I mean, I have a friend in DC that used to work for Capcom. I haven't asked her personally about what it was like, but she didn't really worry about fitting in or what she had to do to, sort of grease the wheels at the company and make herself a valuable part of the company. She just kind of, she came in at 9 and she left at 5. And that is one thing that you can do in Japan to guarantee yourself to go on the chopping block, unfortunately. So, in general, communication is rough. Communication doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, I feel like it's one of those things that needs to be addressed, and I would love it if there's anybody out in the chat that knows somebody that knows more about this, or if you can, go through your various contacts to bring light to the situation, exactly how the communication structure works in Japanese gaming companies, because I think there's a lot of people out there that would agree that I think a lot of this information going to the Mighty Number 9 situation, and we can leave it at that, and move on to the next topic, wherever Hat wanted to go with this. But I think that there's a lot of people out there that are concerned that maybe the developers are simply unaware that this problem is actually happening, because it might be a communication issue where they're using Westerners to relay info from the community to the higher ups. And I'm just curious about how that funnel actually works and everything.
I've been following
on that point.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, man. Just jumping. It's a very quick one. It's just jumping in like the Mighty Number 9 example. I'm surprised that the developers haven't thrown in yet, considering the massive backlash towards the way that their community manager is portraying them.
That's why I asked the question. I think there's a lot of people out there that have those concerns. It's like, exactly how does this communication work? It's like, if there is such a loud outcry about this, especially on Twitter, social networks, there was threads going back to the original issue back December 2013. There was an issue with the way Dina was presenting herself. And it feels like it never reached the right people. It feels like we never got a response from the people who are actually making the game. And this goes back to the point that I was making before, where we need to turn our attention to the makers of the games and let them know it's like, the consumers are out there. We support you, but we want to know that you support us too. And
especially with a product like that is very community supported. I mean, it was funded
especially with Kickstarter.
Exactly. So if something is community supported, I think it's very damaging for the developers to then pull back from the community management.
And it's so unfortunate because it's a game that people want.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We want a new Mega Man game. I'm a huge Mega Man fanatic, but at the same time, I can't look at that and be like, there's a problem here. But anyway, I don't know. We're getting into further things, but I don't know if you guys want to close out that. And I know Hat said he wanted to go on to something else. So no, nothing.
Well, can I jump in with that? I mean, basically,
Go.
my take on the Mighty Number 9, I've been following it ever since the Aristocrat put out a video on it. That's been my primary source of information on the whole thing. I didn't know that this was going on for a long time. But my take on it is probably you guys are spot on. The idea that the developers don't know that this is necessarily happening.
Yeah. Well, that's why I was asking you. I figured that you would have a little bit more knowledge.
Yeah, well, I mean, no.
I don't mean to degrade you there.
No. I didn't take it that way. I just meant, my take on that is probably that these guys have no idea what that middle person is doing. And this just sounds like, I mean, outside of this being a a game startup in Japan. You got to remember, this is a game startup, not necessarily. I mean, I think they've done 1 or 2 titles or something.
Yeah, but
like
it's
that.
you know, backed by Inafune. I can't even pronounce his name or whatever like that, and he's a major player in the Mega Man franchise. He's not a nobody.
It's Inafune, as pronounced.
Definitely not. Definitely not. But I'm just saying that it just seems to me that she has inserted herself into the process somehow. This is just a typical situation where you've got a middle person that somehow has monopolized all English transmission in the company. And I don't even know really why that seems to be the case. It seems like they put somebody in the driver's seat of the communications direction, of the international communications direction, that is not qualified whatsoever. And, you know, that's a little disturbing, but, you know, it's also a game startup that did, you know, a Kickstarter, which I just had a conversation with a guy from an Okinawan newspaper last night. He'd never heard of Kickstarter in his life. So, in general, in Japan, Kickstarter is kind of a new thing. I think that in a sense, they're trying to get international attention, and this is a good way of doing it. But having, you know, someone like Dina at the driving, you know, wheel is really affecting things. Obviously, somebody should know this. But I was under the opinion that everybody should just go ahead and shoot the cannon. I was, you know, take back your money. If you can find a way to take back your money, go ahead and do it. You know, that sends a message.
Do you have any, you know, I guess this will be my last question unless it leads to something else, but please, you know, Hat's the host, and, you know, he wanted to cut me off anyway.
Sure.
But I don't know, just like regarding that, and doing chargebacks and stuff like that, and that's something that's been, you know, going through the community. As far, you know, it's like, you know, go get your money back, because if you turn the bank's eyes towards, you know, concept, then it's going to draw attention to them, and that might be the only way to get the developers' attention. But, you know, how do they, you know, I guess I would say, you know, or my question would be, you know, based on your interaction with these people, it's like, is this a commonplace occurrence where there's only 1 or 2 outlets to, you know, the Western voice as far as translation and transmission of information is concerned? And at the same time, how do they react to Western reactions? You know, this is a very different circumstance, because I want to say, I can't say for sure, but I would imagine that a large portion of the backers of the Kickstarter and the funds that went into this were from Western consumers. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. That might give a little bit more gravity to the Western voice, because normally you think of pretty much any Asian company, and it sounds extremely racist saying this, but it's something I find to be very true. Is like they're very insular communities. So it's, you know, it's really hard to gauge as a Westerner. It's like, how exactly are they going to react to, you know, this sort of consumer, you know, response, I guess you could say.
I hate to jump to conclusions, because I don't really know that much about what's going on, and I haven't talked to people directly at Mighty Number 9 or Concept. But my take on it is that if they're putting up a Kickstarter, this is mainly a Western thing. They're mainly getting Western attention. They're mainly getting Western money. Japanese business culture is very conflict adverse. They want to avoid any kind of anything that might cause any drama. That's why it's so interesting for me that someone like...
See, well, that's something I didn't want to say about Kickstarter, but you said it for me, so...
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating to me that somebody like Dina ended up getting involved in this. I don't understand it. You know, maybe she has qualifications. I don't know. It does sound like she was kind of brought in on the side. That is common, on the other hand. That does happen a lot. I planned tonight to just go ahead and shoot them off a very quick email and try to get to the bottom of what's going on without being combative about it. That was the thing. Is that the last thing I want to do is necessarily, you know, make it sound like there's an angry mob at the door. It was more like I just wanted to say, hey, you guys, are you guys aware of the things that are going on the Twitter account? Are you guys aware of what's going on Kickstarter right now?
It's like people are
that was basically the theme of it. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And you know, I did want to also allude to the fact that this could be a problem without necessarily firing a shot. But, you know, that's generally speaking, that's how they want to solve their problems.
Right.
I don't think in this case. I don't think it's not going to be done as peacefully as they'd like to, which is basically Dina stays on. She's maybe a little bit toned down in terms of her responsibilities and ticking off everybody in the world practically. I'm not really sure how they would handle it necessarily, but I think that definitely there would be a little bit of a shake-up in order for things to actually progress and everybody to be happy ultimately, the consumers.
Yeah. All right. With
that
Oh,
point,
go ahead.
like just very quickly, like with that point, I think one of the main points of contention for the Mighty Number 9 in the Mega Man community is that there were two conflicting statements. There was Dina at one point said she'd never played Mega Man, and then once she'd got the job, she said her favourite Mega Man game was Mega Man X. And it's when those two statements conflict, I think, is where people start to lose a lot of trust.
Yeah, I thought that was a bit silly. I mean, you don't lie about having that kind of enthusiasm for something and then turn around and, be found to have absolutely none for it later. I mean, it's just, I don't know why she basically, started coming off like all of a sudden she's this huge fan when, it was obvious. I mean, if she had just been honest and basically said, okay, I don't know that much about it, but, I'm learning, maybe folks would have been a little bit more receptive. But, that seems to be in Hollywood often the case, where you have these stars that are suddenly gushing, saying things like, oh, I'm the biggest fan of blank role that I'm suddenly cast to play, It's a little awkward.
I mean, I can understand that if you become a community manager of a product or a game, I can understand the kind of the willingness to embrace your community by trying to engage them on their level. But if you've already made a well-publicized statement before that, it comes off disingenuous, and that's where the danger lies. If you're a community manager, you need to be very honest with your community. That's the first thing people expect.
She could have just been really honest, yeah. I mean, this was around about the time that whole thing with Sarkeesian, with the video where she's saying, I'm not really a gamer per se. It's difficult for me to talk about this stuff because I'm not really a gamer. It was the subtext of what she was saying. It was a big deal.
Yeah.
I think people ultimately remembered that right away. They just said, "Okay, we've got another Anita popping up in our next projects,"
Yeah.
And that was the gut reaction, I think.
Yeah. I mean, like I said in the last stream, I've personally worked customer support and community management for two companies. I've worked for Blizzard and I've worked for Jagex. So that's World of Warcraft and RuneScape collectively. And the first thing that we're taught when we go into these jobs is, if you lie to the community, they will find out immediately. And that's why it struck me that when Dina said these things that she said, it struck me that she's breaking the first rule. Is that, first of all, be honest with your community, and second of all, don't try to inflict any personal narrative into your job. And that's where I feel that she's failed.
Does anybody else want to jump in? I don't mean to bogart the channel.
Well, I was going to say we're going to have to bring our next guest in. So,
that's cool. Thanks very much for having me. I appreciate it.
If you want to join us on a future stream, absolutely let me know. We'd love to have you back. I think you're a great voice to the
thanks very much.
Japanese game culture, dude. Thanks for coming on.
And next time I'll keep it a little bit more concise and on topic. Thanks very much, guys.
Thanks, man.
It.
No, it was great talking to you. Thank you.
Likewise. Bye.
All right, so we're gonna bring Ethan in from Twitter. He's been asking to bounce in here, and we'll bring him in. He'll be our next caller for the night. Hopefully we'll be able to get back down to just like say 10-15 minutes or so. I know Ben was good to have on because we do like to have voices that can connect us to say Japanese gaming culture or other sort of world cultures in relation to Gamergate especially, and especially the Mighty Number 9 situation, since that's more based in Japan and all. So
can I just quickly jump in and say that when we do Whiskey Grenade stuff, I go over to Percy's house. That's where all the recording equipment is, everything else. I'm downstairs talking to you guys. I can hear Percy snoring from upstairs. So it's clearly been a long night for him, but it's good fun.
All right, looks like we have Ethan in the call here. So, Ethan, how's it going?
Not too bad. Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine.
Oh, great. I was getting the message that my microphone...
You're doing all right, dude. So,
Ethan, can I interrupt you before you start?
Yeah, sure.
Can I interrupt you before you start? I see your Google Plus icon, and I distinctly remember that as the Moon Man from early '90s Burger King commercials. Is it McDonald's?
Yeah, it's McDonald's.
Is it McDonald's?
Yeah, it's McDonald's.
Yep.
Oh, Christ. You have to explain that before you go into what you want to talk about. You have to address that first. I'm sorry. Just to appease the public, you have to address that.
It's a GIF image I found on the internet a few months ago and was mesmerized by it, so decided to use it on my Google account. And then I went and found the origins of it, and they're even more bizarre than I'd hoped for. If you go on
I can't argue with that, so yeah.
Mac Tonight, you should find all of the videos. It's the most bizarre advertising campaign you'll ever see.
I won't disagree with that, but yeah, I think you have some questions, maybe.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, Ethan, what have you got to bring to the discussion? What do I bring to the table? Well, if you can get past my boring, monotone English accent.
And I'm more English guys. We're always welcome.
Yeah, you don't have to apologize for that in this room, man.
No, basically I'm kind of like an aspiring artist. You can probably find some of my accounts just by Googling my name, but yeah, at the moment I do bits of freelance. I've done a bit of work in the advertising industry, things like that. And I've always kind of wanted to break into working in the game industry. I worked very hard in my spare time to get good enough to hopefully work for a video game studio doing concept and viz dev art at some point. And this whole thing, there's a couple of things that I kind of find concerning with Gamergate. One is the thing that Whiskey was talking about, that maybe things are getting too political, but also the fact that there's an issue with censorship of art, I guess, censorship of artistic expression.
So what about the censorship? Have you, as a small indie dev, have you seen or experienced any of this?
Myself personally, not yet, because I think I'm not really on anybody's radar yet.
Right.
But it's something you can see creeping in there, like with Dragon's Crown. Regardless of what you think of Dragon's Crown, the artist got roundly attacked for drawing female characters as he saw fit. The fact that everybody in that game had just crazy, far out there proportions, and this really exaggerated art style just didn't matter. It was just oh, this one girl has huge boobs, therefore this is sexist, misogynist trash. It was
would you care to? I don't want to cut you off. If you want to finish, please go ahead.
No, go on.
All right. Well, I was just gonna ask you, would you care to elucidate a little bit? How do you feel about somebody, from the outside? Not necessarily demanding changes to your artistry, but making suggestions, or even saying if you don't make suggestions and your product is not going to be well received, how does that affect you as a creator? What does that put into your mind? What is your thought process going through having to deal with something like that, if you know that it might implicate you financially to whatever degree?
Fear, bluntly. Seeing the way that some of these people go about pursuing their goal, that anything that they don't see as right art or right thinking gets changed to suit their worldview. There's something vaguely terrifying and Orwellian about that to me, I guess.
I would to continue on with that. I would say like let's say you're an artist that's not willing to succumb to this proposed alteration. Do you feel confident in the consumers out there, the rest of the regular world, that you would be able to support yourself? Through them and not having to rely on a media outlet that might not necessarily represent or might not necessarily agree with what you want to put out on the market, so they don't give you coverage. Do you feel like you can rely on the common person and I guess you get a very unintimate, very abstract consumer market that we sort of have because of the internet, where it's almost based on word of mouth and spreading, sort of the way that, tendrils. I can't even think the way that our fucking brains work and the way the universe works. So, you have these outreaching branches, and I'm fucking going completely off base here, but I think you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, completely. I mean,
I apologize very much. It's the alcohol.
I think. Oh no, it's fine. It's fine.
Hold it, you're putting the alcohol card? Fucking, I need to just leave then. Jesus Christ.
Oh no. Well, the thing is, when I drink a rum and coke, it's like 75% rum and 25% coke. So.
Oh, in that case, my respect level just rose by like 38%.
Damn.
Oh, okay, so half of what I'm thinking.
Cans of Monster here, so I'm just on a good caffeine high. But no, with that,
no, please elaborate on that. That question.
With your point, I think the thing is, like, it depends what level of the ladder I was on. Like, let's say I managed to get a good enough portfolio together that I was working for a large studio, and I was then protected by that studio mechanism. It probably wouldn't, it probably wouldn't affect me too much, but as somebody at the level I am now, where I'm like this, unknown aspiring artist struggling to drum up work, and looking into things like making indie games with friends who are into like programming and development and things like that, to have an outlet for like my passions and all that kind of thing. I think in that situation, if God forbid, like one of us, myself included, put something into the game that somehow offended these people, like in this like clique of journalists and indie developers, then that will be it for us effectively, as far as I can tell, with everything that's happened in Gamergate. I think it would be extremely hard for us to get press exposure, positive press, good word of mouth. I mean, you can kind of see that with the fine young capitalists and the uphill struggle they had to get any kind of positive press for what was quite a laudable idea and goal that they'd set up for themselves.
Right, and it's unfortunate that you see that level of slander.
Yeah, and that's what it is. Like, I think we should call it that.
Oh, that's what it is at this point. I mean.
It's there's very few like legitimate arguments that get leveled after a certain point. It does become like character assassination in a way. So I think Brad Wardell could probably attest to that.
Oh, absolutely.
I haven't really been following what happened with Wardell too closely before this whole thing kicked off, but honestly, it's astonishing what he went through, and even more astonishing that nobody saw fit to report on it. Like.
Well, it's because it doesn't fit a narrative. I think you were gonna say something.
I was gonna say, it's like the Cards Against Humanity guy.
Max Temkin.
Shit. Max Temkin. Thank you. It's like the same thing that happened to him, and he agreed with a lot of these people on their socio-political points. But still, like when an accusation comes his way, of course it's treated as it's legitimate, absolutely. And What really got me was he was asked to apologize for something that he maintained that he didn't do. So
that's a massive
absolutely wrong.
It's like the fact that these people who purport to be journalists, although when they've got criticism flying at them, maybe they're bloggers, who knows?
Well, that's how they present themselves in whatever fashion is beneficial to them at the moment.
Yeah,
basically,
exactly. Yeah. That's the thing with any real journalist. Like, it doesn't matter what the story is. You're supposed to check your sources, and who was it that ran the hit piece on Wardell? Was it Kuchera and one of his writers?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, there is no excuse for that whatsoever. Like, he should have checked the facts. Like, it was reported as if it was a fact, as if it was a done deal. Well, you're not innocent until speculated guilty. You're innocent until proven guilty.
I mean, that's the thing. That's where you get into that discrepancy. Sort of a shadowy area where it's like they purport themselves to be journalists until they get questioned on the validity of their statements, and then they say, no, we're just bloggers. Our opinions are our opinions. But. Yeah. I can't remember who said it. I think it was Internet Aristocrat on one of his videos. He's like, when it's convenient to them, they'll say we're journalists so that they can get the press passes, so they can get the free PS4s, so they can get the free Xbox Ones.
Yeah, absolutely. When they want to get into E3, they're journalists. When the flak is flying at them for doing really fucking stupid things that impact on people's lives in a very real way, we're bloggers.
Yeah, I mean, we were lucky enough to get Brad Wardell on our first stream, like earlier in the week.
I missed that.
It would have been really easy for Brad Wardell to kind of shit all over Begg and Chera, and get the criticism and say, fuck these guys, they were wrong, blah blah. But he didn't want to talk about it. He wanted to skip over that and say, this isn't why I'm here. I want to talk about Gamergate. I want to talk about gamers. I want to talk about the message being portrayed. So I had a lot of respect for him for doing that.
I think that's also very, very sensible of Brad Wardell, because if I might go off on a slight tangent here, I think one problem is that this whole thing's currently at the danger of being turned into a political issue by people on both sides of the argument. It's really not at all. This is about ethics in journalism, corruption, cronyism in journalism, and various indie games development cliques, things like that.
Absolutely.
The thing is, this is the thing. People on the journalists' side of the fence have tried to spin this into a political issue, like these people that often get referred to, usually derogatorily, as social justice warriors. They're the meat shield in this. These are people who just believe what these outlets tell them, and they've bought that line that they've been sold. That's the thing. I don't think there's no point in trying to make this a political issue and arguing with these people and making it into a clash of ideologies. Like, an ideology is an ideology. It's an idea. You are not going to kill an idea. But what you can do to the silent majority of people who are witnessing this mess, if you're clever about it, you can attack the ideologues, the people who are using these people as a shield. You can discredit them, you can show them for what they are. You can marginalize their impact. That's the thing.
You basically summed up a lot of what I said earlier on in the stream, like when we just started. I don't know if you were listening to it at that point, but
I think I missed it because I was hanging around in Whiskey's chat.
I would say from about, if you go to about a half hour in until about 45-50 minutes in, if you listen to that little bit of a segment, it's me and Mundane Matt talking, and you pretty much summarized all of what we were talking about in about 2 or 3 sentences.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, I think what people like, say, Sargon, King of Pol, Internet Aristocrat have done in giving this movement the exposure it needed is great. But I think with some of them, they're letting their politics bleed into this too much now. Like the Sargon debate with Pixie Jenny. Honestly, I think it was a massive mistake to go into, for starters, going into a debate with somebody who's, I think she's like is she a master's in philosophy or something like that?
You want to know what angers me about that the most? I haven't actually listened to it myself, but you want to know what angers about me the most? Is that earlier today, I was on Twitter and I was having a conversation with people, and I saw Sargon. He was actually talking to Pixie Jenny. I don't know if it was Pixie Jenny. I might be misremembering or anything. But one of the things I specifically brought up was that you have to stick to quantifiables. If you rely on your emotions and you start using that as ammunition, you get into Kafka trapping. And every social media outlet outside of Twitter that I have been on has been like, Sargon got Kafka trapped. And I'm like, you fucking son of a bitch. I'm like, I was in that conversation with you like 6 hours ago. And you were favoriting my fucking retweets, or fucking favoriting my tweets about acknowledging the fact that if you are not aware, this is going to happen. If you do not remain to logic, if you do not rely on fucking quantifiables and fucking scientific logic, because that's how you get fucking sucked into this bullshit, and that's how you get your fucking words turned on you.
Yeah,
you get
that's
sucked into that fucking trap, and that's what fucking happened, and it pisses me off so much.
He let us slide the debate away from the issues it should have been about, and I think maybe some of his own vested interests in his own political agenda were what blindsided him to that at the end of the day, because it stopped being about ethics and corruption, and suddenly started being about feminism. That's the quote that's on her Twitter right now. That's the problem here. Like, when you're dealing with something like Kafka trapping, the way to deal with it is to break the fourth wall, let the audience know what's going on.
Exactly.
You've just taken a break to say, I think the debate is sliding off track here.
That's a problem. I'm going to interrupt you right there. You said the word debate. That was not a debate because, and this is my issue with a lot of streams that are going on, they frame themselves as debates, but it is not a debate because a debate has a moderator. A debate has time limits on the opinions that you present to the public. A debate has facts that you will address within the context of that debate that are given prior to the debate, where you can do proper research and you can bring facts to the table. None of the things that have happened over the past week and a half or 2 weeks are anywhere even fucking close to approaching the concept of a debate. That is a complete misnomer, and I fucking hate it to a degree that I cannot even exhibit. That they even try to pretend that it's something close to a debate. Like, it pisses me off so much. It's like, no, you're not fucking debating. You're arguing like fucking children.
Well, that's why we bring you in for shit. I mean, you act as a great moderator for everything that we've done here. That's why we bring you in for almost every single stream that we've done.
Well, I mean, I don't know. That's just my opinion. I hate it when people frame things as a debate. It's like, if you're gonna fucking debate, then you're gonna fucking debate. And there are rules. There are fucking guidelines. There are things to follow. You are not debating. Just because you're arguing with somebody from the opposition does not mean you're debating them.
Yeah, you're not debating. You're having a shouting match, and
pretty much.
That's the thing. Like, I think with some of these things, the problem is, it's like the second King of Pol Internet Aristocrat Cos debate. Like, at that point, you'd already dismantled all of his arguments in a previous conversation. Getting him back on again was, I think the analogy I used to someone when I talked about this was, it's like, in that debate, King of Pol is Caesar surveying his gladiatorial arena. Cos is the poor sap who's been thrown into the middle of it, and Internet Aristocrat was his star gladiator. The thing is, it just happened to work out the other way around tonight. Pixie Jenny just happened to be Russell Crowe.
But at the same time, I mean, again, I haven't listened to the entire conversation, the entire stream, because I was in Whiskey Grenade stream. I was bullshitting with the guys in there, and I will listen to it at one point or anything like that. But basically, what I've heard, as far as
sorry, do we know if that was recorded? Do we know if there was a record?
No, it'll be on his YouTube.
Usually records his stuff.
Yeah, it'll be on his YouTube. I'm pretty sure that every Google Plus stream or whatever like that gets uploaded automatically to your YouTube. I don't know, Hat, you know more than this about me.
More or less, if you have the automatically record setting on, it will be. And judging by what Sargon's done, pretty much everything that he streams will be automatically uploaded. So yeah, you'll get to see it.
But yeah, as far as that is concerned, I don't know. I mean, I hate to shit on the guy because I respect him as an individual. I think he's very intelligent, and I think that in a proper debate, he would have held his ground very firmly, and he would have actually done. But as far as being an individual in something that's framed as a debate, I don't think he stood his ground as far as he should have, because, again, this is going off of hearsay. But I heard that, she got to frame the narrative, and he let her take the podium whenever she wanted to speak, and he would not interrupt her. He would not stop her from interrupting him. And when you get into debate territory, and we're talking about presenting an opinion, that simply can't happen because you're going to get cut off. Your opponent is going to get to switch narratives and stuff like that. And when you go to the debate platform, you normally have a presentation of an opinion, a rebuttal, and then a rebuttal to the opinion. And then it goes back and forth in that exact same format. And you're given a time limit. And you are also given the facts that you are going to need to address, the points that are brought up by the moderator prior to the debate, so that you can come to the fucking table with the right research. And none of these things that people are doing are even remotely fucking close to being an actual debate. And they try to pretend that it's a fucking debate. And it's just like, no, you're trying to be too polite. You have to put a time limit on them. They get to make their point. You respond to their point. They respond to your response. And that's how fucking debates work. And that's not how these things work. It's like an argument. It's like you say something, I respond to what you say. Oh, you want to interrupt me? I'm either going to let you or I'm not going to interrupt you. It depends on the kind of person I am. Are you Sargon or are you King of Pau? You know? Yeah. And that's what it fucking breaks down to. And that's my issue with the entire thing. It's like you guys are fucking it up because you want to talk to the opposition, and you are indeed intelligent enough to talk to the opposition. Yeah. But you're not talking to the opposition on the right platform. And
I mean, just jumping quickly, we got myself and Percy got a lot of criticism for getting the Andrew guy, the guy who compared Gamergate to ISIS. We got a lot of criticism for getting on the guy on the stream and giving him he was on there for 2 hours, and we got a lot of shit for people saying he's a troll, he's a concerned troll, he's wasting your time and everything else, but.
That's fine. Let him waste your time. He just makes, he just makes his standpoint look more and more ridiculous.
But if you check out the video that we uploaded to our channel, to get King of Pole was there herself and myself was there, and the both of us just immediately went, well, fuck you then, we're not going to talk to you, and bowed out. But the guests that we kept on, like Oliver Campbell and Becca and Percy and everyone else, you guys really talked him round and essentially ran rings around him. And I haven't heard the Sargon stream yet. I would love to hear it, but as since said, we were streaming at the time that this took place.
Here's the thing: when you're debating,
the first, sorry, just very quickly to finish. The first question that I got is if Sargon, who is essentially an investigative guy, he's investigating things. He's a very analytical kind of guy. But if he's debating a feminist on feminist issues, then of course he's on the back foot. Of course he's already at a disadvantage.
Yeah,
but just real fast, letting everybody know, Sargon's stream is up, by the way. The whole 3-hour, 17-minute stream is up on his channel. So, heads up.
Okay.
Yeah, please go watch that. If you're gonna fucking be awake, go watch that after we're done bullshitting. So.
But that's the thing with debates. Like when you're debating somebody who's this far gone, they've gone down the rabbit hole of postmodern ideologies, and they can't be convinced otherwise. Archon from The Escapist has been tweeting a lot of good stuff about this. Go and read through his Twitter for some concise information on this. But effectively, when you're debating these people, you're not debating to persuade them, because that's not going to happen. They're too intellectually extreme. But what you can hope to do is convince the silent majority, the tens or hundreds or even thousands of people who are looking on, that their position is extremist and unreasonable and a flawed ideology.
You're absolutely right, and that, I think, is something key that a lot of people forget, or they don't pay attention to, but you are absolutely right.
Yeah, that's the thing. With trying to persuade these people, you're like an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. It's just not going to work. What you have to do, if you're going to engage and argue with somebody, is, one, pick your targets. Don't just pick arguments with people on the opposite side of the debate just for the sakes of it. But if you're going to argue with them, consider the audience who's watching and realize that you're debating more to convince them that the person you're debating against is wrong, rather than the person that you're debating against themselves.
Absolutely.
It's kind of like a sideways thing. Like I hate to say something that will make this sound like, you know, warfare, but it's like asymmetrical warfare.
It is though.
That's the thing. Like, it's a battle of ideologies, but you know, you can't kill an ideology. You can't kill an idea. So the only thing you can do is like move around it and find ways to undermine it.
It's not the casual consumer. It's not their responsibility to try to undermine it though.
No.
The only responsibility that the casual consumer has is to turn their attention towards the things that represent them.
But
that helps just to finish. That helps to undermine this thing. You know, they don't have to directly do it, but they can do it indirectly by turning their attention to, you know, the media outlets or whatever regarding the situation that represent them as far as they feel.
That's the thing. I actually think treating this as some kind of ideological struggle, like, okay, I think we can have a conversation about how to present yourself if you find yourself getting into an argument with these people. But the thing is, like, this, I think the most important thing is that this can't be allowed to become political. And like I said, I think we have people on both sides of the coin who have a lot of trouble leaving their politics out of this. I mean,
see, but
I didn't agree with many of David Jeff's points in relation to Roguestar, for example, but when you have somebody who's coming out and saying publicly on Twitter their mission in all of this is to, and I'm just going to quote him directly, is to destroy hipster cunts. That's, you know, you're bringing personal...
I don't want to interrupt you. Would you say that one more time? Destroy what?
Roguestar on Twitter said that his mission in all of this was to destroy hipster cunts. That was the direct quote.
Oh, okay.
It's
just your accent. Don't worry.
Without wishing to be vulgar, did you say that he wanted to destroy hipster cunts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. That's the thing. Like, you know, things like that you should probably leave at the door, because it's going to undermine your position from, you know, the moment you step into this.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, for better or worse, like, this is now becoming more and more of a PR thing, and like a lot of these people need to realise that they're now under the blazing light of public scrutiny. I don't think people should have to censor their views and opinions, but when your views and opinions don't have anything to do with the matter at hand, keep it on topic.
Aye.
I think, just to step in front of you real quick, I had this told to me one time, as far as, like, I don't know if you know my significance or anything in all of this, but I did, you know, I was part of a collaborative effort as far as doing research is concerned into the whole, you know, the deeper issues that are involved with all of this. And I was told by an individual, because the information that we released was a little bit ahead of our time.
Yep.
And as far as what you're talking about, everything with, you know, Roguestar and the little, Christ, I can't remember what you said, and I apologize, but you're a little bit ahead of your time as far as the social implications of everything, and how people need to, you know, take a step back. I know I completely derailed right there, and I apologize.
No, it's okay.
I know I just completely fucked up, and I went like 100% non sequitur.
rum and coke will do things to you, man.
Yeah, well, that's what I said. It's like 75% rum and like 25% coke at this point. But yeah, I totally fucked that up.
I can barely understand English at this point, so just remember that.
Yeah, well, while you still have some understanding of English, I'd like to say I think the streams you've been doing with people like Oliver are actually really invaluable. We need like more of those and more viewers for them, because these people aren't outsiders. They're people who are very much on the inside of this. They've been affected by all the things that this is about. And like, honestly, I think their voices need to get out there more, because you know, they're the most credible in this, really.
And we need more people like you as well.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, come on, I'm nobody.
I mean,
I have nothing.
Yeah, but your voice
We need
is
everyday voices, like everyday people who step up and have something to say, something to contribute. We need more of those. I mean, developer voices are good, but the everyday voices represent the consumer, the people who engage in this on a day-to-day basis, who, you know, this is their hobby. This is the people who are paying for this, who want to base their lives around this. These are the people who are the most important.
Yeah. I mean, do you think that that's a danger at the moment because there are so many streams going at the moment, and there are so many people who are willing, and it's a good thing, man. People want to contribute to the discussion, and that's a fantastic thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, Hat, you were on our stream earlier on, and now I'm on your stream. Since I've spoken to you several times, we've got Oliver on both streams today. King of Pole, Internet Aristocrat, and Sargon are all in other streams. Do you think that there's a worry that there's becoming too much crossover between these talks, with the same people showing up every time?
To a degree, I would say yes, but at the same time, I think it's important that we have figureheads, but those figureheads, we have to make sure as a community represent us, and they're not going to disappear. If that makes any sense.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Just keeping an eye on the
And
chat.
that's pretty much
sounds like the guy from Ahoy.
I'm sorry?
Hell is Ahoy. Oh, sorry, I'm just keeping an eye on the chat here.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to watch it as well. But I mean, that's my biggest bitch. Like, I think we have the voices, and it's like, I don't know. I mean, it's a difficult situation to deal with because we're trying to find a leader where, like, we normally are not used to having a leader, and the other side doesn't have a leader. I mean, they have their figureheads.
That's the thing. I don't think we need leaders. Leaders are bad because then you have someone
absolutely
torn down, attacked, and smeared. But I think what we need to do is, like, empower the people who've been, like, hurt by this, who've been directly affected by this. I mean, I know Devi Ever's basically out now because they hacked all of her accounts and her bank accounts and things, and she doesn't want anything more to do with this. But
that's a very... I don't... continue on what you're going to say, and then I'll go afterwards, please.
But yeah, like, you know, you need people like journalists like Oliver and developers. There's like Russum Concept on Twitter and other people like that, and Jen and people like that. People who've been harmed and affected by the issues at the heart of this. They're the kind of people who should be speaking for us now, not, you know, interested outside parties, I guess. Yeah, I think they make the best mouthpieces because they have the most credible things to say, and they can't really be accused of having like any kind of outside agenda to push. So.
I just want to say something real quick, and then I want to, you know, maybe hear your response, and then I'd like the Hat to bring the next person in. But as far as Devi Ever is concerned, there's a lot of drama surrounding her, but at the same time, I had the privilege of talking to her for, I don't know, maybe about a half hour privately, like maybe 2 weeks ago or something like that. Excuse me. And I think her opinion and her stance on all this is very genuine, but at the same time, I think she might be a little exploitative as far as that is concerned. How do you feel about people who might, you know, take that position where their position is genuine, but they're trying to make the most of the, you know, the most of the least, I guess you could say. Like, as you know, I'm just asking you that as an indie dev, in your, you know, association with the groups that you're associated with. I don't know.
I don't know. I guess that would just make
I always lose my train of thought. I apologize.
I guess that would make the person opportunistic, really. I don't know. Like, I want to like Devi. She made some really good guitar pedals, and it seems like she got really, really messed up by all of this. But Yeah, she did. She did kind of have like a meltdown on that last stream she did, but at the same time, she raised one really interesting point, which I think a lot of people bypassed, and that is that this is kind of becoming a spectator sport. I hate to say it, but I think I actually agree with her on that to an extent.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I think there are people out there who are just in this now because they're waiting to see the next person get DTFO'd on Twitter or something like that, and that's not really the attitude.
Yeah, I know. I mean, like, Hatman, I'm really sorry. I keep using our own stream as an example, and I don't mean to seem as if I'm self-promoting.
That's right. We love you, and you love us, right?
Yeah, man. We got you on, and you were much more sexy than we were, so that's all right.
I disagree with that.
But like say what we tried to do, and something that we set up from the start was that we got Oliver in, we got Adam Bakari in, and then we got Steve Tom Sawyer. But what we tried to do along with those guys was every half hour we'd bring in someone who was, for want of a better term, a regular gamer, someone who hadn't been brought to the forefront at this point. And I think if we're gonna make sure that there are the voices being heard, I think we need to make sure that we do focus on people who just throw out a fucking a tweet and say, "Hey guys, can I join in?" I think that's a really important way to approach it, because then you make sure that you're not in an echo chamber, and you get a number of questions that you may not have thought of if you speak to the same people.
Yeah, Whiskey, I think that's why your streams have rapidly become my favourite, actually, because there's a good plurality of opinion. People
and I appreciate that, but
from
again,
all stripes discussing things.
And I appreciate that, but like me and Percy said from the start, man, we are nobodies. Me and Percy, we're just regular gamers who got pulled into this because there was the original stifling of debate, and we decided, well, fuck it, we'll just provide a platform for people to talk. I'm under no illusions that we're no kind of celebrity. We just want to give people a chance to come on, talk to an audience, and then see where it goes.
That's the thing. I've been completely content to just quietly watch and occasionally post in threads and maybe fire off a few emails and tweets and things and all of this. But even though I am just a nobody in all of this and just one guy, I just felt like I had to say my piece. So I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to do that. But yeah, please, more of those streams. Like, I don't know if you could get some kind of self-perpetuating thing going where Oliver and all these other people could, start doing mass streams and get people like Christina Sommers in to talk for like half an hour.
It's something that we're looking into, and I think that we're coming closer to a collaborative effort regarding that.
Yeah.
But with that, I know that like 15 minutes ago, we were supposed to start switching people out and getting somebody else in, and I have to go pour myself another drink, so you guys get to be exposed to my antics.
Don't let me down.
Yeah, no. Well, that's the thing. That's the fucked up thing. It's like you got these fucking fucking British guys that are fucking strong arming me, be like, yo, drink on stream, and it's like, yeah, well, I pour my drinks a little bit differently than you do.
Okay. Can I just say British guy, because one of us flaked out. Percy's well in bed by now.
Oh, okay. So it's just one British guy that's drinking the fuck out of me.
But yeah,
I guess I'm gonna go grab myself one, and I'll see what happens when I come back then.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to round it out here. So, Ethan, if you want to plug like your Twitter or something before we let you go ahead.
Yeah, it's just at Ethan Saberi. I can drop a link in the chat if you want.
I'll have that in the video description now. If you refresh, it should be in the video description now. So. Just go ahead and do that and check him out. He's a cool guy. So yeah.
Okay, thanks guys. Well, yeah, it was great to talk with you, and thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, man.
Good talking to you. Okay. Cheers.
All right, and we'll go ahead and bring the next dude in. Shit, I forget his name. Let me check his name real fast because I do want to give him some credit before we bring him in. Oh, another Alex. Alexander, that's his name. Bane Alex UK. we would bring you in. So check your Twitter DMs. You were the next guest on the list. You're the next caller. So,
Right, I'm quickly going to bail out for a cigarette and a wee, and I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Go for it. All right, so I guess I got to talk about stupid bullshit. I'll talk about the shit that I've been getting on Twitter. Apparently, there's something about eyebrows and the summer of pies and what the hell is this? Eyebrow. Yeah, more eyebrow gifs. I say gifs, not gifs, because I am an educated person. Fuck all of you. I'm probably gonna get crucified for that too. Crucified for not liking Star Trek, crucified for being a Mac fag, and crucified for saying GIF instead of GIF. Fuck you guys. That's all I can really say. You don't say giraffe, you say giraffe, right? Yeah, of course. I'm probably gonna catch hell for that too. But whatever. So what's going on in the chat right now? Could we set up a calendar like IMA does? I'd love to set up a calendar. There's a Tumblr around right now that is keeping up with all these streams that are going on to see if anyone is overlapping or not. Apparently we were going to overlap with Milo's tonight, but Milo decided to bow out for whatever reason, so I guess ours is the only one going on right now, unless there's another one. So, yeah. I'd love to keep calendars so I can keep things organized. I would really love to. Just like I keep telling King of Pole, get in touch with me, man. We need to organize things a little better, but he never does. So whatever. Get on his ass if you want things to get more organized, because I know he does a lot of streaming too. But all I can say is, as far as the next KotakuInAction stream goes, I will probably not do that until Wednesday at the earliest. I need Sunday to get some schoolwork done, and Monday and Tuesday to get some other things done, personal things. And Wednesday will probably be the earliest I can do the next stream. I know I'd like to have some of our previous guests on, especially Ben, and Ethan. I'd like to have Ethan on too, to be honest with you. So yeah. If you guys are looking for the next stream time, probably be Wednesday at the earliest. So yeah, fellow Mac fag. Yep, I like my Macs. I'm sorry. I've had let's see, a Gateway and a Dell. Actually, I've had multiple Dells before this. The Dells never lasted longer than a year, and the Gateway lasted about 2.5, and then sort of exploded. Actually, it lasted 2 years, and then I had to install Ubuntu on it, and then it lasted another half a year before it finally sort of exploded, and by that I mean full motherboard burn up. So that was not fun. Nothing I could do about that. So there we go. I guess are we waiting for? Nope. There's Alex in here. Alex or Alexander. Which one do you prefer to be called?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yep. Let me turn your mic up real fast because I think it's a little bit.
Yeah, I have a pretty shitty mic.
All right, try again.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Okay, you're good now. Absolutely.
Sorry for the quality of the mic, but just the headset I had lying around.
Nah, it's all right, dude. What's going on, man?
Fine. It's a bit late here, almost 4 in the morning.
Oh man, Jesus Christ, 4 in the morning? Well, man, I really appreciate you waiting around for this, man. It means a lot.
Nah, it's okay.
So, fellow Alex, and I only say that because that's my name too. So, what's going on? What do you have to bring to the conversation?
Well, I just wanted to comment shortly on my experience in the gaming industry and the women in the gaming industry. So I worked at Electronic Arts and Microsoft Xbox in the past, and I've had the pleasure to work with a lot of girls, a lot of women. Some of them are actually my bosses. So, and I wanted to comment on whatever a lot of anti-Gamergate people have been saying recently, that there's a problem in the game dev industry regarding regarding hate and racism and misogyny. And based on my personal experience in those two companies, I can't say that I've seen any such cases. I mean, women were respected in my company like every other employee was. There were no harassment issues, not even like doing backstage or out of outside of work. We were all friends and going out together, and it was a relaxed atmosphere. So I just want to note that I'm failing to see this misogyny in the gaming industry, in the big gaming industry, when it comes to those two examples I gave you.
Yeah. How many women do you have working with you roughly? Would you say?
Well, I currently not working anymore in those companies. I had at EA I had about 10. We were 50 to 60, about 60 on the floor, on the studio floor.
All right.
And at Microsoft, we had about six or seven. Studio of 70 or so.
All right. And you never noticed anything? They never complained about anything? Nothing at all as far as misogyny?
There was definitely no tension or scandals or anything like that going on, at least from what I can see. But everyone was basically friends with each other, and yeah.
So what would you say the reason why everyone's bringing up misogyny in the industry is, at least to this debate and to the debate of the gaming industry in general?
Well, to be fair, I believe that a lot of people actually consider the gaming industry to be encapsulating of the whole concept of gaming, like including gamers and game press and game marketing and everything like that. And obviously, yes, you will have misogyny and racism in certain gamers. I mean, that's what happens when you have big groups of people. You have people with different opinions or with bad morals and whatever. It's not something we can deny. But that's usually a very, very loud minority, a very, very small minority. But in the actual industry, in the professional industry, there's absolutely no such thing.
Well, good insight to have. Absolutely. You still, I would assume at least that you still have contacts who are still in the industry currently. Would I be correct in making that assumption?
Yeah.
Do you know about their opinions on Gamergate, or how Gamergate is affecting them working in the industry still?
Well, I have a couple of friends from back at EA that I've been talking to about this issue, and they've been quite clear on it. Basically, it all started as a big drama, and it started as a big drama for everyone, I think. But it slowly turned into something more serious, and that couldn't be ignored. Currently, from what I know, people are pretty much neutral or pro Gamergate. They tend to incline towards being pro Gamergate, and it's a bit hard to actually get a pulse of the whole situation, because people we don't even have official statements yet, and big companies have been quite shy to make statements on this matter. We've been having like some EA spokesmen or whatever they were making some statements, but those were neutral as well. What I believe is that they will not choose a side specifically because of how volatile this whole issue is, and they're just waiting until it plays out. But from what I can tell, the people that actually work there, the little guys, they're all mostly pro Gamergate, and yeah.
Little guys like the indie scene, or
no, I'm talking about the little people as in the just software developer, game developers,
Okay.
the
okay.
workers in
Like work within EA or Microsoft.
yeah.
Okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
I wasn't clear. Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, the grunts, as we're called sometimes.
Okay. So we have a lot of allies at least that are doing most of I guess I could say grunt work if that's not too offensive or anything.
Yeah, that's okay.
Can I interrupt for 1 second?
Yeah, go right ahead, dude.
Where are you from? Only because I was not present for the beginning of the conversation.
Currently living in the UK. I come from East Europe.
I'm sorry, East what?
East Europe.
East Europe. Whereabouts in East Europe?
Romania, to be more specific.
Romania. Okay.
Nice.
It's only relevant to me because I've talked to a couple Eastern European developers, or at least people who have interest in this, and their opinions are very varied. If that makes sense. I don't know if I enunciated it properly enough. Very varied. They're very different. As far as your at least like social structure is concerned, and the way that you respond to the types of problems that we see in like indie games and stuff like that, as far as societal like pressures are concerned, would you say that you have any experience? Like, would you be able to elucidate, I guess, in the way that you experience things in your part of the world versus what you perceive us to experience in the Western world? Is there a difference there?
So comparing like these two parts of the world and how they react to conflicts like these or movements like.
Well, I mean, well, exactly. If you wanna, I mean, if you don't want to give us an exact, location of where you're at, but maybe a country, so that at least maybe we're informed a little bit more, if that's possible.
Yeah, well, I did mention I'm from Romania initially.
Okay, all right. So I wasn't around.
Yeah.
At least
So
a little bit for that, but
I've been in
continue
the
on.
UK
I'm
for
sorry.
about 3 or 4 years or so. Still, what I can say about how things are perceived in Eastern Europe, and the more you go east, people tend to not take these kinds of things seriously. But that's like a general consensus among the population. But again, professionals, people that work in tech industries, they will have I don't know how to say this, but they will have their beliefs will be aligned with the ones their colleagues in the West.
Right. I want to ask you this question then. Are you aware of the assertions made against Western culture, where it's very common to say there's not enough women in tech industries, and I know this breaches into political things, but I think that's something that ultimately we're gonna end up talking about.
You mean women in the industry in the Eastern culture?
Well, no. Well, I mean for Western tech industries, the STEM fields, science, technology. I don't even know what STEM stands for, to be honest. I'm an uneducated person.
It's science, technology, engineering, and math, if I remember correctly.
Okay. So, what I would say is the question I would ask is, do you think you have a different response in your part of the world to women trying to enter into the STEM fields versus trying to enter into the STEM fields in the Western world? And again, this breaches, and I know I decried this like 4 hours ago, where it's like, it's not about politics. But when you're talking to somebody from a different part of the world, I think it's a very interesting aspect of culture to approach and to find out how we have different opinions. So that's why I ask these questions to people who are from, especially when you're talking about, Eastern European and almost getting into, the USSR. If you talk about 80s USSR, you have a lot of those transline states. I guess, I don't know, I think the appropriate term would be, like Georgian states.
Yeah, yeah.
where you have a very harsh difference of opinion as far as ideology goes. It's interesting to ask people how their culture approaches this sort of topic. I didn't really say too much, but
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand the question. Well, yeah, Eastern countries tend to, you know, try and catch up with the Western civilization when it comes to the tech industry, and they did so quite well in recent years. So you have quite a booming industry, a tech industry in Romania and Poland and countries like these, where you
right.
have big representatives like Electronic Arts, Ubisoft, Microsoft, having branches there, opening up studios. When I worked at EA, it was at Bucharest, so it was a mainly a QA studio, but it has some dev openings as well.
I just want to say I've been there. It's a beautiful city, but your subway cops are corrupt as fuck.
Yeah, I know. The subway.
I had to pay like $60 US because I bought the wrong ticket, which was like a $2 US difference. It pissed me off. I'm sorry. That's it. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'm pretty sure it got scammed. Sorry for that.
It probably was. It probably was. I didn't find out until I got to the surface. But regardless, continue, please.
Yeah. So as I was saying, the tech industry here is that is quite booming. So people are tending to big companies are tending to open up studios there. Firstly, because they have and we have to admit, a cheap labor force. You will have people that would work for like less because the average salary is way lower in Eastern Europe. But then you also have specialists, programmers, mathematicians, technicians, a lot of people that actually studied hard and are quite smart, get the masters, the PhDs, and they're smart, competent people, and these companies need them. So you will have competition between companies. For example, between Ubisoft and Electronic Arts, they will hunt for QA testers, for devs, for stuff like that in Bucharest. And eventually, you have quite a high standard when it comes to the tech industry, even if it's Eastern Europe. So as far as that goes, the tech industry in those countries seems to have aligned pretty fast to the standards in the Western standards.
I mean, this is a question I've got, and this is for Alex Roth. I'm from the UK, and a lot of the coverage that's gone into Gamergate has come from American media. So the majority of the narrative that we get over here is from American journalism. So I mean, Eastern Europe in the major discussion that's taken place. It's quite a unique market in that sense. So do you feel like your voice is being heard in that sense?
You mean in like Eastern Europe or?
Or in the greater debate of Gamergate that's going on at the moment, like I say, the narrative in the media that comes to the UK is majority from America.
I think.
So do you feel that the Eastern European market? Do you feel like your perspective on the whole Gamergate issue? Do you think you're being heard?
I want to add on top of this real quick before you respond. I think for the average person, if you look at it, if you look at CCP Red, that's the development company that's working on the Witcher series, right? That's the name of the company, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, and they're an Eastern European company, but at the same time, the Witcher series does not get very much exposure in the Western market, and that's a very simple analogy that I just wanted to present as far as mainstream gaming culture is concerned, to the casual player or whatever like that. But continue on with what your response is going to be.
So it's pretty hard to comment on what the current situation is in that part of Europe because I've been in the UK for almost 4 years now. I have some friends back home with which I've been talking about this issue, and the coverage, especially in the media, there is close to non-existent. You only have like tech blogs, gaming blogs, small stuff like that on the internet that mention it. But for example, big YouTube, like Romanian YouTube personalities don't even mention it or talk about it. Even the ones that do like gameplays and stuff like that. So the people there usually get their information from, Twitter, international website, blogs, all the big websites and everything. So that is actually a pretty big issue there.
All right, everybody's still here, right?
Yep, we're still here.
Okay, just making
Yeah.
sure nobody dropped out.
Oh, is the Burger King Matt guy still here?
No, we let him go a little while ago.
I'm not even looking at the right fucking window.
Yeah, I'd say, what's wrong with you?
I'm looking at the guy in the fucking. He's got the olive drab going on.
Yeah, I was about to say we got Alex in here, so he's an.
I have it on pause, and it's like fucking 45 minutes prior to what we're actually at. So. Pardon me.
So
Pardon me.
We got some other guests we need to bring in here too. So, Alex, is there any other parting comments that you have to make, or any last promotions that you want to make for like your Twitter or any projects you're working on at the moment?
No, not really. I'm not that kind of guy. I don't have like a public profile or anything like that. But what I wanted to say is that, in my opinion, Gamergate should remain focused on its original intentions, and it should keep doing what it used to do in like the good old days, if I could say so, on 4chan, when we would have like threads going on, emailing advertisers, companies, PRs, and stuff like that. Because I think that we are losing our drive when it comes to that area, like notifying the PR agencies or the big companies, trying to get in touch with them. So yeah, I definitely think we should keep emailing them, and it's definitely having an effect in the industry. People are noticing this, even if it's slowly spreading. We're actually getting there, and I believe that we will get some reactions pretty soon from the big companies, hopefully.
Can I ask you like a really quick question?
Yeah.
Before we
sure.
move on.
Sure.
All right. I just want to ask you, would you appreciate a lot of smaller people, even if they're American, if they're European, it doesn't matter. Smaller YouTubers, smaller Twitch streamers, and things of that nature. Would you like to promote your product? You say you're an unpublished indie developer, right?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm a former developer.
Okay, it might have been the person before you then. I apologize. Well, I don't know. Well, then my point's fucking lost. Well, fuck me.
That's all right. Well, anyway, we appreciate your coming on, man. Thanks a ton, especially for waiting up till like 4 in the morning your time. You said?
Yeah, about 4 now.
Yeah, man. Thanks a ton. It means a lot, man. Absolutely. Thank you for coming on.
It's okay.
Yeah, cheers, man. Thanks. It's been fun.
Thanks, guy. See ya.
See you, man.
Yeah,
I just watch everything up.
Yeah, I don't want to point out I'm a full-on fucking white cis straight male who's sitting here at 4 o'clock in the morning talking to you guys. So I officially have no life. So
man, I'm
the stereotypical gamer at this point.
I was doing a live stream. It was more of like a Q&A thing, but it went on until like 7 in the morning roughly.
Where is Micah? Where is Micah?
Okay, Micah wanted to call in, but I'm having other people in because he's been on our stream like twice or 3 times now.
He's a very smart person.
I know, but we need to hear voices other than Micah. I know he wanted to call in. I told him, dude, next time, come in next time, because we love having you on, but you need to be on for the whole time.
Yeah. And I mean,
absolutely.
Hatman, I messaged you. You messaged me yesterday morning, saying like, I need to get more sleep. And I said to you, have you slept anything yet? And you were like, no.
Nope.
That was like 10 o'clock in the morning,
I had
which was
not
like
at that time.
5 o'clock in the morning for you. So
Yeah, no.
But the only thing
I've
we
been
know
losing
about
sleep
you,
on this.
Whiskey, the only thing that we know about you is when you're streaming. That's it. That's your only public presence.
Yeah, more or less.
yeah, that's to be fair. And to be like that, I mean, like I say, there's a reason we call Whiskey Grenade is because whenever we do YouTube videos or streaming or anything else,
You're always
we drink the whole time. There's no faking it. So
I need to start doing that.
So the British are like infinitely more eloquent when it comes to drinking and talking than Americans are. I think that's something we can all agree upon.
see, there's an interesting thing about that is that the difference is that Americans drink socially. Americans drink, in a group socially, just have a good time and have a party and everything else. In Europe, we drink to get drunk. There's a massive difference in that.
Well, you see, I try to approach it that way, but I'm never successful. I try to make it a social endeavor, but it never ends up that way.
I mean, there's a term in the UK called binge drinking. Do you have that?
Yes.
Yeah, we have that, absolutely.
Yeah. Binge drinking is the popular way to drink in Europe.
To preface that, it's more of a college phenomenon than anything else.
Yeah. No, we just do it because we're bored. So.
Anyway, who's supposed to be the next guest?
So our next guest is supposed to be Rotten Rye, who's been hounding me for a couple of days now, trying to get on the stream. So Rotten Rye, if you are listening right now, you are the next guest. Please check your Twitter, and if I don't hear anything from you, if I don't hear anything from you in like 5 minutes or so, I'm just gonna have to move on to the next guest. I'm sorry, man, but we have several people in line now. So
I like people who have pent up aggression. It's like I've been waiting. It's when they get that pirate slur.
Yeah. No,
like
man, you missed.
It's like I've been waiting.
About to say you missed Micah's angry Scottish accent, even though.
Oh no, I heard a fraction of it, but I will say I adore your SJW.
Oh.
It needs to be more popularized only because it's so fucking magnificent.
Everybody.
Subtle level. I'm such a subtle level.
Everybody thinks SJW is a pretty cool guy. He fights aliens and doesn't afraid of anything.
Nuclear.
But just quickly to throw it in back into the conversation. I mean, since this is something I wanted to ask you tonight in relation to what we talked about earlier. I mean, do you consider the fully fledged Tumblr signed up SJW crowd? Do you consider them authentic opponents of Gamergate, or do you think they're a completely different crowd doing their own thing?
I mean, that's a very difficult topic to approach only because you're missing an extraordinary amount of metrics. As far as, even if you want to go into, it's like there's been so many studies done. If you look at, a lot of recent publications and stuff like that, regardless of the magazine or the outlet or anything like that, as far as what a gamer actually constitutes. And if you look at the Tumblr crowd, you would presume that crowd would be the casual gamer. They would be the same people playing Angry Birds and Candy Crush and all the other nonsense that goes along with that. And those aren't the games that I play, so I can't fucking, fucking speak about them off the top of my head, but that's what you would presume that crowd would be involved with. But you can't presume that accurately, and you cannot get an accurate measure from that. But I do know that there have been studies done that try to differentiate the casual gamer between the hardcore gamer, and I think that those studies should be taken into consideration when you're trying to come to a conclusion on the opinion of what the, I guess, average gamer would consider to be important. I think that's the best intellectual way to put it. If you're trying to work off averages, it's a very touchy topic, and it's very touchy because that metric is really hard to identify. Because what eventually happens, and this is something that I've talked to hardcore gamers about, you know, it's just like, what exactly do you identify, or what do you consider to be gameplay or a mechanic, and how do you identify exactly what a game is? And this is a lot of the discussion that goes on, not necessarily on Twitter at the forefront, but behind the scenes. It's like, what exactly is a game? And to bring somebody to surface who has been identified as a shill, there's a guy on Twitter called A Man in Black. And he brings up a lot of very, very controversial opinions regarding gameplay and what exactly constitutes gameplay and where exactly do you draw the line. And I got in a very interesting conversation with him. Like, I don't know, 3-4 weeks ago, something like that. It was a long time. He took a little bit of a hiatus. He disappeared. And I guess apparently he has resurfaced based on what people have told me. But he brought up a lot of very accurate points as far as how do you define what gameplay is? How do you define what a gameplay mechanic is? And ultimately, and I hate using that word because it feels way too definitive, but I think if we're going to have this argument, and a lot of people like to bring up Gone Home, they like to bring up Dear Esther, they like to bring up Amnesia, Machine for Pigs. We're talking about gameplay.
There.
I'm sorry?
Depression Quest. I just want to throw one more into the ring on that one. Depression Quest.
I mean, that's at a further end.
We'll talk about that in a bit.
Well, yeah, that's
We'll
at
get to that, definitely.
a further end of the spectrum. But as far as like the middle of the spectrum, the things that you actually have to talk about, I think that those games are very interesting to talk about, and I feel like the people who are in the middle, even if you think they're shills, they bring up very fucking good points about how do you define what gameplay is, because if we're going to make this distinction between what a game is and what a game is not, we have to look at what makes a game a game. And the only thing that makes a game is player agency and player interaction. And how do you define what player agency is? Like, if you hit a button and it changes the visual output, does it make it a game? Because you do have agency.
Yeah.
There's no arguing that. But ultimately, at the end of the day, and I hate fucking using that word and that terminology, and I just fucking hate doing it, but I do it all the time. But you are affecting the end state. Are you playing a game? I don't know. But so you hit a button, and it's a randomization of the end state. Are you playing a game? I don't know.
And just to clarify for the chat, when I posed my question to you, I wasn't saying Tumblr as a whole. I was saying the kind of people you find on Tumblr in action, the people who make outlandish statements for no real reasoning.
But I think those same people would be involved in this argument, though.
Yeah.
That's why I kind of went on this.
Yeah. So, yeah. Oh man,
I'd agree.
absolutely. I completely agree. It's just there were a few people in the chat trying to separate Tumblr people from feminists, and I agree. There is a different stance there.
Yeah.
I should make sure that I'm clarifying the fact that the people I'm talking about are the people who are making very, very provocative statements towards certain aspects of this community.
Would you say it's people who more or less like make a lifestyle out of it?
Well, yeah. I mean, this is one of my arguments about it. Is that if you solely identify by your gender, if you solely identify by your race or your sexuality, if that's all you are, you're going to have a very blinkered view of the argument. If you're unreceptive to the outside communication, then obviously you're on the back foot from the start. And I think that one of the things that Gamergate is pushing is that we want to discuss every aspect of gamers, every aspect of journalism, every aspect of this whole thing. And I think that's where a miscommunication comes across.
Anyway, sort of bouncing away from that, we got Rotten Rye in here finally. So how's it going,
guys? Oh, dude, I've been drinking here right along with you. So.
What are you drinking? What are you drinking?
We are friends from the start, my boy.
But seriously, man, what are you having?
Just some Bud Light. Something I had on hand, you know.
Can't go wrong.
Yeah, I was actually the guy in the chat who told you to do a shot of Jaeger, so thanks for that.
Oh yeah, no problem, man. About to say, I had some in my fridge. I mean, there's some in my liquor cabinet too, but I like to have it chilled. So.
Oh yeah, same here.
I had some in my fridge, and that was.
I do got it.
Yep. That was I got maybe like enough for a quarter of a shot left in that bottle now. So that was basically the last shot I'd get out of that. So cheers, man.
Thanks, man. But I just want to hop in and say you guys are all awesome. Thank you very much for having me in here. And
absolutely. Thanks for coming in.
The topic that I wanted to bring up was, you know, I've been a part of some Facebook groups on for, you know, I'm going to say 3 letters of this website, and everyone's going to hate me in the chat for it, but IGN. And you know,
what's
like I said,
what's the rest of the website? I'm not really sure.
.com. But yeah, I seen somebody post some Gamergate stuff in one of their podcast Facebook groups, and that person who posted it just instantly got like slammed, like about how you're a conspiracy theorist, and I had to go grab my tinfoil hat and all this other shit. It was just like they were totally shut out from any chance of having a conversation, and they were totally disproving anything that was brought to them as some sort of proof that, you know, this is going on, that hey, you guys should look at this, there's something wrong here.
I just want to say this. I mean, I'm assuming that you were listening, you know, 2.5 hours ago when I went on my fucking spiel.
Yeah.
You don't have to prove anything. You just have to fucking do what you're gonna do. Like, that's the most impact that you can fucking have.
No, well, like one of the things that bugged me about this is there were people in the comments who were blatantly asking the admins of these groups to remove these comments. It's like they were asking for censorship. It was like, why would you do that?
This is in a forum, you're saying?
Yeah. Like they were instantly shutting down any chance of having a conversation on this comment. It was just like, nope, we don't want this here.
I'm not sure. I just want to clarify real quick. Somebody was trying to say something, but I just want to clarify real quick. Are you saying that these comments were happening on an IGN forum or no?
Oh no, they were on the Facebook groups of these.
Okay.
So they were, you know, public admins. They weren't like people from IGN.
Right. No. That's fine. I just wanted to clarify. That's all.
I know some of the journalists from IGN actually frequently go to these Facebook groups and, you know, post comments and everything. So I don't know if they were just like, you know, we don't want, the best I can like look at it is, you know, we don't want the people we look up to come in here and see this stuff being said. So get this out of here.
Not to lead, but what do you mean by posting comments as far as the IGN people going to the Facebook groups?
Well, they just kind of go in there every once in a while and like, hey, guys, we got a review coming out here soon. I think you guys are really going to like it. Like they're kind of drawing people from the Facebook group that they know are already going to go to the website anyway and letting them know like, hey, you know, this is something you guys might be interested in. So I'm not sure why they were even going to go to that particular group and say something, but they do anyway.
Do you know if these lead-ins that try to draw people out of these Facebook groups have any effect on Metacritic?
Now, that I don't know. I know that a few of the people from IGN have gone on to like work at other game developers and stuff. Like, I don't know if you guys ever heard of a game called, what was it, Daylight? Or Dying Light? No, not Dying Light. It was Daylight.
Dying Light to me sounds a lot more familiar.
Yeah,
if you want to go on
like
about
Dying Light's the big AAA game that's supposed to be a lot like Dead Island.
Right,
but,
yeah.
Dying Light or Daylight is the one where it's a procedurally generated game where like every dungeon is different or whatever, and you're walking around with the light of your cell phone to light you. And you know,
I've never actually heard of that game, surprisingly.
Good on you. Angry Joe did a playthrough, and whenever he got to the end of it, there's a video up on his channel about it, and he's looking through the credits, and he finds out that Jessica Chilbot is the writer for that game.
I feel like you have something to say about that, Hat.
I don't particularly care for her, and that's all I will say. I'm sorry, I gotta do it in the Forrest Gump voice.
That is the most
I've been
diplomatic response you could have done.
Well,
I feel like
I gotta say it in the
really
Forrest
feel
Gump
like
voice
the Hat.
because I've been drinking,
I feel-
so that's all
I
I'm
feel
gonna
like
say.
you want to go
about that.
off on G4 really hard right now.
At the same time, you got people like Anthony Gallegos, he's a more of a lesser known people, because that's one of the things that IGN is famous for, is they don't humanize any of their writers, so you don't know who any of these people are, because they don't frequently appear on videos. So this guy was a designer for the game.
Right.
And now he's out of a job. Like, he posts on Twitter all the time about how he doesn't have a job right now, and like, I guess he was at PAX and he was asking a bunch of his friends to pay for a meal for him and shit like that. It's like, dude, apparently if you weren't the best person for the job, so how did you get the job? Did you just use your connections to say, hey, I know how to code a little bit, get me in there?
Do you think that's a problem? Like, within your industry as far as you're concerned? Like, the people that you know?
To an extent, like, it's like, who was, I think somebody brought it up earlier, to where, like, are the best people really getting the jobs, or is it just like a who you know situation? Because it's like with Andrew Goldfarb. He was he was on Podcast Beyond on IGN, and I hate to keep bringing them fucking up. That's the website I frequently.
You know what? At the end of the day, just to fucking apologize for you before you do it, it's gonna happen, because that's what we experience in this industry, and everybody who's on this fucking stream right now. We're all going to know the major players. We're all going to know the fucking incestuous relationships that happen between people. It's going to fucking happen. So do not fucking apologize, please. I will do it for you.
But Andrew Goldfarb he was one of the guy that Anthony Birch was tweeting about how he now works for Gearbox. So that means he was saying some stupid shit to the effect that Borderlands the pre-sequel is going to get good reviews because Andrew Goldfarb used to work there.
Yeah.
And it's one of the things where I can't say that it is swinging review scores, but our main argument is are these the right people that you want, or that should be working there, or were there more qualified and better people for the job that didn't even get a glance because they were friends with somebody in the industry and had an in.
Well, and that's the problem that I think, we're trying to bring to light by, bringing, the small developers and the indie guys and everything like that. It's just like, we need you guys to come out and, bring attention to all of this, because it's a story that goes unheard. And it's very unfortunate, because you get, put down into the fucking corner. And it's so sad, and it's so pathetic, because you feel like if you don't toe the party line, then you can't speak your voice. And even though, like, you yourself will admit, like, I don't have a position of influence, but there are people that I know that have to fucking deal with this shit on a daily basis. And even though it does not necessarily influence their decisions within the game, they still have to deal with the rhetorical bullshit that is trying to get their game to the fucking, mainstream light, and just to fucking exist. It's a fucking problem with existing. I don't know. I'm getting way too into semantics, and nobody else is fucking chiming in. You guys are killing me.
I'm pretty sure whiskey's pretty much fucked at this point.
I'm just making sure that I'm just because I am fucked. There's no debating that. I'm trying to make sure I'm considering the point from all angles before I chime in.
But you're so much more eloquent than I am.
It's that English accent, man. It's put.
Yeah, it's a fallacy, man. It's just an English accent. It doesn't mean that I'm any better.
Like, I'm actually editing a video right now where, it was me and a few friends, and we bullshit for like an hour and a half about all this Gamergate and SJW shit. And one of the arguments I bring up is, how, if you're just willing to eat all this bullshit that people feed you, how are you going to develop your own opinion? Like, I'm really big on Total Biscuit, but at the same time, he says things like, 60 frames a second or if it's not, if the game isn't 60 frames, then the game is unplayable on a PC. But I come from a console.
Yeah, I would disagree with that point completely.
Yeah, see, that's where I come from. Like, I come from a console life. Like, 360, PS3, PS4, Xbox One. That's where I, do my primary amount of gaming. I'm just now transitioning over to PC. And, I don't see it like that. So that's kind of where I develop my own differences from him. Like, whereas he'll spend, an hour inside of the menus fucking around with sliders and shit. It's like, good on you, dude. I know there's people out there who want to see that, and that's awesome that you do that for them. But I want to see gameplay.
Yeah, and I mean, myself and Percy, we've made no quibbles about this. Is that we're both in our very early 30s, and Total Biscuit himself is in his early 30s, and we remember playing on the fucking Commodore 64, on the Spectrum, on the Atari 2600. These are games that had no graphical qualities whatsoever, and the focus on those games, as shit as they were, was about gameplay. If a game had good gameplay, that's what got you into it. And for someone to say that a game is based on whether or not it's got 60 frames per second is complete horseshit, because in my view at least, the important thing to a consumer is a story you can identify with and a character you can empathize with, and that's what people look for.
You want to know what character, what story I can empathize with? Is the chef. If we're gonna go back to the early 90s, early 80s, back to the 70s, the chef from Burger Time on the Intellivision.
Are you fucking with me right now?
He was flipping those pickles. He was flipping those burgers. He was fucking going at that shit with those fucking shakers and the pepper and everything. And it's like, he had shit to get done.
Synth, are you sure you are not just fucking plastered right now?
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I don't even think that he's like standing or sitting at all anymore. I think he's laying back and just eyes closed, slowly passing out.
I'm just angry at this point.
Yeah, but I mean, to continue that train of thought, man, is like one of the earliest games I remember playing was fucking Pitfall on the Atari 2600, and we're talking 20 years ago, and the whole thing you got a massive box cartridge to put in your machine, and the blurb on the side of it said, "This is a guy adventuring in the jungle," and that was your story. That's your whole thing. But because that was about it, you had to go on. You played this 8-bit guy jumping over 8-bit pits in front of fucking 4-bit music, and I would say, and this is the contentious bit. I would say that's a forerunner to things like fucking Tomb Raider. The graphics have massively increased and the story's massively increased, but when you really go back for the history of gaming, it's a really, really, really simple concept.
But I mean, that's how it happened though. That's like how the evolution happened and everything like that. It's from a very simplistic format. The same shit that we're talking about. It's like, you're talking about with Pitfall. Where you have a fucking guy who's defined by, 2 pixel wide body with 1 pixel legs, and it's in a fucking diagonal, representation. And when I'm talking about Burger Time, it's like when this fucking chef who has to flip the burgers or whatever like that, when he's basically, shimmying across these platforms in order to flip the burgers, and you gotta get the salt on the burgers to kill the pickles and fucking get pepper to kill the whatever the fuck or whatever. I can't remember how the game plays, but you gotta do that shit, and it becomes a fucking RTS.
Yeah.
When you look at it fucking from a more intelligible standpoint or whatever like that. But you go back to the fucking basics, and it's like, it's not about the graphics. It's about the fucking gameplay and how it fucking affected you as an individual.
Yeah.
And it's just like, you played it because it was a game, and it's like, oh wait, there's actually a way that I can look at this, even though I'm, 8 years old.
Absolutely. And I mean,
I can look at this and be like, I think there's a strategy, and I can, capitalize on it. And it's like, that's how games go. That's what games are.
And I mean, compare fucking Super Mario Brothers. Compare it to the first iteration to what we've got now. and we're talking 15, 20 years on. The core concept is get a dude onto a platform and don't die it. And that's it. And you can tie it up with all the pixels and explosions and everything else you want. But the same thing, the core gameplay of that franchise is exactly the same.
No, absolutely. Actually, it's like one of those things that I would love to discuss, like on stream with people. Even like if we all had an emulated form of like Super Mario 3 in front of us. It's just talking about Nintendo platformer level design and the way that it's evolved over the course of the years, only because they fucking do it right so well. And it goes back to the basics of gaming. It goes back to these bullshit Atari games that we played. It goes back to these bullshit Intellivision games that we played. And it's just like, it comes down to the fucking core mechanic of gameplay. It's like, are you having fun? Would you like to play another game? You know, you want to play fucking Global Nuclear Warfare? Would you like to play again? You know, that's what it comes down to.
And I'm gonna go and record overnight. If you think that Mario isn't a game because it's not in 60 FPS, you're a dick. That's my view.
Well, Total Biscuit's main argument is a game qualifies as something that has a failure state, whether it being you die and there's a game over screen, or you fuck up and something else happens.
I disagree with that on a lot of levels.
I was about to say Kirby's Epic Yarn would be a testament to that, since it doesn't really have a game over screen, but if you fuck up, you do get penalized for it.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. If you fuck up, something else happens.
Yeah.
The only thing that I would point to, in complete disregard of that statement, or dissident of that statement, is very early 1990s point-and-click adventure games. Even if you want to go back to Nintendo and LucasArts, who are very, very forgiving. Maniac Mansion. That is a game that does not have a definitive game over state. But you can get to a point where you cannot continue. But it is not a fail state.
Would that technically be some sort of a detriment overall to you?
I don't think so. The only thing is, with when you get to this, I get very, very passionate about it, even more passionate than I have been tonight. Only because I don't like the way that people equate like The Walking Dead, The Wolf Among Us, Esther, Gone Home, etc., even though those are two completely different genres of games. I don't like the way people equate The Walking Dead and The Wolf Among Us as an evolution of the point-and-click genre, only because they completely subvert the absurd point-and-click logic that was ultimately the core mechanic of point-and-click games in the early 1990s. That was what defined them.
Well, in the defense, they were trying to speed up the gameplay, because at the same time with the point-and-click stuff, you would end up stuck on something for hours. You know, click use with this, click do with that, and it was just
exactly.
It was backwards.
It was absurd. It was absurd logic. I don't want to interrupt you, but
I interrupted you. So
no, I mean, yeah, but you had a very, very valid point, to make. It's like, you have to use X with Y, and it's just like they fucking subvert it, and I don't understand why people think that that's an evolution of the gameplay. I feel like it's
more of a dumbing down
gameplay. Yeah, I feel like it's a de-evolution of it. They're fucking stripping the core mechanics of what makes a point-and-click a point-and-click.
Yeah, it was a great story in its defense, but at the same time, you're 100% correct that they just, dwindle it down to its bare necessities.
And I do not see that as a positive attribute.
Because it was all story.
I don't see it that way. But I don't know. I mean, it's just it's one of those things. It's a personal gripe, and I will fully admit that, because I have a very intricate relationship with point-and-click adventure games going back to the early 90s and the mid-80s and everything like that. But it's just like I disagree on a level that I cannot even quantify with the way that people say, contemporary point-and-click games are an evolution. And it's like, no, it's not an evolution. I don't know. but it's just like they remove all the fucking base elements, all the absurd logic. That was what made the games the way they are. The fucking stupid logic.
Yeah, and I mean that's the kind of games that I grew up on as a gamer. Was like Monkey Island.
Day of the Tentacle.
You
And
know,
shit.
yeah, like the Indiana Jones games, like
Oh yeah.
fucking like.
All right, guys, we're gonna have to tone down hyping up Tim Schafer. Relax.
The Dig, Full
Yeah,
Throttle,
exactly.
like essentially LucasArts games. Yeah, so
Yeah.
the LucasArts point and clicks were really a big part of my childhood growing up.
I mean, that's
And,
not to interrupt you, but it's like that's the distinction that you have to make. It's like you have the LucasArts genre, where you don't have the fail state, and then you have the Sierra genre, where you do have the fail state.
Yeah.
But that's all I wanted to say. So.
All right, something else I wanted to ask you guys. Do you remember whenever Far Cry 3 came, or not the Far Cry 3, but the Far Cry 4 box art was announced, right?
Oh yeah. Are you talking about when people got offended because it was like a
They assumed it was racist.
yes, that thing when Tumblr had a
Alright.
shit fit.
Oh yeah, that was a special snowflake fucking blizzard from hell right there.
When does Tumblr not have a shit fit though?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just waiting for IA's next Tumblrism videos like that. Those are epic. Round of applause for that, man.
But
We at
you were saying something about point and clicks, right, Whiskey?
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, no, you were like leading into something. I wanted to hear.
Well, I feel like I was leading something, but then my alcohol kicked in.
That happens.
But yeah, but like I was saying,
grenade blew up.
I've always been a massive fan of point and clicks, and like I say, LucasArts is essentially what I was brought up on. Is like
Right.
Monkey Island 2 is in my top 5 games of all time, for example. And then we got into like, for example, The Longest Journey and Broken Sword, and it kind of expanded from there. But I would say in the last 5 years or so, there's not really been anything in that genre that could
Absolutely,
compare.
I would agree.
In terms of because one of the things that point and clicks has got for it, it might not have interactivity, it might not have the Call of Duty kind of reactionary twitchy mechanics that you've got. But one thing that point and click adventures always had was story. That was what it was built on. That's what it died on. And I think that that's an important thing to progress.
I disagree a little bit about that.
Okay, go ahead, man.
Disagree.
Yeah, go over it. Okay.
Only because I don't feel like the story was ever the focus in point and click games. I feel like that was always a secondary aspect of them. Because like when you're going through the process of trying to solve the puzzles and everything like that, like the story becomes extremely secondary, and most of the time you're having to deal with like some kind of copyright form, especially if we're talking about shit in the 1990s, right? Like the shit that I used to deal with when I went down to my friend's house down the street and we were on a fucking 56,000 baud modem, fucking downloading hints from the Sierra server to fucking play Quest for Glory 2.
Oh, fucking hell, man.
You know, this is like fucking 1992. You know, I was like fucking 9 years old. And it's just like that entire thing, like, I don't know, I disregard a lot of that just because I feel like it was a lot simpler back then. And I feel like when people try to bring those up as conceptual points to argue, I feel like they lose a lot of relevance when you consider the time of inception as far as the games are concerned. It's like, I don't think that they cared about that shit back then.
Yeah.
I don't think that was on the platter. I don't think that's an appropriate topic to address.
In response to that, would you say that you did you call like hint hotlines? Did you trawl what was the internet back then for help?
We never called hotlines, but we would go on BBSs.
Okay, but did you do that to beat the game, or did you do that to find out the next step of the story?
We did it to beat the game.
Okay, well that's a fair enough response. But for me personally, if I did pull up an FAQ, it was to find out the next step of the story.
I think you're, what year were you born? I was born in '84. What year were you born in?
I was born in '82.
All right, so you're a couple years older than me, but when you're talking about that age, that actually matters a little bit.
Yeah.
Right. I'm sorry.
I was about to say, you guys are way fucking older than me. I was born in goddamn.
No, but I mean, it does matter a little bit. I mean, if you talk about maturity and everything like that, like it does matter a little bit, right?
But say, I still got in on all those old point and click games when I was very young.
No clue. You have no clue. Like I imagine if I asked Whiskey Grenade, like if he knew what a mud was, I imagine Whiskey.
Oh yeah, I know what mud is, man. Yeah.
Do you know what a mud is?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Prove my point.
Nope.
Yeah.
Anyway, holy fuck. We need to be moving on. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we need to be moving on to the next guest.
Okay, fine.
My God, man.
Having trouble seeing straight?
Just a little bit. So, Rotten Rye, if you want to plug anything real fast before we let you go, go ahead and run on that, man.
All right. You guys can find me on YouTube, youtube.com/RottenRyeHD. You can find me on Twitter. Whole fucking deal at RottenRyeHD. Thanks for having me on, guys. You guys are all the shit. Keep it up.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, man. Absolutely.
Take care, buddy.
See, this is something just to interject real quick that what's his name, Ethan Saberi in chat said. He says the stripping back of mechanics is similar to the marginalization of technical skill in the production of art, and the way fine art has descended into the abstract and conceptual. And I agree with that very much.
I was about to say you're pretty drunk because you know we had Ethan on just a couple of calls ago, right?
Oh, that's the
same dude.
All right, fine. Well, fuck me then.
Anyway,
he makes a very solid point.
Well, yeah, of course. If you haven't noticed, we're all fucked at this point. But
Sid, sorry, come, me, you, and Percy just set up a channel where we just sit there and get drunk and just talk politics. Because this is fascinating to me.
God, I need to get in on that though. I need to get in on that shit.
No, you're a responsible moderator who brings in people
fuck.
KotakuInAction.
Anyway, so Action Points is the next guy that we need to have in here. So Action Points, if you're around, you should be because you just posted a tweet a little while ago, or at least it looked like a little while ago. Please jump in, check your DMs. I was supposed to have you on like 2 or 3 streams ago, and missed out on that. I apologize for that, but we're gonna have you on right quick here. So hopefully that'll make up for things.
Well, I'm gonna bat out for 2 minutes just to have a piss and get myself sorted.
Go right ahead, man. I guess I can troll around in the chat to see what people are saying to sort of waste time here.
So who's next on the fucking Crucible if it's not your proposed guest?
Let's see. Action Points is next. Let me look through my mentions because I want to get people's names right because I had everyone's DM pulled up. Lifefire 940 is after, and we have there's Action. Shit, who's after him? Oh fuck.
Heck, can I tell you something that's...
Fewer is up next. What the hell? Fewer, you were on a... Fewer, who was on a few streams ago.
I think he's very good as far as discussion is concerned, though.
He is, but he wanted to be on the next call, so I put him in for next on the list. So
who else do you have after him? I think we throw it to the chat.
Nobody yet. I'm sure there's someone in my mentions who wants to be in afterwards.
Alright, so if you can't get a hold of the next appointed, sacrifice, because that's pretty much what they are at this point, then get Fewer in.
Yep. Alright, we can do that.
And I could actually, I'm sure that I could pull a couple people out of the Skype call who would be willing to talk and get on the channel who have very good and very strong opinions. I could probably fucking get Jen Dawn here. I don't know if she's in the fucking chat or not.
I love her. She's great.
She is. She's very smart.
Oh, there's Action Points. There you go. Hey, what's up, dude?
Not much. Just it's good to be on. How's everyone doing?
Just drinking a little bit.
Drunk. Yeah.
Doing it right all day, every day. know us.
So, what's today's topics? What's everyone talking about? I heard a couple people earlier. Someone from the was it he from the UN? Was it
UN?
Or he was a reporter who goes to the UN?
No, he works for TV Tokyo, and he was in DC and just relaying information back from the UN to TV Tokyo.
Excellent.
So basically, the format is anyone who calls in decides the discussion topic. So you called in, you decide the discussion topic.
Yeah, I mean, I usually like to do questions, but I guess there was a few things I wanted to talk about going on with Gamergate. Something that I see pops up quite a bit. People keep asking me, "Oh, it looks like we're losing steam," or "Oh, are we losing? Are we losing the war? Or are they winning?" That's a point I like to stress is not to I mean, some people will disagree, but I like to stress the idea of not thinking of it as a war, because when you think of it as a war, you have this idea of like that there is an end, that there is a specific clear end where the other side has been defeated. And I think it's a bit of a disservice to sort of get that idea in our heads. Like I had answered all this in an Ask FM, but it's a long game what we're doing, because this isn't, when we go against someone, it's not like someone's dying and then they're out of the game. This is for the long haul. You have to be on it. You have to continue to inform people and share the view and use the hashtag. So it's just, if we fall prey to the idea that it's a war and that we're focused on it, what tends to happen is people will get tense. They think it's us versus them, and that's also another thing that could be harmful, is when you view the other side as an enemy, or you generalize or you dehumanize them by saying, oh, they're the villain. I mean, it's very tempting, of course, because some of these people just spit and poison. But it's something I think I hope to encourage more people not to do. But I mean, it's unavoidable. Some people like to think of it as an info war, which I would say is accurate. But it's probably best not to think it's such a black and white term.
The only thing I would interject with is not an info war, but a PR war.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. You could say that.
But continue on.
What else did I write down? Another thing, once again, I would encourage people to take it easy. Don't feel like you have to constantly be on it. Play some video games. I sure as hell have not been playing enough video games. My job has me working overtime, so it's like the few precious moments. Yeah, the few precious moments I have where I'm not at work, I'm trying to sneak in some Animal Crossing, or I finally got a chance to start Layton versus Phoenix Wright. Oh man, I've been needing to start that. I'm probably 5 minutes in. No, maybe not. Well, about 10 minutes in. It's all cutscenes so far. It's the start, and I have to interject, and I have to say, it's like you're playing Animal Crossing, but you're not playing Metal Rising Revengeance.
Oh, come the hell on! Come on.
Revengeance with Raiden, right?
Yeah, but it's just like those two things, like oddly enough, they fucking coincide.
Go home,
on a level that could not ever be fucking appreciated by somebody outside of gaming.
You are fucking
coincide.
Revengeance and Animal Crossing coincide?
Absolutely.
I gotta hear this theory. I mean, should we explore this concept?
I can't justify it. Somebody who's a hell of a lot smarter than me has to fucking make it happen, but I firmly believe.
Fucking plastered, dude.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit.
All right.
I will back this theory that every person that loves Animal Crossing also loves Metal Gear Solid Revengeance.
I think that's like saying everyone who likes hamburgers likes ice cream.
At least on an intimate level. The people who get deep into the mechanics of Animal Crossing get just as deep into the mechanics of Metal Gear Solid Revengeance.
Oh, I don't think I'm hardcore enough to say I did that.
Yeah. I disagree.
I would say the people who get the people get into Animal Crossing are the same people who get into Pokemon.
Oh, I can't do Pokemon anymore. I can't. I don't. Basically, my thing with Pokemon is for the same reason I started to die off of RPGs. And the RPGs, it's like you got 4 characters, and you're gonna grind, but it's not so much of a grind because there's only 4 of them, and you're gonna level them up, and they're gonna get strong to be kick-ass. But with Pokemon, it says, hey, you like leveling up characters? Well, guess what? You get as many as you want.
Level up
You get-
everything.
You get infinite characters to level up, and I'm like, oof, I can't do that.
I fucking
I'm
love
not-
Pokemon, man.
I
I love it.
I'm not 14 anymore. I don't have the time.
I'm sorry. I play competitively, so that's why.
Yeah, but where do you draw? Okay, fine. I'm gonna ask you.
Sure.
Where do you draw the line when you have a Pokemon that looks like a fucking ice cream cone?
I don't.
What do you do with that, though? On
Okay,
a personal
so-
level, what do you do with that?
My favorites, most of the time, my favorites are, at least in the current format, are ones that I cannot use. Actually, all of my favorites at the moment are ones that I cannot use. I'm guessing in the next rotation, I will be able to use some of them because that's when Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire come out, and some of them are from Gen 3. For example, for those who know, Latios and Blaziken, they are in Gen 3. They will probably become legal with the next rotation. But anyway, so I've had to basically pick up on stuff that I wouldn't normally use just to fit the current competitive scene. And
You want to know what's fucked up? Just to interject real quick. Like,
ahead.
this is so fucked up to me only because the first video games that I really played that I got competitive in were fighting games. And I automatically, like, align what you're talking about with fucking Akuma in Street Fighter 2. And you're like, they're going to be legal next time. And it's like, when I go back to Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, if you go back to the arcade cabinets where you had to fucking input a console code on the arcade cabinet in order to select fucking Arcade Akuma, where he had a fucking abusable air move in order to basically suppress the opponent, and oh yeah, that's a fucking trigger word, yada yada yada, fuck you. But anyway, but you could fucking completely, corner your opponent, and I look at fucking Pokemon in the way that they get into the fucking just the specifics of the competition and everything like that, and I find it so weird only because coming from a fighting game background, like, there's never a tier of this character is okay if you're fighting another character from the same tier, but this character is not okay if you're fighting a character from another tier that's lower than the tier that character A exists in.
there
But that
are
exists in
tiers?
Pokemon. Where you have tiers of character, where you fucking structure a tournament around that tier of characters. Like, I've never seen that before in a tournament structure.
Well, it depends on if you're playing Smogon's rules, because they're the ones that construct the tier list, and they're the ones that decide who gets to be in this tier, who gets to be in this tier, etc., etc. If you're playing, for example, VGC format, which is the format that the Pokemon Company International uses. That's the format that you're going to use for any regionals, nationals, world championships that are put on by the Pokemon Company. So that's the official format. That's the one that doesn't use a tier list. Like, for example, the guy who actually won the world championships used a Pokemon that is considered a never-used Pokemon as far as the Smogon tiers go, and that is basically the lowest tier that you can be in. Basically. He won with it. Like, the world championships. He is the current world champion. He won with a Pokemon that would otherwise never fucking be considered, period.
And that's fucking amazing. Like, if you look at it from a fighting game player's standpoint, like, when you see somebody approach the field and be like, I'm going to use this character because I think that they have fucking attributes that people haven't really looked into. Like, a big thing in the fighting game scene is when you look at frame data, that's pretty much the metric that you use if you're looking at it from a technical standpoint to measure a character's, I don't want to say approachability, because that's the wrong term to use, but as far as mechanical standards are concerned, you look at frame data. You look at how they can punish the way that an opponent attacks you. You look at how you can react to that, how much leeway that you have in that window where they attack versus how you respond. And I don't know, it's pretty much a cascading effect based on that, simple metric of what is going to happen after your opponent attacks. It's a very reactionary game. and it's almost disingenuous to what you see on the screen, because it seems very reactionary, it seems very aggressive, but it's really not. It's very reactionary. If you look into the metrics and you look into how people actually play the game, it's based on what your opponents are doing. It's not based on what's going on in your mind. It's based on how you interpret what's going on in your opponent's mind. You don't base your attacks and your inputs. You don't base that. I'm sorry?
You're talking about the metagame.
Yeah, the metagame. It's called, and I'm sure somebody in chat can correct me. It's a Japanese term called, I cannot fucking recollect it.
Head game.
No. There's a fucking term, and I know it's gonna show up in chat. I know it's gonna fucking show up in chat. It's a 2-syllable word. Jesus.
We're waiting because the chat's gonna tell us imminently.
Yeah, it's gonna take like 10 seconds. It's gonna take like 10 seconds.
Should I go back to what the points I had written down?
Yeah,
about Gamergate?
please, because we've been going off on a fucking tangent.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt you guys, but okay. So yeah, this thing that's great that you guys are doing now, and this thing I've encouraged before, but I guess not enough is when people feel fatigued or burned out trying to keep the ball rolling. Something I tremendously suggest is streams like this, or even game streams. And if people want, it doesn't have to be like severely or adamantly about Gamergate. They can just put like Gamergate in the title, or say that they're playing for Gamergate. And this way, what happens is we create a sort of a momentum, or maybe even a tradition, where people can remain talking about it and hopefully maintain the ideas. But it's more of in a passive way, so that people remain aware. And then, of course, when new people come across these streams or what have you, they'll say, "Oh, what's Gamergate?" And then you just explain to them. It's not something we have to feel, we're constantly on the front lines about. So yeah, I feel like that's a decent idea, and also just it helps spread positivity, helps create community, will help people feel inclusive, because that's what Gamergate is. It's ridiculously inclusive. But yeah, did the chat happen to say what that term was you were thinking about, synth?
What? I'm not listening to you. I'm talking to chat.
Oh, that's fine. No, I'm saying, did they have the term that you were looking for?
Hold on. No. Hold on. Let's rectify this real quick.
Synth, do you understand that you're drunk on the internet right now?
That's fine. I'm okay with that.
He's fine as long as he stays off Twitter. Because that's the one thing I've learned. If people get drunk on Twitter, bad stuff happens.
No, fuck you, Hat. Stop. No. Somebody asked me a question.
Right.
Somebody asked me a question.
I asked you one.
He doesn't even care. He doesn't even care.
Nope. Professionalism is right out the
So it was, I guess I don't know, what was the term? What was the Japanese term for metagame?
It's so funny that he's like, yo.
Yomi? Is that what
Yomi. Yummy.
I have no fucking idea because I don't speak fucking Japanese.
Everybody shut up. Hold on. Keep talking, my friend.
Okay. All right. Well, some of the things I had written down was I need to make this is something I wanted to make a video about soon, if I can squeak the time out. But the boycott. I noticed a lot of people felt kind of torn over the idea of a boycott in Gamergate. And I even had a friend who was pretty into it, and he seemed turned off by it. And I had to talk to him about it to sort of explain that it's not necessarily something that we should feel is so, I guess, off-putting, and that some Jade Fox was promoting a lot of people that we could email and boycott. And I was explaining to my friend that boycott doesn't necessarily have to be an effort to say you need to do this or I'm not going to buy your product. Boycott or a letter writing campaign can be as simple as writing the individual, whoever it be, a PR person, advertiser, and then you explain the situation to them, and then you say, that as a patron or whatever, as a person who buys your product, I'm concerned that you might be that the bad reputation of these individuals, the anti-consumer gaming press, the reputation of these individuals might be spread to your product and your company. That's really all you have to do. I mean, if you feel passionate enough that you hate, what the anti-consumer gaming press is doing, or maybe you don't even care much for that product, you could go that far and say, I'm not going to buy your product. But I think it's probably better to present a more amiable message. Say, I'm concerned. I don't want the product that I care about to be coupled with this sort of ideology, and that's something people can do if they're interested in joining and taking part in the boycott. But I would very much stress that people continue to do writing emails and sharing their view, because that's really the best way to vote with your wallet, as they say, because it's going beyond. You all right over there, Synth?
Okay.
You all right? Do you need a drink of water?
No, I'm fine. I'm just dying because
you need to
have some water. I thought, and I hate to interrupt you, but I have to do this only because I thought that I thought there were about 10 more people talking than actually were fucking talking.
There's 4 people here, man. There's 4 people.
The thing is, though, if you're in the fucking Yahoo fucking comments and you hit enter or you hit the space bar, like, it fucking triggers the play button. So I was hearing you in the fucking background, and I thought that you were talking when I was talking, and I'm like, oh, I'm talking over people. Oh wait, that's a good point, and it's like all this fucking bullshit, and it's oh God Christ, it's terrible. That's all I can say.
I imagine. Okay, just to bring it back towards AP's point, just to try and keep it vaguely on topic.
Yeah.
I apologize.
You mentioned the Jade Fox. The Jade Fox, yeah. I mean, do you feel like a boycott? Because Jade Fox, as far as I'm aware, is doing a boycott collection and a supportive collection.
Yeah.
Do you think that's the best way to approach it? To kind of, because that's a very pro and anti Gamergate status. Do you think it's the best way to go?
It's a strong statement for sure.
Yeah.
No, I absolutely agree with what she's doing. I had a video I think last week with Mundane Matt where we were talking about Gamergate, where we see it going and what have you. And I think it's absolutely, to anyone who supports Gamergate, it's absolutely to their benefit to get involved on that level. Because like I said, even if you think it sounds too drastic, you can always just make your email very what's I'm looking for? Very well worded, not very hard in your focus, and just say, I'm concerned about the message this is putting out and how it might affect your product. Because what I've encountered with some people on Twitter who are anti-Gamergate and try and discuss it with me is they say, oh, well, Gamergate just dislikes these indie people, and they just dislike social justice warriors or whatever else. And said they don't really care about corruption. They don't care about the AAA stuff. And I tried to make the point that currently Gamergate doesn't have the momentum to take on those targets. I mean, it might, but I wouldn't say it could comfortably do it, because those are million, if not billion-dollar corporations that have teams of lawyers. And whenever someone steps out of line, they just cut them loose. So it's sort of like trying to fight Gamergate in that, because we're so large and we don't have a specific leader, and you can't really pin it down. With a corporation, short of a CEO doing something wrong, you can't really pin it down there as well. So what I suggested was, it's important people take an active role now in terms of writing emails and showing their voice, because it sets a precedent, so that if these news outlets that are so anti-consumer and have set this toxic tone of, oh, well, you're entitled and you're a bigot and this and that, if Gamergate comes out ahead of that, it says the consumer is in charge, that they make the choices, and eventually, even no matter how big a company is, they have to respond to what the consumer says. They need the consumer's money. If they try to fight against it, well, then they're going to end up in the red. It's bad for them. I mean, God, who was it? I don't remember who it was, but essentially, the money's the bottom line. Whether it be with an individual at a gaming at a news outlet, a gaming news outlet, who's very socially minded, if they're talking out cuts into the bottom line, the lawyers involved in that group, that whether it be it's owned by the media group or whoever else, are going to say, hey, you need to cut that out because it's messing with the cash flow.
Yeah.
So I feel it's pretty important that people continue to try and make their voice heard. And a boycott or email writing campaign or letter writing campaign or what have you is extremely useful because it's focusing our voice. It gives the individual a chance to direct it to someone who can affect the situation.
Yeah.
These sorts of statements we're doing now are great, but it's just a step further and a step wiser in how to carry themselves.
Okay. And would you say that the best way to approach it is to with the boycott, for example?
Mm-hmm.
Would you say it's best to approach a boycott towards the journalists, towards the publishers and developers, or towards the advertisers? Which step of it would you say is the best way?
Sure. Right now, I'd say focus on the corruption within the gaming press. That's really our main goal. Some people have gotten sort of off track with it, but that's really our main goal: is the corruption within the gaming press, or at least the transparency and the representation for the consumer. If it turns out that the representation that the big corporations or publishers, it's really publishers, let's be honest, it's the publishers who are the ones who hold the purse strings. If we find we're disgruntled with the message that the publisher's been putting out, like for example, EA, and they're saying that people didn't like Mass Effect 3 because they was homophobic, that's an example of where we feel we're being misrepresented. Then yeah, it should naturally go that way. But for now, I would say focus just on the press and how it's spun this poisonous narrative that everyone who disagrees with them is a villain.
Okay.
So yeah, focus on that, and I would even posit the idea, though I don't know if we're there yet, is if people have written a number of emails or what have you, and it hasn't seemed to make a difference, is go the next step and do handwritten letters. Then they're really going to start to notice, and if they become, if we get far enough along into it that it still hasn't made much difference, you can even start sending them parcels. If they get enough parcels, it'll drive them nuts because they'll have a bunch of small boxes. I mean, you can even just have a small box and you put your letter in it, and they'll have a pile of boxes with their letter, and it's like, what are we supposed to do with all these boxes? They keep sending us boxes. We're ignoring them, and they keep sending us mail. What do we do? Eventually they have to listen because they're going to run out of office space to put boxes. But it's really important that people get their voices heard, because essentially at the end of the day, we live in a capitalist society, and the consumer defines where the trend goes. And if the system has been created that the content producer can ignore you and still make a profit, you've let the infrastructure get away from you. If you let things get away from you, and you have to step up and take the role again and say, no, I'm in charge. It's my money that's saying where everything's going and how things are going to go. But yeah, that was the main thing I wanted to say about the boycott. I had one other point, but but I feel like I've been talking for a bit. If you guys want to get in there and share more ideas.
I think that's kind of the point of this discussion, is to get people on to give their own views. All I'm going to say very quickly is I'm going to bail out now because it's like 5 o'clock in the morning here.
Oof, fuck, man.
So, and I've been drunk for at least 7 hours. So I'm going to.
You hold it well.
But yeah, man, Hatman, thanks for coming on the stream. Thanks for having us on your stream.
Absolutely, man. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, take care, guys. Look after yourself.
You.
Keep up the good fight. Take care.
Will do. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks.
Holy shit.
Could you guys hear me typing or no?
Yeah, we could hear you.
Why didn't you say anything?
Because we were typing, that's why.
I was running my face.
I called you out on that shit like fucking 2 hours ago.
Oh, fuck it.
Hopefully I was talking loud enough since that they didn't hear it.
Well, I'm pretty sure that you were, because I do remember the argument you made, but I'm not going to go into that aspect of it because I was told don't go there. I'm not gonna go there. It's all right.
Should I pause at another point, Hat, or did you want to bring on another point or move things along, or?
I was actually gonna bring on another person on the call list. To be honest with you.
Yeah, bring somebody else on.
Since we've been
I
here
was just
for a
told
little
it's
while.
like I really wanted to dissect the Vampire the Masquerade like social narrative in the way that they get into the role playing aspect of it all and everything like that. That's ultimately what I was leading to. That's what you guys forget. It's like I'm completely bullshitting myself, but yeah, that's where I was going. Sure.
Okay, well, I guess I can try and making that last point I wanted to make. If you wanted to have me step out so another guest would come in, or
if you want to make
like
like a final point real fast,
sure, yeah.
Go right ahead. Yeah.
I caution against the idea of people using the terms feminist or social justice warrior. Just because those terms are like really loaded, and it sort of gives a sort of generalization or label that then people who are against Gamergate will then focus on. So when you can, I would say just focus on the actual issue. The term I like to use is anti-consumer or anti-gamer or anti-consumer gaming press. That more or less captures it. That captures the issue, I think, in a nutshell. So that's it. Just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah.
All right. I want to toss something real quick on top of there, please?
Go.
So, you say, anti-consumer, anti-gaming press, and it's like, pro whatever. But, I mean, you give a little bit of a, nuanced specifics as far as what the gamer should, look into.
Mm-hmm.
But for something that the casual gamer could take into context, what if you were going to use keywords the way that you have been, what keywords would you use for the casual gamer as far as things that they want to look into, or I don't want to say latch onto because that's a dangerous fucking analogy, but
so
do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. How do you make people who aren't as in it interested in the matter?
What words would you use? In the same context.
Censorship, silencing of different opinions. That's something people always understand and dislike. You could say
in the pro sense though, because those are negative words. So in the pro sense.
So what do you mean? Are there positive words that we can offer someone who's not as involved to get behind it?
I don't want to put you on the fucking spot because I know you're on our side. I feel like I'm interrogating you for the wrong reason.
Please. It's a good discussion, and we need to have these sorts of challenging questions because it's just going to make our view stronger. You could say pro-consumer. You could say that we're inclusive. Gamergate is pro-consumer.
But how do you identify that though? Like pro-consumer is a very, very broad term. Like I agree with it 100%, but that's a very broad term.
Okay, so unfortunately you have to draw the negative to make the point, is that the press is trying to focus on this idea that we should have things like DRM, which is horribly distrustful of the consumer, or that they're entitled if they complain about DLC. It's just a focus on trust with the consumer. I'm having a hard time trying to articulate this. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't understand your question.
I get what you're saying.
Understand it fucking perfectly fine, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry?
Are you sure you understand anything at this point? I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm just making fun of you. Been listening to you prattle on for the past half hour, and you have
it's fewer.
Points where you have no idea what's going on. It's funny.
He's just busting your chops because you've greased your wheels a bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Nah, I will let Fewer bust my balls only because he was one of the original fucking like shit suckers of the fucking channel.
Oh, okay.
Of information, like I don't know.
You talking about the video I put out?
Well, and then it's like there's a little bit of repercussions and like the fucking like segue into the IRC channel and everything like that, like.
Okay, so back to your point.
Here's Fior, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Matt.
I've heard he's a very intelligent fellow.
Oh, me?
Of course, he's
Surely
every
you mean
every
someone
once in a
else.
while.
He's been around here before, but we'll let him banter on real fast, and then we need new guests.
Sure, cool. And I'm gonna reiterate my statement I made in the text and in here. Please, for the love of God, keep Mark on as your fill-in panelist for now. If in part because he's raises good points, and also in part because I think
I'm currently sober.
There, thank you. Someone else had to say it. Okay, good. He can keep things in some semblance of coherency. Okay, so actually, Mark, you were kind of going. Do you want me to call you action points? Take your pick.
Honestly, it's fine. If you want to call me Mark, that's perfectly fine. I mean, it's whatever people prefer.
The only reason to do it is because I remember your Twitter name, so I was just like,
yeah.
Okay, so you actually raised up a couple really good points, especially by the end, and they got into what I wanted to sort of touch on too, was sort of losing track and getting caught up in things, and also the negativity and how we word things. And I think you're spot on with saying, like, we need to ditch this stuff about feminists want to do this, and it's us versus SJWs and all this shit. It's like, because I watched the Sargon stream. I watched it before this started and before I came in and started watching this, and I can tell you straight up, the reason people were talking about why he was baited or stuff is because he got flustered on trying to reiterate points, and then he would make very big mistakes, like saying just too broad generalizations, like feminism this and this and this, and SJWs this, and it was broad, and what was happening was rather than derailing the conversation.
Interrupt you for 1 second?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
When you say he, who are you talking about?
Sargon in particular. That it did happen where he was making a couple generalizations, and it was, and what happened was she called him on it and said, "Hey, I'm a feminist. I don't buy into what you're talking about. So, where are you getting this from?" And this would happen more than once on various issues. And everyone was harping on her, calling her a concern troll. Oh no, she's just this terrible person derailing conversation. Well, yeah, to an extent, but Sargon was also I don't want to say encouraging that by that point, he wasn't really, but he was, I guess you could say, indulging her because he was responding. And it's just, there were things that Sargon did there that were probably not wise given the nature of the discussion. And to his defense, there was something he sent out a tweet saying that he wasn't prepared for debate, which is totally fine and makes sense. But this is something we keep seeing, or for example with Liana, where the whole incident with Milo, and it's like, oh, everyone who's trying to divert or who's critiquing Milo and stuff are suddenly concern trolls, and we can't sit there and have conversations about ethics and our journalists and our different opinions.
I want to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
Interrupt you. I'm not the hat, but at the same time, I want to know how you're going to bring this back to Gamergate.
Yes.
Because I mean, we as individuals, we have a lot of issues with the way that people react to Gamergate and everything like that. But I think there's a lot of us who are trying to separate the politics from the actual issues and stuff like that. So, if you want to bring this back to Gamergate, then I don't think that's a problem. But if you want to continue going on about Liana and
no, I don't.
This was just and stuff like that. I don't think that that's something that we necessarily, as the average person, are necessarily concerned with.
No, and that's fine. No, I was only mentioning it because it wasn't necessarily what happened between them. It was what concerned me was the reaction from the community. That's where this gets back to Gamergate, and that's what has put me a little or concerned me a bit, is the reaction to this stuff has not been. And it's partly because of the way we've been treated these past.
But where is months. Where's that reaction coming from, though?
That's what I'm thinking. Is I think a lot of it I think is a pent up frustration and anger and being talked down to or ignored, so that we have these people who are willing to listen to us, and then what happens is I guess we kind of get into a similar situation where there are certain people who criticism of them elicits a very hostile reaction from a significant portion of our community, and I think we need to be just basically constantly reminding ourselves that all of us, even the people who are arguably leaders of the movement, are not above criticism, and that we need to be able to do that. We need to be able to engage in that. And we've been so tense because we've been pushed to the fringe in so many ways, and we've had our points sidelined so many times that when we see that, we become hostile to it. And I think we need to try and remind ourselves more that this is what a discussion is, and that we need to have that, and that accusations of concern trolls and stuff, I don't think they help. I think they, depending on the person, of course, I think they tend to give off the impression of hostility and exclusivity, not inclusivity. That's where I would be coming from.
To interject, if you would allow me, please, I would like you to reframe what you just said without the internet exclamatory terms such as concern trolls, and everything associated with that. To reframe what you were just saying.
Sure.
In the exact same context, but without those terms, because I think that actually changes the context.
Sure. Basically, we need to allow for discussion and disagreement within our group. We're all here for the same reason. We all agree there's a problem, but we don't. But just because we disagree on various points doesn't mean we need to go after each other like a pack of wolves, which I've seen a bit of, and we got to try and stay in control of ourselves here.
Yeah, if I could respond to some of that, I think Synth asked, where does this sense of tension or hostility come from? I would say it's a number of things. For some people who are very passionate about games because maybe when they were younger they felt they didn't fit in most places, which is why gaming was a counterculture early on. I would say in part it's because the gaming press has set that sort of tone, that tone of you're bad or you're this or you're a bigot. It's these are the people who have the loudest voice, and they've been putting out this message, so of course people are going to follow suit. But yeah, it's when I try and avoid those terms, it's because they can be loaded. I guess I didn't catch all of Sargon's debate, but what happens is it sort of obfuscates the point, and then when I say something like anti-gaming press or anti-consumer press, I use those terms. I use that term specifically because if someone pushes the issue of saying, "Oh, what do you mean anti-consumer press?" I can then list examples. So if I make a statement like that, I make sure I have proof of it. So I'll say something like, examples of Lee Alexander saying things that are inflammatory, or I'll give examples of Colin Moriarty calling people entitled because they were dissatisfied with Mass Effect 3 as a product.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second?
I suppose.
How difficult, though, is it to bring those examples to light? Like the examples that you're talking about, which are very relevant.
It's not difficult at all. I mean, if you're having a nice discussion with someone, then you just offer the evidence. And if they look at it, great.
How close attention do they pay to those examples, though?
Well, I mean, if the person's not paying attention, what can you do? They obviously made up their mind, and there's not much more you can do to convince them.
Yeah, I mean, that stuff happens all the time, where you'll give some people evidence thinking you're having a reasonable conversation, but they just won't look at it. I mean, there's nothing you can really do at that point.
I mean, personally, not to interject, and I want you to continue, absolutely. It's just like I'm trying to infer on a person-to-person basis, what these individual opinions potentially might be. But please continue.
Okay, so I was gonna pause at this point in that I personally have had a number of poor experiences with feminists in real life, and of course we've all seen how bad a radical feminist can get on the internet. So if you find yourself in a discussion and you think, oh, this person's feminist, try to err on, well, like I said in one of my videos, argue in good faith. So if someone identifies as a feminist, just if you can, trick yourself a little and say maybe they're a feminist like Matt from The Fine Young Capitalist, or maybe they're a feminist like Christina Hoff Sommers. because you don't want to go in there bringing that emotion or that tension or that baggage, because it's just going to make it hard for you to make your point. You're going to be constantly cautious of someone. And if you can keep yourself clean of the bias or any potential prejudice as you make your point, that's just going to help communicate your message. And if anyone's listening and they see that you're being, very cool, very even-handed about it, and they see them getting feisty, well, then it's on them. So try not to let the garbage that the mud that everyone else has been slinging around stain you, because that's just going to muddy the waters.
Excuse me.
Good counter, Sid.
Hopefully it's working its way out.
Yeah, exactly. That's what happens. So I would say, so what message would you have then to give to the public?
Just argue in good faith. Don't rely on generalizations. And be patient, because that's what the other side hasn't done. That's what I shouldn't even say the other side, but that's what the people who have pushed this idea that we're all bigots haven't done. They like to write off people. They like to dismiss them as hateful bigots and paint everything as one-sided. Because even if someone, okay, I'll offer one last point, because this is something I had a discussion with people in real life. They're saying, oh, but gamers harass people. That it's this and it's that. So there's always the idea of, oh, well, they're harassing women, so it's misogynist. Well, no, that's not the case. Yes, they may make gendered insults, but that doesn't mean they're misogynist. It means they're if they are going to the point of harassing someone, unless the person is misconstruing it, it means they're harassing the person. It doesn't mean they're sexist. You look at an example like what's his name? I'm forgetting. Sessler. He got out because he said he was being harassed too much. Does that mean all people? Does that mean the people who harassed him are misinterests? Well, no. It just means he was a public person, and he was saying things people did not like, and they got very, very vehement about their views, and it got to the point where he felt he was being harassed. There was a designer in, I think it was one of the Call of Duty games, who changed a gun that people were very fond of. He was getting death threats. Yeah, does that mean that they're misinterests, or that they're you know what I'm saying, or that he's anti-gun or something? No,
it's really easy. It's really easy to boil it all down to it's misogyny or it's bigotry.
It's lazy is what it is.
Well, it's lazy, and it also evokes more of an emotional reaction out of people. Because if you can call someone a misogynist or a racist or a bigot in any way, then you're taking even more of a moral high ground than if you just said that, oh, someone harassed a developer over a gun or something. No. If you can somehow link them to bigotry in any way, shape, or form, you are going to have a stronger argument by default. Because they can't defend themselves against it. How are you going to prove that you're not a bigot?
What it is
right, and this is. Can I just quickly make the jump in and make this point that this is where I see, to a lesser extent, some of this concern troll and other crap from our side has a very similar effect. It's, oh, they're just so and so or this and this, so we don't have to pay attention. It's like, well, no, we're the side that's claiming we're inclusive and welcoming. So let's be inclusive and welcoming, even to the people who we think are potentially not in it for the actual real reasons of the cause. The community will find out, and they won't listen to their points, but we don't frickin' block them from entering the community.
The only problem with that is that ultimately, in their eyes, you are trying to disprove a negative.
In what way? Are you talking about which point?
I'm talking about inclusivity.
You don't have to. Okay. Inclusivity is not going to be hard to prove. You just say, go check out Not Your Shield. This is something I've gone into a lot.
You're still trying to prove a negative or anything like that, because it's like everything that you talk, and it's like, this is completely fucking stupid, and I never should have fucking said this because I opened myself up to a fucking tirade of people shooting shit at me, and I can only imagine what it looks like in the chat right now.
Oh, just tell them to fuck off. You're voicing your opinion. You're allowed to do that.
But it's like you're opening yourselves up when you say... I can't even remember what the fuck was said. Jesus Christ.
Okay, Well, I was gonna make a point, but now I've caught your.
This is why I wanted Hat to take over, for fuck's sake.
Well, I tried, but then the alcohol took over for you too, so we were all SOL.
And this is why you need Mark.
Yeah, I'll do what I can.
The hat. This is why I need the hat.
We need each other. We're
actually,
dependent.
What was the point I had made just a moment ago for you?
You're saying the whole misogyny thing, and it's easy to just
so
that thing. And then I went into basically the inverse of that.
There was a point I wanted to go further with that, and that to say it's just gamers is even more foolish, and just it's because it's not even limited to that. Go look at what happens with with celebrities. Celebrities will get all sorts of abuse heaped on them. And those people aren't gamers. Those are people who just obsess over celebrities. Go watch people like who watch those TMZ shows or what have you. This is part of the human nature. Okay, this is deep down. We're still animals. We just have a neocortex that makes us a lot smarter than the other ones on the planet. Okay, when a person is freed from some of the consequence, we can get ugly. So to say it's just gamers is ridiculously underselling the issue. I mean, it'd be great if we didn't have the harassment, but to say it's just this one thing, this one symptom of an issue, it's completely misses the point. And then it just negatively impacts the area that is gaming by saying it's just gamers. And there was something else, but it's unfortunately it's past my mind. Oh no, I remember now. So it's really what it is it's engaging in generalization. And whenever you encounter someone making a generalization against your point, all you have to say is asking for proof or challenge it. Say, well, how do you know it's just that group? And then if they still refuse to, then you offer a counter and say, well, this happens in this area, this happens in film, this happens in literature, this happens in such and such. And then what it does is it starts to drastically weaken their generalization, even if it's something that people readily believe or ascribe as true. And then, shucks, I forgot the other point. But really, it's just you don't let them get away with the points, with these false statements. Oh, now I remember. Yeah, so Not Your Shield. It's something I always bring up, and it's something I love because it's excellent, and I feel it captures so much of Gamergate because it's showing one. So first of all, it completely destroys the idea that gaming is an exclusive boys' club. That's really a projection made by the members of the gaming press because as we saw, they're the exclusive club, you know. Again, then Not Your Shield then shows us that we are inclusive. You know, we just want people who enjoy video games and want to, you know, are passionate and will put down the time to it. That's all we really care about. We don't care what someone is. And then it's these people reclaiming their voice. So Not Your Shield just works on so many levels, and it's why I constantly retweet Not Your Shield. Because I want people to keep remembering that's what we are. We're not these monsters that they've tried to write us off as. And I try to push that positivity. So whenever you hear someone make a generalization, just challenge it. You don't have to be mean. Just challenge it and see if if they're on the level. But then also don't be mean because maybe they honestly believe that. And if you present information that disproves it, maybe they'll believe you. And you don't want them to feel put off from your point. Because maybe you're being a little snarky to them, and then if you can't, avoid generalizations yourself. Because I guess what happened in Sargon's case was he engaged in the generalization of, "Oh, well, you're a feminist," and I guess that spelled him doom for you.
Oh, I will jump in there and just say, don't take my word for Sargon's stance on that. I would encourage you to watch the video just to make absolutely clear that I'm not putting anyone's words in their mouth.
Sure.
I've seen that happen way too much over the past couple weeks with certain individuals and certain debates that were hotly retweeted, and it makes me just sick to my stomach when I see it. So I'll encourage everybody to just go and watch it and make their own conclusions. Don't take my word for it. Just watch it and see what you think.
To interrupt just for a minute, I'm going to go ahead and bring in the next callers. I'm going to leave everybody in here, but I'm just going to bring in everybody who's up next.
It's a party.
This will just be to round things out.
Stay on.
Yeah, just to round things out. Livefire 940 is coming in. Yadawatts, I believe that's how you pronounce it. don't remember if it's Yota or Yada. He was on Whiskey Renee's stream, and
Cool.
we're bringing him back in here. And Micah Curtis will also be back in here because he's a pretty cool guy, and why the hell not? So this will be our last people to actually come in the call here, and we're just gonna have them in all at once because what the fuck, I'm gone, and I don't give a shit.
Mark and I, the guests, are keeping things in order. We got it.
Yeah, you have to keep things in order.
Yeah,
that's right.
Hey,
you know what?
everybody.
It's okay. It's okay. We have a Texan.
Oh,
How's
watch
everyone?
out for that synth guy, though. I hear he's got a mean left hook.
Hey, guys.
Well, I'm from the Northeast, so we're like natural enemies with the fucking Central South, as far as we're
Can you guys want to just go down the line, introduce yourself? Let's go with Micah first, so people can understand who you are and your voice, and pick you out from the crowd.
All right, I've been on a few of these before. My name is Micah Curtis. I'm from TechRaptor.net, former founding writer of Blistered Thumbs.
Awesome.
And I'm a games journalist, I guess that's the best way to say it. And I'm also kind of having writer's block, so I'm like, okay, I'm not going to be able to sleep for a bit. So I told Adam, like, you might as well get me in here sometime.
Yeah. How you doing, man?
I'm doing okay. I'm working on the script for my first vid over at TechRaptor. I'm going to start. It's going to be a discussion on video game reviews, probably 2 or 3 episodes in regards to it. The first one being the importance of finishing a game when you're reviewing it. Especially
that's important. What?
Is that why you were asking if anyone had finished a game before review or before writing up a review on Twitter earlier today?
Exactly, because Jim Sterling got in trouble for it. Well, not in trouble, because Destructoid's never going to hold his ass accountable. Neither will the Escapist. But he brings in too much ad revenue. But he didn't finish Final Fantasy 13. Yeah, 13. Back in 2010, and a site called DualShockers caught him, and then it's kind of followed him ever since. But nobody is going to publicly say anything about it. But I don't think he finished Assassin's Creed 2. He didn't.
Micah.
Yes.
I want to ask you a question. Like, are you saying that they reviewed a game before they finished it?
I'm saying that it's probably a much more common thing than a lot of people would care to admit, and it bothers me.
It's pretty common. It's a pretty common practice.
I'm sorry. It's fucking gone.
If it's so gone, it's amazing.
If I could say some crack.
I just gotta say, thank you for that very transparent clarification.
Everybody in the chat
just
took a
in
shot.
case no one was aware, just so no one was aware, had any doubts about that. Sorry, Mark.
No, that's fine. Hey, Yada, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Yeah, I'm. My name is Max Morita. I'm a Hispanic gamer. I've been following this event since before it even started. I was actually there when Adam Baldwin, when people were actually going into the Gamergate thread on and going like freaking the fuck out, like, oh my god, what do I tell Adam Baldwin? He's about to go nuclear on this shit.
Animal Mother is supporting us.
Yes, I was like, oh my god, who is this guy? Literally, before it was literally who. So anyway, I'm a student in California. I usually don't review games. I didn't usually have a presence on the internet before this. I actually made a Twitter account just for this. And
there you go. Gotta make yourself hot, man.
But I've tried to be a supporter of not just Gamergate, but more importantly, not your shield. That's been my primary battleground, and that's the thing that I want to focus on the most. I'm actually hosting a couple of live streams tomorrow on that issue. I'm going to invite a couple of people who are not your shield, try to get them on, and tell the world that yeah, we still exist. We are minorities, and we don't want to be spoken white-splained it to or whatever they're calling it.
Oh my god, I kind of like that term. I kind of like that. That's
What is Micah's interpretation of it, though?
I don't think they're cancer. They're not all that much cancerous anymore when they invented that term. I gained a bit more respect for them. White-splaining. Gotta use that more often.
I can see the humor in it, but I would caution against using it.
Right.
I don't know. I just want to hear Micah's interpretation of it because he's like the whitest fucking centralist motherfucker that I've ever met in my life. And if he's gonna be an objective person, it's gonna be Micah. And he's gonna be fucking racial, and it's gonna be fucking hilarious. And I want to know what you're gonna come up with. You're on the spot.
God.
In regards to white people telling people how to feel, or I just want to make sure I'm on the right track with the drunk guy.
You don't have to be on the right track with either, but yes.
Okay, I think that a white person trying to tell, or any one person trying to tell another person to get incensed is a little silly, to say the least. I mean, I've never liked it when any journalist has ever told me, you need to get offended, or you need to get mad about this. Like, and I say to when people tell me you shouldn't pre-order X game because Sony did this and Gearbox blah blah blah, my first instinct as just a human being is, well, fuck you, buddy. I'll come to my own conclusions.
How should Micah not get offended?
He should get offended.
Are you killing me?
The fuck just happened?
I don't know.
You guys did this so seamlessly last night. You're killing me.
Wrong.
If I could move along, I see we have Adil in here. Hey Adil, you wanna introduce yourself, or just let the people hear what your voice sounds like? So, as we start talking over each other, they can kind of pick out who you are.
Yeah. My name's Adil. I'm on Twitter as Livefire940, so that's why I'm in here.
Awesome.
And yeah, that's me.
Yeah, I mean, so you're just someone who enjoys games, and you want to own your voice, right?
Yeah, like I'm actually studying to be a game designer in school, nice. And this topic is so important to me simply because of the fact that, like, I want to be able to make the games I want to make, simply because, you know, and not be criticized for the direction I take it.
Yeah.
It's your game, it's your art, you know. That makes sense.
Like this entire. What?
It's just you being silly. Don't worry.
This entire situation just like pretty much told me. I mean, the reason I started following this situation in the first place was because of the fact that like for like almost 2007. How long ago was that? That was like 7 years ago.
Oh, I don't know. 100 years ago. I don't know, man. Who knows? I think
minus 7. Yeah, 7 years.
We were still using Steam Power back then, right?
Huh?
No, never mind. I was making a joke. Don't worry about it.
He called you old inadvertently. Go on.
Yeah, but like 7 years ago, like I started noticing a common trend where people were starting to criticize games over like small, minute things, and they were like giving games that weren't worth the rating they got, like 10 out of 10s and all this stuff, and it wasn't being properly criticized.
It wasn't the game, it was the pussy, man.
Huh?
It wasn't the game, it was the pussy.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just like, it's frustrating, especially considering there are so many good games out there that are undervalued, underrated, simply because, you know, they didn't have the money in their pockets. Like, they didn't give these reviewers enough money to give them good press. And I was like, that's an unfair advantage for AAA developers, and that's an unfair advantage for these like indie dev cliques, because like they're pretty much getting positive press because they have some sort of, you know, connection to these guys.
It's cronyism is what it is. Whether it be a matter of favors because they know someone, or a matter of favors because someone's been paid, or even in the case of like someone up here was telling me about this, it's called review events, where they fly out a journalist or a reviewer to like a hotel. They sort of just like, you know, lavish them with luxuries for however long they play the game, and then they play the game and then they get massages and they go relax at the pool and stuff, and it's just, yeah, it's cronyism.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I'm not sure if you guys saw that picture by the set of pictures that Debbie posted a while back of like some sort of like party that IGN was throwing for like an entire group of like devs, and like the way it was set up, it didn't seem like, you know, a press event for people to play games. It was just like some huge hangout, which didn't make sense to me.
It's a very exclusive party, I'll tell you that now. Those parties, very exclusive, yeah.
Like, the biggest problem that Hat, were you going to say something?
No, I was just going to be really cheeky and say, I want to go to a fucking party.
Who wouldn't, right?
Hat, come to my place, we'll party. By which I mean come to my city and we'll get drunk.
It's literally a fucking party.
That sounds great.
I don't know why, but I just
Everyone's
got this,
invited.
I just got this idea of like a Roman orgy at E3 or something like that. Like the only thing missing is a vomitorium.
Who told you?
With Zoe Quinn? Hell fucking no.
Oh no.
Dude.
I'm not really going to comment on
the AAA. We were talking the AAA's parties, not the frickin' get drunk with the poor sad saps in San Fran. Those ones.
The thing is, though,
And hack.
I mean, I don't want to interrupt you or anything like that.
One at a time, guys. One at a time. What were we saying, Synth?
I was gonna say that I don't want to interrupt you, but the thing is, like, I went traveling for I spent like 6 months in Europe. And I went to a lot of fucking clubs that are very, very reminiscent of the kind of parties that EA throws and Activision throws and all the fucking major developers that they throw for the common Western consumer. And it's very attractive. But those
Europe knows how to party.
I'm sorry?
I was going to say because Europe knows how to party. Carry on.
Because I'm what?
Europe knows how to party. Carry on.
I'm just gonna say I've been there, but those parties, they're very enticing, but I'm not gonna say that the parties that they're talking about are any less than what they are or anything, because they are very attractive, but they're very status quo. They are the things that you should expect. They're the things that you're going to encounter. They are not very expensive. Only because in the amount of time, and it's a very limited amount of time that I have spent in Europe and just going to fucking shit, being a fucking traveler. It's very, very commonplace. The kinds of things that happen at those EA parties, those Activision parties, those, CG Product Red parties.
It's kind of standard for the industry to have these sorts of large parties where it's an open bar. And
it's not as expensive as people think it is.
It can be. It depends on how varied the bar is and what other entertainment they have. I'll try and argue a bit of devil's advocate for these sorts of parties. One thing that happens at these gatherings, usually like their rap parties or their celebrations for people who are involved in dev as well, and it's not bad that they do these, because for some of these people, the talent, the artists and the creative talent who don't really get the limelight, that's also for them. At least I think some of them are. Some of them probably aren't.
Oh, probably.
And they work tirelessly and endlessly in an office. And the only time they really get out, when they're not doing absurd crunch time, working, days straight, sleeping in the office, not seeing their family, the only time they really get to get out and let their hair down between, development cycles is when they go to these parties. So, it's not to say they shouldn't have these. It's perfectly acceptable.
Absolutely.
To push back a little bit, though, I just want to push back a tiny bit on that, because ideally you were correct on that, especially given the fact that oftentimes a lot of these people work on projects temporarily and then they're off, and because from what I understand, the industry is very, very dynamic. There's a lot of people moving around from place to place depending on the job and what they need. The only reason I would push back a bit is, depending on the game, I think that's a fair thing to say, because we've seen this time and time again where there seems to be a lot of corner cutting in these things, or they're They're not doing basically. They're not almost not giving you a full game on release date. So I'm wondering if while I'm totally okay with that notion, we should still try and, I don't want to say hold their feet to the fire, but we should still try and put pressure on them to make sure that have you actually earned that rest, or is your industry basically getting lazier around us?
Well,
because I'm worried there's a bit of that happening, that the industry is getting a little lazier and a little too cozy at times.
Well, the reason that's happening is these people are basically just glorified teenagers. They're teenagers with a lot of cash and a lot of money. I go to a Catholic school and I see that kind of shit every fucking day. Every single fucking Saturday, every single fucking Sunday night, people are showing up on Twitter getting fucking turned and getting fucking turned up, you know, on coke and shit. You know? Because their mommy and daddy give them cash to buy drugs and buy drinks. Even if they're not 21, and this is exactly the people that we're dealing with.
Well, here's the thing, and let me kind of turn this back towards the whole Gamergate thing. Is
no, we want to talk about drugs.
No, please, Michael, please take it back.
That is my favorite.
Turning it back here. The big problem, you know, I think we can all agree with is there's nothing wrong with coworkers having parties. You know, there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. The problem is that intermingling between journalists and game developers is what caused this whole thing to happen. Because this is something that I mentioned to a friend of mine when he was asking me about this, and he said, "Well, I don't quite get it." I'm like, "Listen, it's not that they're having parties. It's not that there are conversations going on at a bar. It's that they're fucking at this point."
Yeah.
You know, this has literally become an incestuous relationship. And it's
the funding thing that gets me more than even the fucking thing is. You should definitely not have financial ties to someone to a product. Definitely not. So that one I think is a little more just based on the nature of a sexual relationship, that it is also a very personal thing. You do run that risk of, by mentioning it, getting that backlash from people who think, oh, now you're just getting into their personal business. But funding them, god damn, that's almost there's no such defense for giving them money.
That's like insider trading.
Yes,
it is.
There's no such. There's not even remotely any personal, emotional response or defense for that. It's you are giving them money and writing about them.
The best example I can think of that is how Kuchera would backed the Oculus Rift and wrote a slew of articles in support of it.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like, come on. But anyway, I'm sorry. I just want to make my point real fast. How Mike was saying that that these people are at these parties, they're becoming friends with developers and whatnot. And this is a point I've seen some people who are anti-Gamergate make. This like, oh, are you saying they can't have friends then? And they take this stance like, oh, who are you to say what they can't do with their life?
God, I love that one.
And I want to make the point that no, we're not saying they can't be friends with developers. That's very cool. We like that. We especially like if talent's being appreciated. But if you are friends with a developer and you're a member of the press, maybe you shouldn't write the article for their game. Maybe someone else at your publication who's not friends with them, who isn't perhaps having a relationship, or or even just meets every couple of weeks and has a drink and dinner with, good friends. Maybe you shouldn't be the one to write it because you have a very clear and obvious bias. They're your friend. You care about them. It's not like you're someone removed from it. And that's just the point I want to make. If you guys ever come to that situation where you see an anti-Gamergate person making the point, just say, no, we don't want them to not be friends. We just think they should perhaps have one of their peers who's not as close to Tide cover that article.
And that's very true, and that's the thing that Jim Sterling tried to deflect to, was I got plenty of ammo against that fucking idiot, but he was trying to say, well, people, it's natural human instinct to become friends. Yes, it's very true. But at the same time, that doesn't excuse you from not acting like a professional. If I were to go out and start, banging female journalists and then pimping out their projects with reviews and giving their games 10 out of 10, what does that say about me as a professional? It means that I can't think with anything aside from my penis, and that I really have no clue what the heck I'm doing. Everything is nepotism with me. My credibility is shot.
What it really means is that you don't feel your integrity and your career is a priority. You put yourself before your work.
I I just gotta say, I think that Sterling. That's just such a stupid point. You know, like, oh, that's like saying, oh, everybody gets biases or everybody's going to be attached to their fucking work. In the case of academia, yeah, people are going to be fucking attached to their work. That's why it's so goddamn important for you to go, oh, well, you came out and proved me wrong. I admit I was wrong. That doesn't, like, fuck. Personal attachment or human nature does not excuse frickin' violating professional ethics and standards that have been set up. You
Pretty
don't
much
use that.
Oh, sorry.
And not to mention, you know, it's one of those things where when you say that sort of thing, like, oh, it's human nature to do so, or it's understandable to do so. So one of my favorite quotes from C.S. Lewis, which is one of the many that I love from him, is that an explanation of cause is not a justification by reason. And to compare it to what it essentially means is that just because you can give me an excuse doesn't mean that it's a good reason. You know, one of my techs where I, for my day job, could have somebody come out and start calling them all these names and saying terrible things about their work, and then they haul off and they punch the person. I can understand why they punched them. They could probably give me a reason why they punched them. They're still fucking fired.
Yeah. Or another example, it's there is definitely some psychological tendencies in human nature to fear the perception of the other. It's a common trope in literary work, and it's a common trope in even the study of mass violence and in particular things like genocide. There's a reason the other looks different or identifies differently than you in those cases. There's a human trait to want to seek out an other and to rally around it or be afraid of it. It's a very human thing to do. That doesn't mean fucking trying to exterminate people who look different than you is okay. So like it's sorry to go for the most extreme example. We're going full Hitler case here. Sorry.
Literally Hitler.
I don't support Hitler, by the way. I just laughed at that because I wanted to. I have found it funny.
That sounded like a pretty Nazi laugh to me, if you ask me, guys. I think
someone's bringing up the Nazis.
Oh God!
Don't get me started on the accents.
No, please.
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 This
thing may be called boundaries crossed, but we don't cross those boundaries. There are some lines that must remain uncrossed.
Well, ask people in the chat about Scotsman Micah. That one's probably going to become legendary right alongside SJW.
SJW was the best fucking one.
But yeah, like what I wanted to add on to this, to that is like no one's saying they shouldn't be friends. My biggest issue is the fact that they don't even disclose that. Like if you have no choice but to write about like a close friend or that's a developer, at least disclose that fact. Like that's why I'm so upset about this entire situation. It's like they don't even care to, you know, mention like how they're connected to these people.
I might actually take a bit of a different approach. I might actually be the outcast in the room in this case, because I do think there's a slight issue with them even being friends to a certain extent, because depending on who the person is, there is still the chance of it influencing the writing of someone at that company. But in that case, I mean, even then, like, the world keeps on spinning. You don't have to be friends with these people. You can maintain a respectful professional relationship without crossing that boundary. I mean, no one's saying, because when you say that, when you say don't even be friends with them, people shoot back and say, oh, but they need to maintain contacts. No one's saying you can't maintain contacts, but put it to you this way: if you're gonna call the person up and go out for a drink, you've crossed the line. You have crossed the line at that point. If you're going to go out of your way to spend time with that person, you cannot be writing about this.
And my thought process is alongside that as well.
I would argue that's not the case. Because if you're a reporter, if you're a journalist, let's say you're someone who's always trying to find, you know, specific information that you just can't get elsewhere, you might need to maintain
certain investigative journalism.
Yeah, which of course these people don't do, but you might.
This is the problem too. If they were doing that for investigative purposes, we'd be fine. But
well, no, I mean, but typically when you do that, it's because you're trying to get information that isn't exactly related to your contact. You know, it's like if someone works at a company and then someone else at the company did something. If you have that contact and they let you know.
But here's the slight response to that too. I don't think you would ever write about the contact. They would give you the information. You would write about the story, but you would never actually write about the contact, him or herself. And that, I think, is where the caveat is. You're not writing about that person, even though they're your friend. You're writing about the information they're giving you, and even in that case, you're going off of more than just what they tell you. You're looking elsewhere for further verification. Otherwise, you don't have a story. You have a friend telling you something from their work.
Basically, this is how you know if you've gotten too close to someone. If you're writing your piece and you say, "Oh, would they not want me to write this?" Either you need to dissolve the friendship, or you need to not produce the article, or have someone else at your outlet produce it, because that means you have a bias and you shouldn't be covering the story.
Well, okay, I've been silent on this for a while, but I just wanted to say that I see no problem in you writing a story on your friend's game or your friend's product, so long as you let the reader know. Because sometimes readers look for you to report on certain things. So
yeah, that's fine too.
For example, you're expected to report on certain games, like indie strategy games, and your friend made an indie strategy game, which you think is really good, and you think you should put on your blog, or you should put on your outlet. I mean, there is no reason why you shouldn't put it on your outlet, so long as you disclose that, hey, this guy's my friend, I may have a bias, a subconscious bias, to rate it well, or to rate it better than someone else would.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, because really what it boils down to is saying how much faith do you have in the reader or your audience to discern that you shouldn't just, that everything you're saying is gospel. So yeah, even if you are friends with someone, just put a nice, clear, disclaimer at the top saying, "I am friends with this person. My opinion may be influenced," and then just let the audience, make the choice from there.
And along those lines, here's probably what's the most frustrating thing about this whole debacle I've found is, if your audience and your readership trusts you and respects you, they will read that regardless, and they'll know to make their own opinion regardless. The fact that these people omitted these things, and then when asked to explain why, and then to change it for the future, are pushing back as hard as they can, tells us quite clearly that they don't think their readers should trust them.
Yeah.
They don't think we should trust them, because they've tried to hide stuff from us.
Well, when they're crapping on us, saying that we're misogynist bigots, I mean, clearly they don't trust or respect the audience.
Well, that's a common thing behind the scenes at a lot of game journalism sites. As time goes on, is that there becomes there's almost an enmity for the readership, and it's kind of interesting. And to tell a little bit of a personal story behind my little journey with journalism is, I'll be completely honest, I started out like that. Now, I wasn't a social justice warrior. I was I was kind of like I almost would come across as like a caricature of what you would think like Dick Cheney is, or like a caricature of Dick Cheney as a journalist. I was very vocal about a lot of certain things, and I was not going to listen to anybody else because I thought that I knew more than they do. Now, I think that I know a lot more than a lot of people do, but I don't mean that in the sense that, like, oh, I'm the super genius. I think that I've just had the opportunity to have a lot of education. But when it comes down to it, I was just a prick. And then people around me, and this was years ago, were telling me, Mikey, you really ought to get to know our community. You really ought to get to know the people that you're talking to, because you might gain a better appreciation for them and the opinions that they bring forward, even if you don't agree with them, even if they're flat wrong, the fact that they're willing to discuss this on a civil manner. So I took some time away from Blistered Thumbs. I spent like a month away from writing completely, and then came back, and it was like a 180. And now when I talk to some people people I will not name, who were cohorts of mine at that site, literally our positions have flipped. Because now I'm the guy who's pro Gamergate, and they're the ones who are acting like we're all conspiracy theorists or we're misogynists or what have you. And it kind of frustrates me that they are kind of that way, because I had one friend who I said, I encouraged him to come on here and have a civil debate with us and just discuss where you're coming from, maybe give him the opportunity to learn a little bit more about our position. And he tells me that I'm kind of tired of it. I was thinking about it, but I'm just kind of tired of discussing it. And then he goes and he retweets some fucking asshole who probably one of those internet personalities. I'm using the air quotes.
I can hear it.
And I just kind of shook my head at him. Like, if you're that tired of talking about it, it's one of those things that if you have grown to hate your job or hate the people you work for, you've got two options. You need to take a vacation, take a breather, re-examine yourself, or you need to quit and find a new job, because if you don't, this is what happens. Is you get so much disdain for your reader base that you end up lashing out at them. And now, in my opinion, I think that we should be at a point where we should be willing to take this, and really not embrace, but understand what the absolute ending could be of Gamergate if there really is an ending. What it means is that we could see the end of certain big sites, some sites folding. We could end up seeing some of these so-called journalists losing their jobs. And I know that sounds kind of callous in the way that I'm putting it, but that's economics. You don't do your job right, you're going to lose that job. And I have no sympathy. Maybe that makes me a dick, but I don't care. If you can't do the job, get the fuck out.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm gonna let you finish Adil, but first, Micah, put your Twitter handle in the group chat, and then go ahead, Adil. I let you finish. I'm not Kanye.
No, what I was going to say is but what got us to this point? And what I mean by that is, do you think in 10 or some odd years this same issue could crop up again? A lot of these guys, when they were starting out, I'm pretty sure they were they didn't have an agenda behind their words.
Some of them did.
Well, some of them probably did. I'm just saying,
No, yeah, you're saying they soured. No, I agree.
Oh shit, Internet Aristocrats video's up.
It is? Oh my god.
Oh my god, what?
Well, I know
what the hell? It's not showing up in my activity feed.
I know what we're all going to be doing after this stream now.
Well,
after the stream? Shit, we may as well watch it during the stream.
I'll be going to bed, so
I gotta be going soon.
So. Link in the chat then.
I'd be down to staying and watching. Oh, Micah, I've seen you tweet a couple times before. Okay.
Oh,
I've probably said something crazy.
Oh, yep. It was no, I'm just kidding. I do want to quickly say something about Micah. I mean, I cannot pretend to speak for your friend, so I'm sure there's more context there than you're giving us in the sense of his excuse, and you'll understand why in a second. But I will say that after 6 weeks of doing this, I can understand the notion of feeling tired from it. I felt tired after 3 weeks, to the point where on the TYT network, where I'm kind of a sort of amateur contributor and stuff, someone who disagreed with me, we're going to be on a radio show and we're going to talk about it, and I was really I don't really feel like it. I'm kind of getting inundated with this story so much, I'm feeling a bit tired now. So I can understand where that's coming from, kind of, but I'm going to assume there was probably more there than just that. So I'll just leave it.
There's a lot, and I'll be completely frank. There are former writers for Blistered Thumbs that are completely and totally anti-Gamergate, to the point where I've read their Twitter feeds and it's actually made my stomach turn. I'm like, you guys are the guys that told me to start appreciating the audience, and now you're turning on them. Fuck that.
Understood.
I personally, I hope something like this never happens again. But I know, I have enough faith in our consumer base to know for a fact that, if somebody goes out of line like this again, this will start. This entire process will start all over again.
This will happen again. It won't be the same thing, but I've studied history in university. You'd be surprised how common you can see recurrences happen, in the broad spectrum things of this. So within this market, within this community, we will see something like this again at some point. It probably won't be the same issue, but there will be something that divides. That's shakes the faith in the consumer base from the developers and from the games press again. It'll happen again. It probably won't necessarily be nepotism. It might just be they're not really giving us anything in reviews and stuff, and we're just getting fed up or something. It'll something like this will happen again. The problem will probably be different, and in that sense, because I know that's what you're kind of getting at, where you're saying, I hope we don't have this again. In that sense, I hope you are right. I hope we don't have this degree of nepotism and corruption again, because that's unacceptable.
I got something else as well, if I may deviate from the discussion a little bit. I want to add something about reverse racism that we have here. It's saddening. Actually, no, it's not even reverse racism. It's racism in the guise of going against racism. Racism in the guise of social justice. Very early on in the movement, especially with Not Your Shield, we had a lot of encounters with a certain very problematic phrase, and I'm sorry for using the word problematic, but it is problematic. Internalized misogyny. Internalized racism.
What a condescending and patronizing phrase that is. Internalized misogyny.
What to feel, what to think, and it sucks. They're telling me that I'm not worthy of having my own independent thought. They're telling me that I'm not a human fucking being. They're telling me that I'm not even 5/5 of a person.
You gotta
really worse than the slavers.
Here's something you got to keep in mind with this, though, too. This goes beyond social justice stuff. This also gets into the discussion. I mean, particularly the race one, into the discussion of what is racism. And because I actually had the conversation with someone who's with a couple people on Facebook a couple months ago about something involving of similar nature to this, and what they told me was that they didn't view racism as simply viewing people and categorizing them based on certain traits that would be innate to their race. So, like, all Asians are smart, or all black people are, I guess we'll say, well hung, just for the frickin' example. Yeah, giggity. But this is what what they responded to me with, was that racism isn't that. Racism is those traits plus a categorical system of hierarchy where the one group has a distinct power advantage over the other, and they were attributing that whole thing to being racism, not exclusively the perception of and assertion of traits to people based on race, but that plus a power structure and a power imbalance. So you got to understand, this is where they're coming from, when they're saying these things, and why it may blow our minds, but to them it makes perfect sense, because their concept of race that has been circulating, and that is an interesting theoretical concept, is how they view racism. So to say someone has internalized misogyny and things like that, or and shit like that, it totally fits for them, and why they can say that you can't be racist to white people, because white people are at the top of that power structure that they identify as part of racism. So that's the framework where they're coming from.
That's another very powerful thing to say, that I touched on with Jade Fox on my previous live stream this morning, and that's that these people, they will shut you up, and they will say, oh, you don't speak for all Asians. You're not a real Asian. You're not real. You're a fat neckbeard on Twitter behind a keyboard and in your mom's basement eating Hot Pockets, doing it for free. Oh wait, never mind. That's the mod. But anyway, yeah, you're not a real Asian person. When they talk to me, they're like, oh, you're not a real Latino. And I talk to them, I'm like, of course I'm a real Latino. I have photographic evidence that I'm not fucking white. I have photographic evidence that I go every year, I go down to Mexico and help my fellow Latino, and I go down and I translate for medical missions. I'm literally better than them, and I have photographic evidence, and they say, no, you're not. You're not because you're not real. You're not because you have, quote-unquote, internalized racism, okay? You have internalized misogyny. You have internalized misandry, or whatever fucking term they use, okay? And it angers me so much that they have the gall to go up to me, pretty much up to my face, and say, "Fuck you. I don't care about what you're doing. I don't care that you're a good person. I don't care about you personally. I think you're a shitty person."
Okay, I have to jump in quickly because, I'm sorry, Mark. I know you kind of gotta go and stuff, but just one quick point. Because I saw people in the chat and they're talking about what is this lefty stuff and stuff. The stuff isn't lefty stuff. It's not politically aligned. These are theories coming from social science courses and professors who look and research and theorize on this stuff. It's philosophy meets social science. It's not. There's no politics involved in it. So don't associate any political labels to it. This is just theoretical frameworks that were taken out of the institutions where they were created and postulated and applied into society as a whole, when for the most part those theories aren't ready for that. They've not been hammered out, they're not tested enough, and they're not they haven't really been debated enough among academics and academia to really justify being applied outside. So this is what's happening: is you got young students and stuff who are taking these terms, thinking that they're right, and then applying them outside and introducing them to the broader population when the terms aren't really fully fleshed out yet. So that's really what it is. It's not. There's no political element of it. Okay, sorry, Mark.
I have to be going soon. I was going to plug my stuff, but I wanted to make a comment. Let me see what I wrote down my notes. To speak to Yadawatt's point is, when you encounter people like that, Yada, just don't deal with them anymore. It's like you've made your point, and if they're going to refuse evidence, don't get angry, because if you get angry, that is what you've done is you've given them power over you, and they don't deserve that. They don't deserve to make you angry because they're nobody. And they refuse evidence. They're not rational people, so there's no point to letting that affect you. I want to comment.
Thanks for saying that. I'm actually going to echo that in my next live stream that I'm going to do for Not Your Shield. I'm going to repeat that, and I'm going to write it down actually, so people know what it is, because that makes a lot of sense, to be honest. Like getting angry, that just gives them power over you. And I really should know better. I have two older brothers. They do this all the time to me. They're like, "Oh, haha, Max, you're a big fat faggot because you're in fucking cross country. I don't give a shit." Right?
Well,
and I'm like, I don't care.
It's unavoidable. We're all human. We have emotions. Right. Unless you practice suppressing your emotions, you're going to get upset. But yeah, it's essentially you're in control of yourself. Everyone is. That's why I don't like these ideas of privilege or what have you, because it's like it's freeing someone of their agency. And even in a situation where someone's upset you still have control of yourself, and you can remove yourself from the situation so that you can retain control, so you don't get blinded by your emotions. I wanted to point out what Micah said too before I make the last point. Is you were saying that these people get in there and they start to dislike their job, and really that's life advice. If you have to do something that for however long, making sure it's something you love, because eventually you might grow tired of it and you need to find a passion for it. And if not, then whatever it is you're producing, whether it be customer service, an article, an art, what have you, it's going to start to show on your results. So you have to care about your work. You have to love it. I'm going to plug my stuff, my links and what have you, and then I'm going to make the final point, which I think might help a lot of people. My channel is Action Points, Action PTS. I don't spell out the word. Just if you search Action Points in YouTube and you see my a white circle on purple, you know you're at the right place. And on Twitter, it's Action_Points. That's me. But I just want to make this final point before I go, because people I know I'm always going to keep seeing people doubting Gamergate and feeling, oh, are we losing? And I'll say, maybe this seems too presumptuous, but I'm going to tell you now, we've already won, okay? I want you all to understand, we've already won. You're going to keep seeing small victories. And as long as you don't shut up, we're going to continue to win. Because things are in motion, okay? Video games are young. But what's even younger than video games is the gaming press. And because they're so young, they were able to structure a system for themselves that benefits them, okay? They can't keep up with the change. If you go look at Giant Bomb, they say they used to do reviews and now they don't. Now they do quick looks. Because what the consumer wants is not the same of what they want. And they're having a really hard time staying on the side of change that works for them and works for everyone. So as long as you don't shut up, as long as you keep at it, we're gonna win. So don't lose hope that we're gonna lose, because what they want is not congruent with where things need to go. And
right.
that's it.
Before Mark leaves, by the way, I know he already plugged his channel, but I'm gonna say go and check out his vids. They're good shit. I've been subscribed to him for a couple weeks now. I've not regretted it. So
thanks.
Everyone, go give him views. He deserves views and hot pockets.
All right, it's good talking to you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Good having you, man.
Take care, man.
See you later, Mark.
You have a good one.
If everyone is okay with it, honestly, I'm about ready to wrap things up. I have a really fucking terrible migraine coming on. I don't know how much longer I can.
Oh, that's awful.
I wonder why.
I'm so sorry.
Huh. I really do fucking wonder why.
Is it barometric pressure or you mean the booze? Oh.
By the way, I think Synth is dead.
Is dead. Yeah. The chat's postulated that Synth has turned into nothing but this pile of vomit. He has ceased to exist as a human being. He is now just chunks of hot dog.
He was like, before I die, I gotta interrupt Micah just once, and then plop.
Where were you when Synth was killed? I was on a stupid live stream with a bunch of people talking about Gamergate.
Where were you when Synth fucking died?
And I'm sorry. This just reminds me of something. One way back when, years ago, I was late for class in high school and something. And my friends, and the teacher apparently asked some of my friends, like, "Hey, where's Nick?" And they were like, "I think he died." It's just straight-faced shit. So that's my answer to Synth. I think he died.
Does he normally do this on live streams? I haven't been watching you guys, but
no, this was a very special drinking live stream.
Pretty much, yeah.
Which was pretty fabulous to watch.
I was about to say we were supposed to have a drunk Tumblr in action podcast, but my God, I have not posted a new podcast in like 2 weeks, and I already have one recorded. So I don't know what's been keeping me really. Probably Gamergate shit. Probably Gamergate shit.
Oh, that it is.
Yeah.
It
is so engrossing. It's not even funny, man. Like I had one of my best friends unfollow me from Twitter because he's like, you keep posting this shit and I don't care.
Yeah,
I was like, I'm sorry. I'll tell you when you can refollow me. I swear it'll stop.
Pretty much that's been the case with my friends. Like, I know two of my good friends who are like relatively neutral on the topic. Like, they just unfollowed me. It's like, we'll follow you again once this Gamergate shit stops. It's like.
Yeah.
See, and that's another big problem.
This is why I've kept it mostly off my Facebook too, so that at least I'm tolerable somewhere.
Yeah, that's the same with me.
This is kind of part of the problem. People don't really care about this. What 4chan calls normal fags, they don't really care. They think, okay, so it's they saw IA's first video and they think it's all about Zoe Quinn fucking 5 guys, or they saw the IGF video that Short Fat Otaku made, and they think it's about Zoe Quinn fucking 2 Greyhound buses full of people. No, it's really not. It's about corruption and collusion.
It's like that. Sorry, I just have to point out that's like every typical urban legend story. The numbers just keep getting bigger.
The numbers, Mason.
Yeah.
It's
like
parody video.
It's like that.
Whoever
fucking. I gotta make a game reference now. Whoever played Call of Duty 2 Big Red 1. That was it. It was the Xbox one. Just when the Xbox 360 came out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Brooklyn. Frickin' Brooklyn making his joke. Oh man, you missed it. I got them 2 Frenchies. I popped them, killed them both, 1 shot. And then it keeps getting bigger. A whole squad of Frenchies. Whole platoon of Frenchies. So I took them all out. No problem. It's like,
Oh, yeah.
I remember that. Sorry.
Oh.
Okay. I thought it was okay.
God damn, that was a long fucking time ago.
Yeah, right? Man, that was my first real COD game.
I was like 14.
Wasn't that like one of the first ones they actually brought to console? Because Call of Duty was a PC exclusive before that.
Call of Duty, the first one was Call of Duty.
It was just called Call of Duty.
Finest Hour was the one.
It was Finest Hour that was first on console, and then the Call of Duty Big Red 1 was released for the older consoles when the new 360s launched, because Call of Duty 2 for the 360 was out. and then 3 followed somewhat a year later or something. But yeah, no, that was the one I had because I didn't get an Xbox 360 till the frickin' 360 Elite came out. Those were the black old Xbox 360s because all the white ones had the frickin' 3 red rings. Shits, so they fixed that with the black one.
Get red ring too, but just not at a higher rate.
Yeah, basically. They also came with a larger hard drive too, which was a plus.
Looks like actually the first Call of Duty did not come out on PC.
What?
Really? What was that? What did it come out on?
Just consoles. It was oh no, never mind. It did come out on Windows. I'm sorry, but it was yeah, you're right. It was a PC exclusive. I read this completely wrong. I am tired. I'm sorry.
Holy fuck, Mike!
Better me drunk, I guess.
The first one was a PC.
Tell drunk people that you were wrong. It doesn't end well. God.
But yeah, like the first time it really got big on console though was like Big Red 1, but it was like if I remember correctly, Infinity Ward was born out of people who had worked on the Medal of Honor series, so that's probably why I was thinking.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember when those games were good.
I don't. I remember being very frustrated with Medal of Honor. I think it was one of the first ones on the console. Your first mission is your Normandy shit.
Yep. That
one, I didn't like that one. That was not all that good. I thought the controls were very wonky and just it couldn't compete with the Call of Duty game, which I'd gotten around the same time and thought was much better. So, yeah.
Can I make a quick point before we wrap this all up?
Yeah, absolutely, man.
It'll probably be a quick point that leads to a half-hour tangent, but that's fine.
Oh, Jesus Christ, no.
Well, what I was going to say is, to go off of Action Points' argument, like, the thing is, because we came together, we've already won.
Yep.
Like, in my opinion, the way I see it personally is the fact that, gamers, we fight against each other over everything. We are one big inclusive community, but that's a common theme amongst us. We will fight over just about everything. Consoles, who's the best waifu,
taking over someone's waifu.
Yeah. Which game is better in the same series.
Call of Duty or Battlefield?
Yep, pretty much. Like, we're constantly arguing about this crap. And we do it because we're bored, I think, mostly. But
it's because dramas, you'd be surprised how appealing drama is. It's even in many ways more appealing than actually playing games. And if you can do both at the same time, oh my god, your life is set.
Yeah.
One big point is that it never leads to violence. I've never seen a news report saying that gamers killed each other because one liked Battlefield and the other one liked Call of Duty. Speaking of which, why would you?
Although, hold on. Unless we're talking Horde versus Alliance here.
No, don't bring that up.
Wars have been fought over this.
By the way, Horde. Okay, carry on.
That's it. Oh, okay.
I played SWTOR, so I don't care either way.
Oh, you played Tor as well? What were you, Sith Empire?
Actually, I did a bit of
Empire.
My main guy was a Sith Juggernaut, but he was a light side Sith Juggernaut, so you might as well.
No. I did light side too, man. No worries. I was a Sith, not Juggernaut. Well, no, he was Juggernaut too, and he also won light side. Yeah. All right then.
Juggernauts were fucking badasses in that game. They were ridiculous.
They were fun.
Yeah, but
the character story for leveling in that game was awesome. It was just really good. And then you finished, and you were like, "Well, now what? The rest of this is boring."
Yeah, I played the post game on that for far too long. I actually ended up beating the explosive. If you've ever played the Explosive Conflicts raid, the group I was in, we actually ended up beating that on the hardest difficulty, and that's when I quit the game.
I haven't really played since the Rakul thing, when they were doing that. They had the event leading up to I think one of those. I remember that one. That was actually pretty good. Sorry, Adil, we cut you off, man. My bad.
It's all good, man. What I was going to say is, we won the moment they got all of us hardcore gamers to focus in on them. It's because we constantly bicker about this stuff, but like if you get a huge collective of gamers like from all different backgrounds to focus in on something that's wrong within the industry, you messed up somewhere pretty big. You know?
Oh, hold on. Ethan raises a good point. GDI or NOD?
God damn it.
That's a tough one. For those strategy buffs who remember the old classic Command & Conquer days. None of you?
No, I don't play RTS games.
Oh my god, you guys, that was the freaking generation setter for RTS. Oh god. I feel sad for you now, actually. Those were good. Those were the shit way back then.
Feel sad. Meanwhile, I'm gonna feel this fucking headache.
Yeah. Alright, sorry to take up more time.
Yeah. So yeah, everybody
around 5 minutes. So
everybody
before I go, can I just plug some stuff?
Yeah, I was gonna say everybody plug your shit before we go. So
yeah, there's around 100 people watching, so I just want to get an audience for my next live stream. I'll be streaming on Not Your Shield on my channel. It's going to be on hitbox.tv/Yadawatts. It's we're going to be talking about mostly Not Your Shield, also some Gamergate, but mostly Not Your Shield. If I have time to watch Internet Aristocrats video, that's probably going to be the starting point. So there's also that to entice people.
what time are you doing that?
10 in the morning Pacific.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's going to be early, but it's Sunday, so I hope people are going to be coming on. So yeah.
Well, Sunday is also the day of recovery, so.
Yes, and I know a lot of you guys are probably going to be hungover or sleeping on the toilet.
Yeah.
So I just want to ask. It's going to be at 10 a.m. in the morning, 10 a.m. Pacific time. But I also want. Well, I was thinking of maybe doing another in the afternoon around 2 p.m. But also before I go, I want to ask if you want to come on my stream. Please don't be afraid to DM me or to tweet at me on Twitter at Yadawatts, and just have a good time. All right. Don't get mad. Follow what Mark said. I mean, he's got some pretty good points. Don't let people get onto you. You know, don't let them make you mad. That's the big point. So you guys stay safe. Good night, and hope you guys aren't too hungover tomorrow morning.
Don't you patronize us, you bastard. Get out of here. Good to see you, bud. Take care.
It's misogyny. Stop it! You're triggering me. Okay, bye, guys.
Your trigger warning made me trigger, you bastard.
Fucking trigger happy motherfuckers.
So goodbye, guys. Have fun.
Take care.
Later.
All right, who's next?
Alright, fuck it, I'll do it. I've been here the longest now. Name's Nick. I go by Fewer on pretty much everything online, including WoW. Look me up, fellas. Or ladies, either or. I don't judge. Everybody, basically. If you see an avatar named Fewer somewhere, it's probably me. That's just my go-to. You can follow me on Twitter at FewerFreyut, FEWRFREYUT. I know it's spelled weird. Don't worry about it. And yeah, I guess at the moment I'm talking about Gamergate. I'm also very much progressive, and I might tweet about American politics and issues with that. So and international politics too, or Canadian politics, like where I live. Can't forget those. All right, that's about it. And I guess I'm out now. Thanks for having me on again, Hat.
Thanks again for coming, man.
Yeah.
Alright, guess I'll go next. Well, I'm just on Twitter as at livefire940. I'm thinking about working on a project in which I look at Gamergate from the perspective of a game dev, and pretty much try to make convincing arguments regarding why people should support it. But like I said, if you want more information about that, just follow me on Twitter. I will try to put up a video within a week or so. And yeah, that's it.
Alrighty. Thanks for coming on, dude.
Thanks. Y'all have a good night.
You too, man.
So I guess it's my turn, huh?
You're last, Micah.
Yep, Synth is dead. Well, just to pimp me, I'm Micah Curtis, writer for TechRaptor. Didn't get to talk a lot tonight, but that's okay because I'm kind of tired anyway. But you can see my work at TechRaptor. First article is up, and it's called "The Importance of Context," where I discuss the importance of context, specifically in regards to whenever something is reported or discussed in regards to anything video game oriented, and the problem with not being honest with your audience through that particular manner. Because you could say that you have a thigh and a breast in your hand, but are you at a strip club, or are you eating fried chicken? But as it stands, you can check me out on Twitter at MindOfMicahC. If you want to read anything that I or anything else anybody else at TechRaptor is doing, just site is techraptor.net. We've got a podcast that we're starting to get organized. You'll probably hear a ad of ours on Radio Nero. And just one thing I want to say, just to the chat, is I see a lot of guys get really pissed off at what happened on Sargon's stream. I haven't watched it yet. I hear it was bad. I just want to say that just two things. First is that not everyone's good at debating. And the only time you really find out that you're not good at debating is when you lose a debate. So chances are, maybe gamers did not look good. What you do when you lose is you take that day, you think about why you lost, and then you go to bed and you forget about it. Take the lessons you learned and don't hold on to that particular loss. Because if you do, you're going to keep losing over and over again because you set yourself to fail. And just second thing is that, stick with this, because at the end of the day, they're gonna give before we are, because they've pissed us off for so long and so hard. It's just we're done. I know I'm done with it. So, oh goodness. But yeah, that's pretty much it for me. I guess if nothing's going on tomorrow night, I might start up a stream, see if anyone shows up for it. But
go for it, man.
Just to discuss stuff, because Lord knows that I like discussing stuff.
Stuff is always relevant.
Yes,
I'm gonna be taking a break for a few days. I've been doing streams like for fucking ever now. I need to take a break to catch up on the real world.
Yeah, not a bad idea. Well, I will say goodnight to everyone in the chat. Hat, good night. Tell Synth if he ever wakes up that I said goodnight.
All right, night, Micah. Thanks for coming on, man.
No problem.
All right, I guess it's up to me. I'll go ahead and plug Synth's shit since I know him. Synthavine, you can follow him on Twitter at Synthavine. He's got a website, synthavine.com. It's still being constructed for the most part, but they are taking people to write articles and shit. So drop him a line, write something that doesn't suck, and maybe he'll use it for the site. And as always, I am the goddamn Hat Man. I'm the Hat2 on Twitter. That is with the number 2, not with the word 2 written out. I'm also the Hat2 on Reddit, on Tumblr, on whatever the fuck site you find me on. I will be the Hat2. I swear to God, if you go looking for me on like MyFreeCams or some porno site, I'm probably gonna murder you. Mostly because that's someone impersonating me. Anyway. But anyway, so yeah, I'm Hatman. I do shit. KotakuInAction. Keep up with us on there. If you like laughing at social justice warriors, you can check out Tumblr in Action as well. We do a podcast. We haven't done one for like the past 2 weeks. I may as well just go ahead and put out the new one since I do have it recorded. I like doing unique intros for them, but I just haven't gotten the intro recorded yet. I might just do it without the intro, to be honest with you, just so we can have it out there. But anyway, thanks for joining in. Thanks for putting up with our drunken shenanigans. My God, I can't believe we actually made it through this. To be perfectly honest, I know it was very amusing for most of you out there. So thank you for Thank you for watching. Thank you for participating. Thanks for everybody who called in and came on. I'll have a list of everyone in the video description and their Twitter handles respectively. So yeah, thanks to all of you guys once again. I don't really know what else to say beyond this point. I'm still a little inebriated, so I guess I can say good night or good morning wherever the hell you are in the world. Or good afternoon even. Good day, good evening. I don't fucking know. So I guess I can just say see you later. Thanks for tuning in. Don't explode as always, and we will see you next time. Thanks again.